Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, a statement on significant matter on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women.
We give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, today I rise to acknowledge the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, which we marked on Monday, and to acknowledge the 16 days of activism to address gender-based violence that continues through to the December the 10th. This time allows us to reflect on and highlight our shared commitment and resolve to end family, domestic and sexual violence. All people have the right to live free from fear of violence. However, we know violence against women and girls remains one of the most widespread and long-standing human rights violations across the globe. This is a sobering reality, and one which we are sadly not immune to here in Australia. Every day across Australia, women and girls are being subject to family, domestic and sexual violence. Gender-based violence and its impacts ripples through communities. Countless lives destroyed and lives lost as a result of this senseless abuse and violence. Sadly, there are too many names that we know of women who have been slain by someone who professed to love and care for them. There's Lily James, a 21-year-old water polo coach who was found brutally bashed in the gym of the school in which she worked in Sydney. She had ended her relationship with her murderer just days before he wickedly took her life. And then Kumanjai Haywood, who just hours before her death texted a loved one saying, "He's going to kill me tonight, love you so much." Kumanji died with horrific burns to 90% of her body after her former partner doused the house in petrol and set it on fire. 7 calls were made seeking help for the 34-year-old whose murder had been her partner for 20 years. Both these women and many others had their lives extinguished in brutal acts of abuse. One death due to family, domestic and sexual violence is one too many. The devastation caused by this epidemic of abuse ripples across our communities. Lives are destroyed, terror is inflicted on victim survivors for years, and the impacts can and often are felt long after someone escapes a violent relationship. This is why ending gender-based violence has been a national priority of the Albanese Labor government. It is an issue that cannot be allowed to fall off anyone's radar. This issue is above politics. And I echo the words of the Prime Minister on Monday as we mark the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. We must be energised and united to continue to take action so we can achieve the much-needed change we all want to see. We must recommit ourselves to the consistent and persistent action required to achieve our shared goal of ending gender-based violence in one generation. We must look ahead with hope to the lives that can and will be changed as a result of all the work that we are doing together. All women and children in Australia deserve to be safe, at home, in the workplace, at schools and in daily life. This is a shared goal, along with states and territories, that we are committed to progressing. I would like to acknowledge all the victim survivors who may be listening or watching today. I am in awe of your resilience and bravery. I want to acknowledge all those who are living with the impacts of gender-based violence in their daily life. Women who are dealing with threats and stalking, who have to check their cars, phones and even their children's toys for hidden tracking devices. Children who are struggling to learn about what healthy, respectful relationships look like because it's not being modelled at home. Boys and young men who are being bombarded with online messages that disrespect women. I also want to acknowledge all of those who are no longer with us as a result of gender-based violence. You will not be forgotten. Because of the generosity, resilience and courage of victim survivors who have shared their stories with us and are using their voices to create change, we now have a better roadmap on how we will end violence. More than 3,000 people lent their lived experience, wisdom and expertise to the development of the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children and its action plans. This important source of information, which continues to expand through ongoing input from victim survivors, has informed the development and implementation of 113 Commonwealth-funded initiatives currently being delivered to address gender-based violence. And this is on top of the initiatives and fundings made by states and territories that also help to implement the National Plan, which is of course a shared document between the Commonwealth, states and territories. These initiatives are driving action both at the systemic and individual level, addressing the underlying drivers of gender-based violence to prevent it before it occurs at a society level and a local level, intervening early and preventing further escalation, responding appropriately when violence is used, and supporting the recovery and healing of victim survivors in ways which put them in the centre. The voices and experience of victim survivors have been at the centre of our work, particularly through the establishment of the first ever National Lived Experience Advisory Council. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the Council for the work that they've been doing and for elevating the voices of victim survivors. As we listen to those voices, we think about all those who will be sorely missed by their loved ones, children, families, friends and communities. And importantly, I want to make the point that I've made for some time. Gender-based violence is not a women's issue to solve. This is an issue for all of us and one that everyone in this place is dedicated to addressing. But more broadly, it's not just an issue for governments, but for all of society, communities, businesses, organisations and individuals all have a role to play. Change on this issue is within our reach. The work that's occurring every day by our frontline workforce is changing and saving lives. There is hope and there is help. As Minister for Social Services, one of my greatest privileges has been meeting the many victim survivors who have shared their experiences of gender-based violence and abuse with me. They have articulated how even seemingly small changes can have a profound impact, particularly for our children and young people. One change I'm particularly proud of in this portfolio, which we've acted to make a reality, and one of our first pieces of legislation as a government, was our 10 paid days of domestic and family violence leave for all employees. This change gave mental health nurse Susan, not her real name, the economic certainty to map out leaving an abusive relationship. With paid family and domestic violence leave, Susan no longer had to choose between her economic security or her safety. Susan made a call to on her break during a shift at the hospital to organise crisis accommodation where she went after her shift finished. The next day, she commenced her 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. She was also able to access the $5,000 escaping violence payment to set up her new home. The Permanent Leaving Violence program is a very important program that our government has made permanent. We know that for many people who access this payment and program, it's the first time they may have reached out for help. For young mum Bella, the payment literally saved her life after she lost her job and was left homeless as a result of her partner's violence. Bella, who was pregnant at the time, was able to secure accommodation for herself and her kids, as well as purchase a new baby seat in preparation for the arrival of her baby with the payment. Bella told the frontline workers that she was assisted in a time of need, and she was so thankful for the ability to access vouchers for food and groceries and household items to support her family transition into their new property. And then there's Josie's experience, who reached out to the new 1800-RESPECT SMS channel launched last year for help. Josie had been married to her husband for more than 40 years, but she had noticed that she'd been slowly being isolated from her friends and family. Her husband also strictly controls her finances and only offered her a small allowance each week for items around the home. Through texting 1800-RESPECT, Josie was able to begin to understand the signs of coercive control, understand they may have been present in her life, and was able to be connected to the support services near her. These are just some of the people who every day are receiving support and having their lives changed by the important work that frontline workers do every day. Frontline workers who are dedicating themselves to ending violence and delivering support when needed. I wanted to take this opportunity to recognise and celebrate every single frontline domestic and family violence worker who has dedicated themselves to helping people who are experiencing violence. It really is life-saving work. The skills, experience and advocacy that these people bring have driven the action and change we've already seen and will continue to drive action to address gender-based violence. Now, along with the important investments I've mentioned so far, we're also sharpening our focus on prevention so that we can end violence in a generation. We're doing this through investing in respectful relationships, education and consent campaigns, supporting the work of Our Watch, the National Primary Prevention Organisation, and addressing exposure to online harms for children and young people. We are also supporting the important work of the frontline sector through our funding to states and territories under the National Partnerships Agreement and through initiatives like our 500 additional frontline workers. As a result of the second dedicated National Cabinet meeting on gender-based violence, our government committed an extra $350 million for funding under a renewed national partnerships agreement on family, domestic and sexual violence responses for frontline services. This funding will be indexed by the Commonwealth and matched by states and territories. But as we all know, our work will not be complete until every woman and child in Australia is safe. We will not be finished in our task until we've eradicated the corrosive and devastating impacts of gender-based violence. It is through collaborations between governments, frontline workers and the whole of society, as well as victim survivors, that we can achieve our shared goal of ending violence against women and children. And these 16 days of activism is an opportunity to reaffirm our shared commitment to create the change we all want to see. But we know achieving this change will require our focus each and every day of the year. It will take time and our unwavering commitment, but together we can achieve the change we want to see. Let's work together to end gender-based violence and no longer have women and children subject to this devastating evil that is family and domestic sexual violence.
Yeah. And I give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition to speak in response to the Minister's statement.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise to once again speak to mark the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. This is an important day, and I would like to note the fact that we, as a parliament and as a nation, are supporting it. While we often speak about all manner of causes and mark many days of action, this cause and this day means a lot to many of us in this place and across the country. It is important that we mark today because we have a long journey to travel to eliminate violence against women and girls. While I'm honoured to rise to speak on this occasion, as I do so, Mr Speaker, I find it hard to once again find the words to address what is an issue all of us wish was long resolved: violence against women. Over recent days, I have raised the shocking case of Isla Bell, and I will keep raising it. Now, I say shocking because all of us cannot fathom how it could be that a person could be subjected to such violence and treated, as is alleged, with such callousness. How can it be that this beam of light could be snuffed out? We rightly speak on these days of statistics, but I also want us to think of moments. Isla is not a statistic. She was a real 19-year-old woman. She lived and she laughed and she loved. She had hopes, she had dreams, she had a family and friends. She's not a statistic, and she's also not just a story. These violent episodes are not just news bulletins. I want us all to imagine the fear she felt in those final moments. I want us all to imagine it because on days like today, it's not just enough to understand the challenge and the data. We can talk about programs and policy, but I want us to feel in this moment. We have to visualise the pain, because if we visualise it, how can we not confront the urgency of the challenge? And having made that connection as leaders, how can we not heed that call, step up and call on others to do the same? We must also remember that we often only hear about the most extreme of incidents, but the violence we see in the newspapers is the tip of an iceberg that is rending our society apart. We have to confront just how deep this goes, because how many lives have been taken by this scourge? How many hopes and dreams have been snatched away by coercion and control? How many tears have been shed? How many bruises have been hidden with makeup? How many excuses have been invented? How much blood has been spilled? And how many women and how many girls have we let slip through the cracks? How many lives have been forever changed by trauma and abuse? How can we quantify the collective pain and violence that has been wrought on the women of Australia and across the world? Today I stand here to represent the opposition, but I also stand here as a woman, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend. Mr Speaker, I have to say, women are tired. They're tired of the fear that comes with walking to the car after dark. They're tired of the anxiety that comes with the footy finals. They're tired of having to hide the bruises. They're tired of having to invent excuses. They're tired of the wolf whistles, they're tired of the stares, they're tired of being groped on dance floors, and they're tired of the stalking and harassment. This week in this chamber, I talked about the chain of events that lead to the most horrific of circumstances. Well, that chain of escalation and violence has taken over 60 women this year. Another 60 women taken from us too soon. Now, if there was some insurgent force that was running around our communities, killing 60 women and maiming countless others, I know there are many in this place and watching at home that would step up and do everything they can to fight back. And despite the attention and the coverage we're rightly seeing on domestic violence, too often it feels like even with the progress we have seen, we are becoming numb to the violence. That is why days like today and moments like these are so important. They are a moment for us all to confront the journey we still have to walk. Days like today are tough, Mr. Speaker, because they force us to talk about uncomfortable things. But we can find hope in these moments too. Now more than ever, we see men stepping up and being willing to play their part in eliminating violence. There is more to do, but I'm seeing great work from organisations like Movember, which has built a platform and is using it to engage men to keep women safe. We can find hope in the seemingly infinite well of commitment and compassion our frontline community and domestic violence workers demonstrate on a daily basis. We can find hope in the incredible individuals who staff our domestic violence shelters, shelters that keep so many women and children hidden safely. We can find hope in our brave policemen and women who run towards the danger and stand between perpetrators and their victims. We can find hope in the energy, enthusiasm and confidence of the next generation of Australian girls who are already standing up and being heard. And we can find hope in the fact that despite the clash of views we see in this place on so many matters, on this issue, on eliminating violence against women, we are at one. So today, while I'm deeply saddened by all that violence has taken from us, like so many here today, I continue to find inspiration in that hope. And I remain determined that we do eliminate violence against women, because we must.
I thank the Deputy Leader. Give a call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave the House to move a motion to enable further statements of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women to be made in the Federation Chamber.
Is leave granted? Give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Leave is granted.
I move that further statements on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I have to report that the Midwife Professional Indemnity Commonwealth Contribution Scheme Amendment Bill 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber. A Governor-General's message recommending an appropriation for the purposes of the bill has been reported, and the bill has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy. of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. And leave the call to the Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Leave is granted.
Give a call to the Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Midwife Professional Indemnity Commonwealth Contribution Scheme Act 2010 and for related purposes. The
following message from the Senate has been received. the Senate has passed a bill for an Act to amend the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act 1976 and for the related purposes, and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act 1976 and for related purposes.
The call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill and I move that this bill be now read a second time. It is my pleasure to introduce the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment Scheduling Bill 2024 to the Chamber. The bill adds an area of land to Schedule 1 of the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act 1976 Land Rights Act, enabling the grant of land to an Aboriginal land trust and finalisation of the Wakaya and Aliwarya repeat land claim. The land comprises approximately 484,000 hectares near Canteen Creek community in the Barkly region of the Northern Territory, approximately 275 kilometres south-east of Tennant Creek. The scheduling and proposed grant of Aboriginal land is supported by traditional owners and all relevant stakeholders, consistent with the terms of the Canteen Creek Area Indigenous Land Use Agreement executed by the Central Land Council and the Northern Territory Government under the Native Title Act 1993. The Indigenous Land Use Agreement resolves native title rights and interests over all land within the boundary of Canteen Creek Township. The bill recognises the rights of First Nations people to own and control their traditional lands and demonstrates the government's commitment to finalising land claims in the Northern Territory. The bill recognises the enduring connection of the people of the Wakaya and Aliwarya language groups with the land, which is associated with emu and many other dreamings. Traditional owners have been waiting for many years for the resolution of this land claim. The area, along with other land, was previously subject to a land claim lodged in 1980 and subject to the Wakaya and Aliwarya repeat land claim lodged in 1990. The bill directly contributes to targets under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, under which governments have committed to a 15% increase in legal rights and interests to land and sea by 2030. Legal recognition of rights and interests is critical to enable First Nations people to maintain distinctive cultural, spiritual, physical and economic relationships to land and waters. Rights and interests in land are a central pillar enabling First Nations Territorians to harness economic development opportunities, including from key priorities including the transition to renewable energy, a future made in Australia and critical minerals. The government acknowledges the work of traditional owners, Central Land Council and the Northern Territory Government to reach the significant step towards the realisation of land rights and looks forward to the finalisation of the grant of Aboriginal land to the traditional owners. I commend this bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The debate is adjourned. Is leave granted for the debate to be resumed at a later hour today? The member for Lindsay.
Yep, leave is granted.
There being no objection, the question is the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the following bills stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. 1. Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment Scheduling Bill 2024 and 2. Workplace Gender Equality Amendment Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill 2024 at the adjournment of the debate on the motion of the second reading of the bill.
I'll give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that business intervening before order of the day number 8, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I'll give the call to the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, online safety amendment, social media minimum age bill 2024, resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is the bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Brisbane, Griffith as tellers for the noes. Just to assist with the count, if the members for Mitchell and Cook could just find a nearby seat, that would help. Just allow members to take a seat just to assist with the counting. I thank the members. Shocking. Order. The result of the division is ayes 96, noes 6. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Online Safety Act 2021 and for related purposes.
Just if members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the member for Goldstein and her amendments.
Thank you, Speaker. Just give me a second. Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 7 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
The Minister has granted leave, so I give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
I move amendments 1 to 7 as circulated in my name together. Speaker, I thank the Minister's office for the deep engagement on this bill, and I spoke extensively on my reservations about it yesterday, which I won't go into detail about again now, other than to say what I've attempted to do with these amendments is to create an exemption framework in order that social media platforms may be able to bridge the gap between having to ban young people from being inside the platform and actually doing something about the way that they run their platforms. I have a really strong position that it's far too simplistic and it's a band-aid measure to simply lock young people out of the platforms, that where we need to get to, and I'm not entirely convinced that the Minister disagrees with me on this, because I know that the Minister's spoken about a duty of care, but where we need to get to is getting the platforms to take responsibility for what is happening. And I strongly believe that simply locking kids out is not going to achieve that. It's not going to make the platforms safer. It's not going to make them more transparent. It's not going to make them manage their algorithms. It's not going to make them either identify or manage risk. One way of achieving that within this bill, to some degree, would be to create some provisions within this amendment to the Online Safety Act which would incentivise platforms to actually do something about those things. So, in effect, what these amendments do is to progressively make the platforms safer over time and allow the Minister or regulators to home in on specific risks. It would mean that the platforms would have to assess their services for various harms, so things like dissemination of scams and negative effects on children's best interest, including their physical and mental well-being. It would mean that they'd be required to prepare a mitigation plan which demonstrates to the government and to the public exactly how they'll reprogram or alter their algorithms and their systems, that they would have to do risk assessments and mitigation mechanisms together, and this has been demonstrated internationally to be an effective tool to increase platform safety overseas, and I don't think there's any reason that we can't begin implementing it here. The point being that if platforms want to actually move forward and be exempt from the ban, that this gives them the opportunity to step into the idea of safety by design, which I think is really where we do need to get to. I know that the Minister's flagged a duty of care down the track. I've tabled a private member's bill, in effect providing a framework for that on Monday. But I think that a step towards that, which would be very productive right now, would be to insert these amendments into this bill in order to start moving us towards a systemic approach to online safety, rather than this, I think, simplistic, unfortunately, measure of age bans. So I commend the amendments to the House. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member. These issues have been well ventilated and I acknowledge the sentiments contained in her amendments. The Senate is expecting this legislation today, so we need to pass this bill to allow that debate to commence. I thank all members for their contributions, and while the government will not be supporting amendments in the House, I call on all members to support passage of this bill.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable...
Thank you. For Ballarat, I move that the question be put.
The question is that the motion be put. I've put the question. All that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Well, thank you. Lock the doors. Thank you. Order. The question is that the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint The tellers for the noes, the members for Bean and Goldstein, and the tellers for the ayes, the members for Werriwa and Wentworth.
No, not necessarily. I've got them right twice. That's enough. That's right.
The result of the division is ayes 48, noes 16, and therefore it is resolved in the affirmative. We put the question that the bill be now read a second time. All of that opinion... sorry, the amendment. Sorry.
It's my fault.
Sorry. That the amendments be agreed to. I put the question, all of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Congratulate you on your spoon. Oh, yes, it's you obviously got your device going there?
Here.
I'm just going to advise the tellers. Not yet. We've on until. We'll lock the doors, please. And I'll just advise the tellers on the floor. We've got tellers. We have member for Werriwa, member for Bean, member for Goldstein, and member for Kooyong. So the result of the division is the ayes 15, noes 42, and so the amendments are negatived. So the question now is that the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Speaker, I move Amendment 1 as circulated in my name. Speaker, the evidence is clear that social media platforms are not safe for our kids and the community wants action. And while I have great concerns around the process around this bill, I will be supporting the bill. In Wentworth, more than 9 in 10 people who responded to my community survey said they were concerned about the impact of social media on young people, highlighting issues like online bullying, screen addiction and exposure to harmful content. Parents in my community want their kids to grow up playing outside with their friends, building real relationships with real people, rather than being stuck inside staring at a screen. As a parent myself, that is what I want for my children too. But, Deputy Speaker, even if it is done right, imposing a minimum age of 16 for social media is a blunt instrument and the unprecedented intervention into lives of our young people. And for such a profound piece of legislation, the haste with which the government has rushed this through the Parliament, the lack of engagement that has been undertaken with certain affected stakeholders, and the unanswered questions that remain for many parliamentarians is concerning, including what just happened in the House just now, where the Minister did not even deign to reply to the issues raised in a consideration in detail amendment by the member for Goldstein. And this is absolutely riding roughshod over Parliament in a completely unacceptable and unaccountable way. I want this legislation to work, but the jury is out in terms of whether it will actually be able to have the impact that people want to and the practicality of whether it can be put in place. And that is why I believe it's absolutely critical that after the ban has been implemented, we have a robust process in place to assess its effectiveness and adjust our approach accordingly. We need to be guided by the evidence, not by obstinacy. Clause 239B of the bill requires the government to commission an independent review of the social media minimum age 2 years after the ban comes into effect. The independent review is welcome and important, gives the government of the day the chance to review whether the plan is working and adapt its approach if not. It will have the benefit from evidence from the government's age assurance trial, from a duty of care for social media companies, hopefully having been legislated, and for 2 years' worth of data on effectiveness of the ban. However, the way that the review provision is currently drafted, my understanding is that there is not currently a requirement for the government to respond to the review's recommendations. This creates the potential for a scenario like we have with gambling ads, where a detailed inquiry has made clear recommendations to the government, and yet we are still waiting for a proper response. My amendment would ensure that this does not happen by requiring the government to formally respond to any recommendations made by the independent review within 6 months of receiving it. It is a modest and common sense amendment that reflects similar requirements in places like New South Wales, where the government of the day is required to provide a formal response to certain inquiries within 6 months. I understand that the government does not intend to support any amendments in the House, but I would request that the Minister commits today to providing a formal response to the independent review as and when it is presented in a few years' time. Thank you.
So the question is Amendment be agreed to. Giving the call to the Minister.
I move the question be put.
So the question is now that the amendment be agreed to, or that the question be put. Pardon me. All those that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells. 1 minute. Oh, sorry, that will have to be 4. Sorry. Yeah. I can't actually hear.
My understanding was that you called ring the bells for 1 minute and it's well past
No, I corrected myself and said 4. Lock the doors. And we have tellers from member for Fowler, member for Bean, member for Werriwa, member for Wentworth. And the result of the division is ayes 46, noes 15, so this is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the bill be agreed to. The amendment be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? 1 minute. Thank you. Doors, lock the doors, please. Okay, so tellers on the floor, member for Fowler, member for Bean, member for Wentworth, member for Werriwa. Thank you. So the result of that division, thank you, is the ayes 15, noes 47, so that's resolved in the negative. Question now is that the bill be agreed to. And I give the call to Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 5 as circulated in my name.
So the question is that the amendments be agreed to? No. Oh, seeking leave. Sorry, my pardon. Sorry, seeking leave.
Leave is granted.
Thank you. So the question, Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 5 as circulated in my name. Deputy Speaker, I won't hold the House for long. The amendments seek to address age verification, and this bill explicitly defers the commencement of age verification to provide the industry and the E-Safety Commissioner with sufficient time to develop and implement appropriate systems. My amendment would prevent social media platforms and other tech giants from requiring personal ID documentation for the purposes of age verification. Personal data is highly valued by corporations and particularly by social media companies. And so I think it's incredibly important that we do not provide an environment that greenlights the harvesting of personal data under the guise of protecting under-16s. I therefore call on the House to support these amendments to provide some safety around this bill for the personal data of millions of Australians with social media accounts.
Thank you. So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion, do you wish to have the call, Assistant Minister?
Oh, you go through
Yep,
it.
giving.
I move that the question be put.
Oh, I am putting. Okay, we're going to. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is there a division required? Then it's a division for 4 minutes. What is the member for Warringah after?
I just want a clarification.
Yes.
The member for Mayo moved her amendment. I understood the Deputy Speaker to have put the question of the amendment. The Assistant Minister then asked the question.
I stated the question. I didn't put a question, and then the Assistant Minister has put the question now. So the question before the House is the one that was coming, that has just been put.
Oh, well, just if everyone could.
If it helps the House, the question before us is that the question be put. Doors, please lock the doors. Yeah, so I will appoint the tellers, which will be member for Bean, member for Curtin, member for Wentworth and member for Werriwa. Thank you. So the result of the division is the ayes 49, noes 16, and so that's result in the affirmative. So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Ring bells for 1 minute, please. Lock the doors, please. And I will appoint the following tellers. We have the member for Mayo, member for Bean, member for Wentworth, member for Werriwa. Get all the W's. Okay, so the result of the division is the ayes 17, noes 48, and resolved in the negatives. So the question before the House now is that the bill be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 1 minute. Oh. I need to correct myself. That is a 4-minute division call, not a 1 minute. I think. It's it.
Lock the doors. The question is the bill be agreed to. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Brisbane and Melbourne as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 102, noes 13. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. This bill has been agreed to. Give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Mr Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? The member for Sturt has granted leave. I'll give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Online Safety Act 2021 and for related purposes.
Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Give a call to the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 8. Future Made in Australia, Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Fairfax.
Question the amendment be agreed to?
Yeah.
Question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Speaker. Australia urgently needs to reduce emissions and transition to a zero-carbon economy. My community of North Sydney have long recognised that the net zero transition is not just an obligation, but an opportunity to revitalise Australian industry, increase productivity and meaningfully improve the quality of life for all Australians. In that context, my community largely welcomes the Future Made in Australia policy package to attract investment in low-carbon technologies and projects in Australia and leverage the financial and industrial opportunities that arise from the global transition to net zero. The Guarantee of Origin scheme will underpin the Future Made in Australia package by establishing a critical carbon accounting framework on products made under the package. Specifically, the scheme will function as an internationally aligned voluntary certification program for low emissions products and renewable electricity, with certification initially focusing on renewable electricity through the creation of Renewable Energy Guarantee of Origin certificates, which I'll call REGO going forward, and hydrogen and associated products through the Product Guarantee of Origin certificates, with a potential phased expansion to low-carbon liquid fuels and green metals. There's a real need for this. Within the Australian economy, there is a lack of trusted, consistent information about low-emission Australian-made products and no enduring mechanism to certify renewable electricity. I welcome the government's efforts to provide a legislative framework for a voluntary scheme to certify products such as hydrogen and renewable electricity. However, we must exercise a large degree of caution when implementing such a scheme. Product Guarantee of Origin certificates can be likened to a nutrition label that accumulates information as the product moves through each stage of production and signals to customers healthier food choices. In this case, then, these new certificates will indicate lower emissions products. As with all ticks of approvals that purport to certify a product, there runs a risk of misrepresenting these products. We all remember the Heart Foundation's Healthy Heart tick, that while intended to help consumers make healthier choices when buying food, drew considerable criticism after ticks were awarded to McDonald's burgers and nuggets. Furthermore, food manufacturers had to pay a fee to get the heart tick on their product, leading to products that were just as healthy, if not healthier, being overlooked by consumers simply because their manufacturer did not apply and pay for the heart tick. When it comes to certifying environmental credentials, a poorly devised scheme risks greenwashing products by providing a government tick of approval that consumers assume they can trust. The government's own Climate Active Carbon Neutral scheme has been criticised for lacking credibility and integrity in climate neutrality claims, with the climate neutral certification being awarded to Ampol for carbon neutral petrol, amongst others. Other international certification schemes like the Forest Stewardship Council and the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil have also faced their share of criticisms. The lessons from these certification schemes then is clear. We need to exercise caution when providing a stamp of credibility. A poorly designed scheme risks being used to greenwash products, undermining the intended benefits of certification and ultimately to support the fossil fuel industry. On the other hand, a well-designed guarantee of origin system could play a pivotal role supporting the production and use of low-emissions products. It could allow manufacturers to make objective and credible claims regarding the emissions associated with their products and encourage more informed investments, spurring growth of market forces focused on cleaner energy and low-carbon products. It could boost Australia's competitiveness in emerging export sectors such as clean energy, sustainable metals and fuels, while accelerating the global transition to net zero emissions. And it could provide voluntary participants with significant advantages, including access to policy opportunities and funding support, such as the hydrogen production tax incentive, and reduced trade barriers through alignment with international market standards. This is particularly important as other economies bring in carbon pricing, making it increasingly likely that goods imported from countries, including Australia, with a lower or no carbon price will face new levies. Global markets, such as the European Union, are implementing policies like the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, increasing demand for certified renewable electricity, hydrogen and other low-emissions products. And Australia will need a reliable, transparent and trustworthy certification system to ensure our Aussie-made products meet these emerging global standards. Clearly, it's critical we get this right. The enabling legislation creates two types of certificates. A product guarantee of origin certificate to record attributes of products including their emissions, and, as I said before, a renewable energy guarantee of origin certificate, or the REGO, a new form of personal property which can be traded, retired and used to support claims about the use of renewable electricity, largely replacing the Renewable Energy Target Scheme from 2030. The bill also empowers the Minister to make rules and administer the scheme, establishes the Clean Energy Regulator as the administrator and regulator of the scheme, and provides the Clean Energy Regulator with associated mandates and powers. Beyond this, however, much of the detail for the Guarantee of Origin scheme for different products will be set out in subordinate legislation, including rules made for the administration of the scheme and the methodology determinations. And while it's appropriate that highly technical elements be housed in subordinate legislation, it's difficult to properly scrutinise the scheme given so much detail is left to later codes and regulations. This was explicitly noted in the Scrutiny of Bills Committee, which stated, and I quote, "A number of provisions in the future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024, which is the main bill, seek to allow for rules made for the purpose of the main bill to determine or provide various matters that are relevant to the Guarantee of Origin scheme that the bill seeks to establish." The committee went on to say, where a bill includes matters in delegated legislation, the committee expects the explanatory memorandum to the bill to address why it's appropriate to include the relevant matters in delegated legislation. Yet in this instance, the explanatory memorandum does not provide a justification for why this is appropriate for inclusion in delegated legislation rather than in the primary legislation. Many stakeholders who contributed to the inquiry by the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee on this bill submitted that it was essential there is a genuine consultation and opportunity for feedback on design features, noting that the detailed methodology underpinning the scheme should be released and consulted on properly. And I agree with many of the submitters to the bill's inquiry who called for the timely passage of the legislation for the renewable electricity and product of guarantee certification balanced with proper scrutiny and consultation. It's important that the rules and methodologies underpinning the scheme are prioritised and finalised in a timely manner to ensure the scheme can commence as soon as possible. But it is equally important that they are available for proper public consultation so that industry and other stakeholders can provide feedback on the scheme's detailed operational elements. To the product guarantee of origin certificates specifically, these certificates will track and verify the carbon intensity and other key attributes of products throughout the product's entire life cycle. And this will include information on emissions associated with the supply of raw materials, production, storage and transport to the point of consumption or international departure. However, currently the legislation makes no mention of offsets or Australian carbon credit units. While the consistent position of the government has been to exclude offsets from the calculation of the embedded emissions of a product, Under the GO scheme, their use is not explicitly excluded in the legislation. A number of experts, including the Australian National University Zero Carbon Energy for the Asia Pacific Initiative, have recommended including an implicit statement or explicit statement in the primary legislation that offsets cannot and will not be allowed to be used to lower product embedded emissions in the PGO. They have warned that enabling offsets in the Guarantee of Origin scheme would compromise the scheme's integrity, facilitate greenwashing, and potentially undermine the interoperability with international schemes and markets. While I don't believe it's the government's intention to allow offsets to be used for this purpose, I do believe the exclusion of offsets should be made explicit in the primary legislation to guard against potential future backsliding on this really important design feature. And I thank the Assistant Minister for his construction engagement on this issue and welcome the government's amendments to this effect. It's particularly pertinent given the history of this scheme. Consideration of a hydrogen certification scheme first emerged as a key government action under the National Hydrogen Strategy back under the last government in 2019. Back then, much of the talk was around clean hydrogen, a misleading term which grouped green hydrogen, which is produced using electrolysis and zero emissions electricity that does not create greenhouse gas emissions, with hydrogen, which used fossil fuel stocks, and these do cause emissions, combined with unproven and unsuccessful carbon capture and storage. The Coalition has recently reiterated that in the Coalition Senator's dissenting report to the inquiry into this bill. There they state that the Guarantee of Origin scheme's original intent under the then Coalition government was to, and I quote, cover a variety of ways in which clean hydrogen could be produced, including from renewable sources and from methods using gas or coal with substantial carbon capture and storage. It's not unreasonable then to assume that a future Coalition government might seek to use this scheme to facilitate greenwashing polluting industries. I want to turn now to the Renewable Energy Guarantee of Origin certificates. These REGO certificates will certify that the electricity linked to them is verified as renewable. They will be tradable, will enable the holder to claim the benefits of renewable electricity use, and will offer detailed information about the generation and delivery of electricity, including the facility age, fuel source, time of generation and facility location. They are intended to operate alongside the existing large-scale generation certificates under the current renewable energy target until this system is phased out in 2030. After which they will function as a primary certification method for green electricity, and this is widely welcomed. The renewable energy target has successfully accelerated investment in new renewable supply, but continued investment in renewable generation is needed post-2023 in order to reach net zero. Continuity of a renewable energy certification scheme is essential, so those investing have policy certainty. At the same time, expectations are changing as to which renewable energy attributes a certificate should contain, making it an opportune time to shift to a modern certification scheme. However, this shift has raised the controversial issue of how to deal with pre-1997 renewable generation capacities, specifically whether those projects should be able to generate certificates or not. Ultimately, this issue goes to the purpose of the renewable electricity element of the Guarantee of Origin, and there are differing views as to what that purpose is. If the purpose of the REGO scheme is to purely meet information needs for energy buyers and their stakeholders, then it would make sense to include all generation capacity. If, however, the purpose of the scheme is to incentivise new renewable investments, as the current renewable energy target does, then it would make sense to exclude older capacity. Below baseline certification inclusions in the REGO scheme would be a departure from the large-scale generation certificate scheme, which deliberately excluded old hydro and biomass projects built prior to 1997 because they didn't add to the renewable energy supply. The result of this policy change would be a massive gain to two government-owned firms, Hydro Tasmania and Snowy Hydro, for projects that were built decades ago. In fact, the Smart Energy Council estimates the windfall gain for old hydro and old biomass projects at 2023 large-scale generation certificate prices is approximately $200 million. This has raised concerns that allowing access to below baseline generation may place downward pressure on the LGC price and negatively impact the investment case for new projects. I know the government has considered this issue in detail and responded in part. But while the bill provides for rules to be created which could restrict the surrender of these certificates to new emissions-intensive, trade-exposed entities, Given the complexity of this issue and the ramifications of this policy decision, I believe the government's position should be made clear in the primary legislation. In summary, the Guarantee of Origin scheme could play a really important role in Australia's energy transition and create an enduring renewable certification framework to empower the purchaser to purchase clean energy, with the inclusion of energy attributes giving customers choice about the type of certificate they want to purchase. It's a welcome move, one supported by my community of North Sydney. But to get it right and ensure the scheme is not used to facilitate greenwashing, it is critical there is proper scrutiny of the rules and regulations that will govern the operation of the Guarantee of Origin scheme. While it's appropriate for highly technical matters to be included in delegated legislation, I urge the government to ensure proper and detailed consultation on the rules and methodologies underpinning this scheme, to explicitly rule out the use of offsets and to make clear the government position on below baseline credits within the primary legislation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for North Sydney. Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Charges Bill 2024 and the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Fairfax has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question, therefore, is that the amendment be agreed to. And I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And, I think I come to this debate with some credentials, the country of origin labelling issue, which was fought for over a long period of time whilst I was the leader and deputy leader of the National Party, and then as the Minister for Agriculture, as part of a coalition agreement with the Liberal Party. As part of the reason we brought it forward and managed to get it through, it was actually a bit of a battle at the time, and it was its final negotiation was myself and then the member for Groom, Ian McFarlane. So every time you pick up a can of goods and see that triangle with the kangaroo in it, and then the bar graph below, well, I get a great sense of pride because I can say I had very much to do with that. In fact, it'd be a notation of when I leave here, of my memoirs, of something I do. If I forget about it, that I was in Parliament, I'll just go buy a can of beans and see what's on it. But that was just a statement of fact about exactly where something came from. If you actually want to make things in Australia, then you've got to be completely honest with how it comes about. You have three basic components. One is raw materials: gas, iron, coal, iron ore, your raw materials that go into it. They're sold on a global market and they come at global prices. There's no real tricks to them, and that is what it is. Then you've got labour costs, for which you're a distinct disadvantage to places such as Bangladesh or China or India, and nobody is suggesting we match them in labour costs. That is not what the great joy and the great blessing of living in Australia is about. It's about having quality of life in an egalitarian nation where you have equal opportunity to get ahead. The third part is incredibly important. It's the price of energy. And that used to be our strategic advantage. That's how we did it. We had some of the cheapest energy in the world. Now, other issues have come to the fore and primacy over that. Other issues are now apparently more important than having the cheapest energy. And we no longer have the cheapest energy, and there's no prospect of us ever having the cheapest energy again under the current path. No prospect at all. The best way to ameliorate it is nuclear, and I'll get to that in a second. We have to be the adults and understand what we are doing. You can have all the modelling from here to Gazoo, from the CSIRO and AEMO and whoever you want. But the trick in accountancy, and former sins on an accountant, we used to say you've got to get in the helicopter of reality and fly above your papers, look down on them and see if they make sense. And of course, when you fly above the reality of our energy grid, we have a direct correlation between the increase in intermittence. They are not renewables. That is a sort of a benevolent nomenclature, very good trick to call something it's not, to make you feel good about it. They are not renewables. They are intermittent power. And the places that they are procured are intermittent power precincts. They are certainly not farms. Farms grow spuds and beef and carrots and marvellous things like that. They do not grow steel towers. That is not a farm. That is an intermittent power precinct. That is an industrial area. But as we increase our draw on intermittent power, the price of power, unsurprisingly, keeps going up. In fact, last year it would have gone up by 30%. I know the government gave some of the taxpayer back their money temporarily, but it still went up. And there's nothing that's saying it's going to change. Nothing. In fact, today, last night, this is so astounding that we live in this pixie world, in this absolute alternate universe. Last night, I hear people earnestly look down the barrel of the camera and say, the way we're going to deal with our power crisis is to turn the power off. Turn off your air conditioners. Don't have them up. Don't be cool. Don't be cool. It's almost a cry. You can't be cool if you want intermittent power. And that's just a sign of failure, abject failure. We have people in my area, is one of the poorer electorates. People no longer can't afford to live. You can heat or you can eat, as the saying goes. In winter, they can't afford the power bill to stay warm. In summer, they can't afford the power bill to stay cool. And so they move out. They move out of their house. You do get people living in their car. That's, living in their car. This is not Australia. This is not the Australia we're supposed to have created. We've created an area where we've made the poor poorer. And we do it because we say, there's some virtue in it. The Australian Teachers Federation says it's virtuous. It's virtuous to do this. It's not. It's garbage. It's cruel. And it has to change. And so you're not going to have manufacturing until no one is going to come here and set up a factory if you can't even keep your air conditioner on. No one's going to take you seriously if you've got the highest power prices in the world. No one's going to look at you. You can have all the bills you want, but until you decide to get the fundamentals right, it is merely just a narrative. It's just rhetoric. The people who can judge where you can make something in Australia are naturally major global manufacturers. Krupp's, Siemens, Microsoft, Hitachi, Mitsubishi, General Motors, General Electric, Rolls-Royce, Boeing, Airbus, Embraer from Brazil, and more. They all determine whether you can make something in Australia. They've made a choice. The answer is no. They're not. If they thought that we were on the correct path, if they truly thought that we had it worked out, they're not dumb. They'll be lined up. They'll be saying, quick, go buy some area, go buy some industrial area, because we're going to set up a factory there. Australia are geniuses. And geniuses, they've done it. They're power alchemists. They've finally done it. We're all going to go to Australia. No major manufacturers coming. They might be selling their products here, but they're not moving here. They might even assemble them here, but they're not moving them here. They're not making them here. Even the swindle factories, your intermittent power precincts. Why do I call them swindle factories? Because even things like the capital investment scheme, they get a return despite the power that they don't produce. That's bizarre. And it's secret, commercial in confidence. A rolled gold taxpayer-backed government annuity for no real purpose but to make rolled gold billionaires richer. That's what it does. Yet they've got you on a string because they say, if you don't support me, if you don't support my right to provide a vital and essential product, only from me, the private person, not from the government, you can only buy my product at my price. That's called a monopoly, and that's why they make so much money out of you. And we sit back and say, well, that's okay, because we've known that if we don't do that, the children will instantaneously combust. I mean, it's this, they guilt trip you into it. You've got to step back from it and go, look, my position on climate change, for or against, it's irrelevant. My position on whether you are ripping us off is incredibly important. Incredibly important. If we can do this, if it's so virtuous, then it should come at a virtuous price, and it's not. It's not. So the taxpayer is paying for this garbage by underwriting it, and then the pensioner and the weatherboard nine's paying for it when it arrives there. So they've got and then it goes into the price of groceries for the essential manufacturing that must happen domestically. So your price of groceries go through the roof, your power bill goes through the roof, and because other people are saying, well, you know, how do I get a return to maintain my lifestyle? Rents go up, and then builders, we've got builders going at the moment at home, they say, well, mate, the price of product's gone up, the price of your house is going up. You know, it's no longer $1,300 a square metre or $1,600 a square metre. We're talking now $2,000 plus dollars a square metre. And so the extension of the new house costs more, so guess what you have to do? You have to charge more rent. Charge more rent to pay for it. And we sit back here, we live in this sort of alternate universe because we don't pay for that. We don't pay for the power. As an accountant, I get a bill for that. As an accountant, I get a bill for my staff. As an accountant, I get a bill for my car. As an accountant, I get a bill for my fuel and my phone. But not here. Not here. And so there's this disconnect of the actual realities of what happens in people's lives. So you have this aura, you have this protection, you have this life ring on that, unless you're really focused, disconnects you from the reality of the person in the weatherboard and iron and the pensioner that can't pay their power bill. Going back to making things in Australia. If they can't afford to live, how do you think a smart organisation with little old rooms full of cost accountants are going to ever make any decision? See, when you make a decision in a big corporation, you have to get it across the board. It's called a CapEx scheme, a CapEx proposal, capital expenditure proposal. And there's a lot of work in it. And you take it to, if it's small, you've got a discretion that you can approve. You can basically approve it yourself. At a certain level, it has to go to your line, to your branch line manager. But if it's big, it goes to the board, and you've got to muscle it through the board. And the big ones, and I was a very small wheel cost accountant in a very, very big organisation called ConAgra, big American multinational, big food production. Big decisions had to go to Chicago and go through the board. And big decisions, by gosh, these are small, bald men who could make grown men run and cry. They were rather tough. And you're not going to get anything through a board if it doesn't stack up as a return to the shareholder. Nothing. And you have to actually put a proposal of the cost of energy at the time and going forward. You can try and hedge it. Sometimes big things such as fuel, you can take hedging contracts out through Singapore, but you have to be buying diesel in megalitres. But with power, it's just, they look at Australia and go, those crazy, they're going to do it apparently with windmills and solar panels, and they're made in China. They can't even make them themselves. So we had one person who was trying to make wind turbines. They'd gone broke. So they were in Tasmania. So it's just ridiculous. And the people who make them for us use coal-fired power. You know, this is it. We are not ever going to get to a position of, and I want to, this nation has to become as powerful as possible, and in the full sense of that word, as quickly as possible. The rise of totalitarianism, the rise of China, the waning of democracies globally. Yes, we have an absolute duty to try and broaden our economy and make it strong, because the time is coming quicker and quicker where we have to more and more stand on our own 2 feet. We have to be aware. We want the United States of America to be strong. We really do, but they've now got to the inversion point where their interest bill is going to be higher than the defence bill. And we've got to start reading the tea leaves about for our children, what could possibly be coming their way. So yes, I want us to become as powerful as possible, as quickly as possible. And yes, I want us to have a manufacturing sector. And yes, in the past, to be honest, it's all over now, I raised a very good argument at the time about why we shouldn't be closing down the car industry. And I was derided because they said, oh, what do you think this thing's going to make tanks if we get into strife? And I went, yeah, absolutely, 100%. That's precisely what I think it's going to do. But those days are gone. And if we want to bring it back, we must become adults and flood the market with base load energy. Energy is like physics. It doesn't matter what you think of me or of you, it's just physics. It goes out a little bit below 50 hertz. If it doesn't go out a bit below 50 hertz, it just doesn't work. It's like arguing against gravity. It's 9.9 metres per second. That's how it works. So you've got to get baseload onto the market. We used to use it with the spinning capacity of coal-fired power. If you want to do a proper analysis, I know that analysis they throw around, it had CSIRO in my office the other day, you have to have a more fulsome analysis of everything, the complete system analysis, which, to be quite frank, the cheapest form of power would be to refurbish your coal-fired power stations. No one disagrees with that. That is how you do the cheapest form. But if we're going to go down the path of zero emissions, if that's the goal, if that's the grand nirvana, then you've got to have 24/7 spinning capacity at zero emissions. And the only way you're going to get that is with a different rock boiling steam to turn a turbine. Now, you used to use a black rock called coal, now you're going to have to use a different rock called uranium. And there's no other tricks to this. There is no other. The only nation on earth, serious nation, that's either not got nuclear power, serious manufacturing nation, or imports it via a transmission line for a nation that does, the only other one apart from us is New Zealand. That's it. Or even Ghana and Bangladesh are going down the path of developing a nuclear industry. Kenya, Uganda, Laos, Vietnam, they're all going there. And we're going to go there too. Australia's going to go there too. But it's just a matter of, all we're doing, it's just a matter of time. We either can get there now and be the smart ones developing it, or buy it like we've bought everything else from overseas at a later stage, because that's what you're going to end up doing. You won't be even manufacturing your own small modular reactors. You'll be importing that with your cars, your fuel, and every other cursed thing that you need in your life in Australia.
Thank the member for New England. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. News outlets are presently reporting power outages impacting thousands of residents in Wagga Wagga. And it's not just that large inland city in southern New South Wales, it's also Henty, it's Holbrook, Rand, Culcairn, south of the largest inland city in the state. Thousands of houses in Wagga Wagga are without power as the oppressive heatwave continues to grip parts of New South Wales. That's what the media reports are suggesting. Reports of a blackout were first recorded at about 5:30 a.m. on Wednesday, today, affecting more than 6,000 customers. They are essential energy customers. The fact is, at the moment in Wagga Wagga, it's 21 degrees Celsius. The fact is, there hasn't been a heatwave as suggested by the media outlets. The fact is, it is the second power outage that the city has experienced just in recent weeks. We had a storm go through there several days ago and knock the power out for many of the homes and many of the businesses. Not anywhere near half of the homes or the businesses, I might add, but many thousands of people were affected. And this is the thin edge of the wedge, because if you can have a storm, and not a huge storm, but if you can also have hotter weather and not a heat wave affecting power such as this, then what is going to happen when we have a real storm, or indeed the weather reaches temperatures, as it normally does in Wagga Wagga, of the old 100 degrees Fahrenheit, the old century mark, 38 degrees Celsius. And that will come. That will come in summer, December, January, through February. That's how hot it gets in Wagga Wagga. And I remember some years ago suggesting that nobody will really worry too much about blackouts. We'd had some dreadful blackouts in Adelaide. Thousands upon thousands of South Australians affected. And I said, well, people won't really get all that worried until one of the day-nighters at one of the major cricket grounds is cast into pitch blackness. And I was mocked. I was derided by the media. And you know what? It was only a week or so later, and that's exactly what happened. And heaven help us if we do have to power shed this summer, as we will. And Tomago, our largest electricity user, is forced to shut down, forcing people off duty, it is a real worry. And if you can't have reasonable, cost-effective power, how on earth are you going to have a future made in Australia manufacturing-wise? And I'm all for making things in Australia. I'm all for ensuring that we have manufacturing jobs, factories producing things made in Australia. But there is so much folly about this bill. The purpose of this package of 3 bills is to initiate a guarantee of origin scheme to track and verify emissions connected with products made in Australia. Further, it provides a mechanism for renewable electricity certification. Now, that should send a shiver down many people's spines. The Guarantee of Origin Scheme framework aims to transparently, note how I said that word, rather facetiously perhaps, determine where a product has come from, how it was made, and its total emissions. It will initially cover hydrogen and renewable electricity, but expand over time to cover other products. The bills will also establish the Renewable Electricity Guarantee of Origin certification mechanism to acknowledge renewable energy content of electricity used in a production process. Now, I don't know about others, but I think we're treading into very dangerous territory, and I'll tell you why. These bills fail to be technology agnostic, and everything that we've said and done as a coalition has always had that word balance incorporated in it when it comes to energy. We've always said that we need to have a correct and proper balance, and renewables are fine, but this rush to renewables by this Labor government puts at risk jobs, puts at risk costs, puts at risk, indeed, our ability to produce things, our ability to make things in Australia. It puts at risk our farmers. It puts at risk our ability to grow food and fibre. Now, the bills also show bias against hydro in favour of wind and solar. Now, the Snowy Hydroelectricity Scheme, which is in the Snowy Valleys, soon to be incorporated again in the Riverina electorate, was built not as a hydroelectricity scheme to begin with, but built as an irrigation scheme for the Murrumbidgee irrigation area. And later on, Colliambly irrigation area also utilised that life-giving product, that called water, that Samuel McCaughey pioneered for that particular region in the late 19th century. And when John Oxley, the explorer, went through the area now known as the Murrumbidgee irrigation area, that Garden of Eden, he described it as land that no one would ever want to inhabit. It was a veritable desert, and he described it thus. And yet, what those irrigation pioneers did, the likes of Sir Samuel, the likes of those World War I veterans who were sent there and given a small plot, what they did was they turned that desert into food-producing areas. And now we have a government that not only wants to bring in bills such as this, but also wants to buy all the productive water out of the system such that our farmers, some of them debt-stressed, have a distorted water market, and once the water goes out of a valley, it very rarely comes back, because what it does, at the behest of the Greens and holding Labor by the nose and pulling them along, what it does, it sends all that productive water out of the mouth of the Murray and out to sea. And then it's can't be used for water. And if you're going to have a future made in Australia, well, the first thing we should be growing is food. And not just for our people, but indeed for many other nations besides. Because our food is the best. Our food is the cleanest. Our food is the greenest. And I could have said farmers and replaced the word food in every one of those sentences, because our farmers are the best stewards of the environment in the world, and they do grow the best and the freshest and the cleanest and the greenest food. And whether that's at Shepparton, whether that's in the fine state of Tasmania, whether that's in Queensland, certainly New South Wales, right across this nation, our farmers are champions. And these bills don't align with the efforts that they go to produce that food, a future made in Australia. Speaking of alignment, these bills also do not align with overseas schemes. Whilst alignment with international geo schemes has been a recognised priority of industry, apparently, the preclusion of technologies such as blue hydrogen using gas with carbon capture and storage puts Australia's scheme at odds with similar schemes being established in the European Union and the United Kingdom. But do you think Labor cares? Do you think Labor worries about those concerns that I and others have with these bills? Now, it's also a great risk for Australia putting a Trojan horse for a broader economy-wide carbon price. Now, we all remember what happened when, in late 2010, the then Prime Minister said that there will be, well, she actually wasn't Prime Minister at the time, she was the opposition, she was the Prime Minister. She said that there will be no carbon price under a carbon tax under a government I lead. And that was perhaps right then, but then of course we had Bob Brown, we had as the Greens leader, and at least I will say one thing about Bob Brown, he was an environmentalist, first and foremost and probably only. These days the member for Melbourne and member for Griffith and all the other Greens cabal from that Greens political party, well, they are not environmentalists, they want to just change society for the worse. They want to tear down traditions, they want to strip away all the things that have made this country great, but I digress. But then Prime Minister Gillard then did a press conference in that unholy Greens-Labor alliance and placed a price on carbon, and we know what happened after that. That said, what we see here is the scheme intended to initially cover hydrogen. The government's plan will expand it over time. And that's the devil in the detail. That's what you have to worry about, because it's not what necessarily is in the bill per se as it stands now. It's what a future Labor, Greens, Teals, crossbench, who knows what parties they'll gather together if need be. That's what they'll do in the future. It bears little resemblance to the policy of the former coalition government. The coalition's approach was technology agnostic. The coalition's approach was balance. The coalition's approach was practical, sensible. It understood, taking on board what stakeholders said and suggested that should happen. Now, we do need a future made in Australia, and I'm not so blind as to say that we shouldn't take on board green energy suggestions. I met with Helen Philippidis, who's the Manager of Corporate Affairs at the Australian Gas Infrastructure Group, just on Monday. This group is one of the largest infrastructure businesses in Australia, with assets valued at more than $9.5 billion, and they're suggesting a considerable project in the industrial hub at Wagga Wagga. And by the looks of it, this project will provide a 10 megawatts electrolyser, blends up to 10% renewable hydrogen into the local network. And we have to look at these things seriously, and we have to take them on board for the effort and the investment that are being put in. I know that the project also intends to work in conjunction with an anaerobic digester to be built. I know what they're doing just outside Parks with converting waste into energy. These are good and sensible ideas. These are projects. The one at Parks taking on board what they're doing at Kwinana as well, over in the west. These are good and sensible projects, and people are happy to back them. But this particular bill and this package of bills are not good. And what also worries me is that so many of the energy projects in and around my area, these huge solar farms taking up valuable prime agricultural land, and you've only got a certain amount of farmland, and once taken, it's decades before you actually potentially get it back, and then who knows what leaching will be in the soil anyway. But what happens is they're considered significant state priority projects, and then the New South Wales government comes in and just rides roughshod over local people, local residents, local ratepayers, local councils, be they shire or city councils, but people elected by locals to do the job for them, and they don't get a say. They don't get a say because the state government says, oh no, this is a state significant project, and some of them are as small as $5 million. And yet, because they're considered state significant, the Macquarie Street just rides roughshod over the local council, over local people, and it's just not right. It's just undemocratic. And we live in Australia in 2024. We should be far better than that. Yes, we do need a future made in Australia. We do need the factories of the farms to be operating as efficiently and as smooth as possible. We don't need them to have to continue to pay huge power bills, and the like of what is happening at Wagga Wagga and southern New South Wales today as far as the tripping, the outages, the power blackouts, is just, as I said, the thin edge of the wedge. I hate to think what's going to happen the rest of the summer if a small electrical storm or a little bit of hot weather can knock out the power like that.
I thank the member for Riverina. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to speak on the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin bill. And when I spoke on other bills in relation to this, the Future Made in Australia bill, I began, and I'd like to remind people, I began with a tour of the industrial part of Shepparton, the main city in the region that I represent and have the great honour of representing. And I talked about sort of driving around. If I could take people on a virtual tour, we'd be driving down Old Dookie Road and New Dookie Road, and we'd turn right and we'd see Noumi, a brand new manufacturing facility that takes a huge amount of milk from the region in the immediate area, from the dairy farmers who work so hard to produce that milk and invest so much of their capital, and are hoping to have enough irrigation water to be able to grow the feed for those cows. And that milk comes into Noumi, and Noumi turns that into UHT products. And a lot of that is for the domestic market, but a lot of it gets exported. And it's a heat process. It's a heat process that turns that milk into something that can be exported. And I've been to China. I've been to a supermarket in Shanghai where I've seen that product on the shelf being sold for quite a large amount of money. You can turn around then and you'll see SPC, now called SPC Global, which is an iconic food manufacturer. And every time I talk about SPC in this place, I renew my invitation to everyone in this place that if you want some SPC peaches, they're in my office. Just go and help yourself, please. And you're also welcome, Member for Swan, you're also welcome to come and do the SPC Taste Challenge, which is you do a blind tasting of the SPC processed fruit with the Chinese import, and then you will see how good Made in Australia really tastes if we look after those industries. Yes, I look forward to that. But SPC's had an interesting history. Fruit processing is not what it was because we're good at getting the fresh product onto the table now a lot better than we used to be. So people don't have as many processed fruit products as they used to. But it's still a market there, and they also have a tomato manufacturing. But again, that's a heat process. J. Furphy and Sons manufacture tanks and have been doing so since the late 1800s. Now, nowadays those tanks are high-tech stainless steel engineered tanks for the beer industry, the wine industry, the milk industry, and all sorts of other things. But when they started out in the late 1800s and early 1900s, they were making water tanks, and those water tanks went over with our diggers to World War I in the field, and the diggers would all stand around, the Anzacs would all stand around the Furphy water cart having a drink and exchanging gossip and rumours, and that's where the term Furphy comes from. And I think there's a few Furphys told in this place. More this term than previously. Anyway, I digress. Rubicon has manufactured great things in irrigation technology. We've got a company called Pental, which manufactures a lot of chemical products. White King is a brand. Campbell's Soups gets a lot of the vegetable products from around the area and manufactures them in Shepparton into processed food products. There's another one called MC Pipes. MC Pipes is a manufacturer of large concrete pipes for new housing developments. Crucial. I mean, we sit in here and we talk about housing, you know, and we sort of fire across these missives to each other on housing, and the Greens do their thing on housing. But if we're going to increase supply, we've got to make sure that everything that goes into a new housing development is manufactured at an effective cost. And just one of those things, which is manufactured in my electorate, are the big stormwater drain pipes. So we've got to make sure that those companies have a future made in Australia if we're going to look after them. Now, the reason I mention all of those businesses in my electorate of Nichols is because I talk to them often. What they need is cheap and reliable energy. Now, the cheap and reliable energy in Victoria has come, and will probably come for a bit longer, in the form of burning brown coal in Gippsland. And that's what we did. And in other parts of Australia, we burn a higher quality coal to create cheap, baseload, dispatchable energy. And we did that for a long time because we had it and it was cheap. And we'll probably still do it for a while. The reason we didn't look to technologies such as nuclear when every other country was is because we thought we could keep burning this coal into the future. But climate change and the challenges associated with that have led to us and many around the world saying we have to eventually get out of fossil fuels at the rate that we're burning them at the moment. And I accept that. I came into this place, in my maiden speech I said that climate change is a big challenge, and to stop some temperature rises that would cause some real challenges for us in the future, we need to act with the globe. But what I also said, Deputy Speaker, was that how we act is critical, because if we get it wrong with unrealistic timelines and we sort of have an ideological approach to technologies that feel good, or we might think of the right technologies, then we could really stuff up Australia's economy, and we might see businesses like the ones I've just talked about in my electorate move offshore because they can't get cheap and reliable energy in Australia, so they'll go and find cheap and reliable energy somewhere else. Global emissions won't have changed. It won't have the slightest effect on the climate change challenges that the globe faces. But what it will have a big effect on is Australia's ability to manufacture. So with this bill, and the reasons we're so worried about it, is because it's got that ideological sort of we feel good about this technology, so we're going to put all the eggs into that basket. And green hydrogen is just one of those things. But when the former coalition began this sort of a scheme, the program was originally designed to certify and track the emissions intensity associated with hydrogen production, allowing buyers, both domestic and international, to verify the green credentials of energy sources that would feed into the production processes for hydrogen. But Labor seemed to have hijacked this policy principle. So This scheme, and the reason that we've got so many problems with it, is that it is not technology agnostic, and it favours some form of renewables, wind and solar, over others like hydro. And it could become a mechanism for a broader economy-wide carbon price. And the member for Riverina outlined the history of that. He was in this place, he's been in this place a lot longer than I have been, and he talked about some of the challenges with that. So this bill, again, it's about that sort of ideological, this technology feels right, so we're going to back it, approach to our energy transition. But scientific knowledge and the analysis of what is viable moves really fast. I dare say it moves a lot faster than governments and parliaments. So picking winners, this picking winners idea that governments think, oh, this is the way to go, we're going to pick this winner, is problematic. Picking winners is problematic at any time. I went to Derby Day and I tried to pick some winners and I had no success, Deputy Speaker. But the next day at Mornington, I did a lot better and my wallet was a bit fuller. I mean, I don't bet much, Deputy Speaker, but have a flutter around the Spring Carnival. But what Labor's doing is going to the races and saying, we're going to put all our money on this horse. And that's what I worry about, especially when there are so many options around the world. Now, there's a debate, and I'm really happy that this debate is happening because it didn't previously. I wish it was a bit more of a sensible debate in this place, Deputy Speaker, about nuclear energy, because I think it's one of the tools that can help get us there to a cleaner energy future and make sure that we have the baseload power for a genuine future made in Australia, because we are up against countries that are using this technology to power their factories, to make sure their factories have got enough electricity. Now, when I came into this place and talked about climate change, I said we've got to use all the technologies in the world to be able to approach this big challenge of how do we have a future made in Australia when we can't burn coal anymore. You look around the world and you say, and I went to Europe last year, I was looking at education, but I asked everyone, what are you doing? What are you doing about making sure that your industry has enough energy to continue? In Sweden, they said, we don't talk about renewables anymore. We don't say we've got a renewable future. We say we've got a low emission future. And they've commissioned new reactors. Finland was fascinating because the Finnish Greens are interested in reducing carbon emissions. They're not interested in having this fight about what sort of technologies that we use. They're just interested in reducing carbon emissions for the benefit of the planet. So the Greens in Finland are supportive of nuclear energy because they think that's a good way for them to get there. Germany is relying too much on renewables and piped gas from Russia. France is very pleased that it's gone down the path, which means that 70% of their energy is from nuclear energy, is from nuclear. Canada's moving towards nuclear. The United States is moving further into nuclear. And I think one of the most powerful things that it was said to me, and this goes back to the very ideology of this bill, which is the picking winners thing, is that we don't know what's going to be a winner. Everyone thought green hydrogen was going to be a big winner a year or two ago. And now we're seeing it may not be the big winner that it looked like it was going to be. So companies are pulling out of green hydrogen. Now, it might come back. Someone might find a way to make green hydrogen work. And I hope so. I hope so. But if it doesn't, and the government's put all of its eggs in that basket, then I really worry where we're going to be. But what was said to me by an expert in energy and energy systems was, we don't, at the moment, nuclear fission is good, and it's a technology we should be heading down, because, you know, the best time to start was yesterday, but if you haven't started yesterday, you've got to start now. But he said, what if fission works? What if nuclear fission becomes the technology that really takes off? Now, it's not there at the moment. It's not there yet. No, fusion, sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Fusion. Appreciate that. What if fusion takes off where fission hasn't, and we're not even in the fission game? Every other country will have a massive advantage in getting into nuclear fusion because they're already in fission. Now, I'm not enough of an expert to know whether fusion's going to be the future, but the concept of Australia keeping all of its options open for all the technologies that are out there is really important. What this bill does is put all our eggs in one basket. It's very focused on green hydrogen, and it's very focused on some other things, like a lot of the government's investments, very ideologically narrowly focused. And I worry that if some of those things don't take off, or if technology goes off in a way that we didn't predict, we're not going to be in the game globally. And that's frightening for Australia, but it's frightening for the people of the Goulburn Valley, because if those businesses that I started out with this address, if those businesses leave our shores, then there's a lot of people in my electorate who don't have jobs anymore. And if those people don't have jobs, they don't have money, their lifestyles, living standards go back even further than they have. So we've really got to focus on making sure we protect Australia's manufacturing future, and this bill is not it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by commending my colleague, the member for Nichols, who's made an exceptional contribution on this bill. In fact, I fear I'm at risk of repeating many of his fine arguments in my own contribution. And of course, I rise to speak in favour of the member for Fairfax's second reading amendment. As has been made very clear, we in the Coalition do not support this Labor version of the guarantee of origin position that we, of course, when we were in government, had a very different scheme that we would hope to be supporting through this parliament, but regrettably what has been brought forward by the government is vastly different to what we intended to do when we were in government. And that is regrettable, because a proper guarantee of origin scheme would be an excellent thing for this country, and what is being proposed in this bill is a lost opportunity to give that certainty and that opportunity to so many industries that would be looking for the system that we intended to legislate for. I'd like to start by giving a shout out to the HILT CRC that are coordinated via the Adelaide University. I've had a lot to do with them over the years, met with them when they were applying, and happily they were successful under the previous government through the CRC funds to get support. HILT stands for the Heavy Industry Low Emissions Transition, CRC, and so they are doing work on trying to crack some of the challenges that are in place when it comes to the industrial chemistry and the commercially viable technology to undertake some of those very high-emitting heavy industry processes. We obviously know that getting to net zero is much more than just making sure that the energy that's generated and zapped down the transmission lines of this country, getting that to net zero through zero emissions technology is nowhere near enough to address the totality of emissions. And one of the big ones that's probably got one of the most challenges is those industrial processes, those heavy industries that emit a lot, that is very difficult to replicate those processes from a 240 volt power connection. So I think this figure is still accurate, but it's certainly been the case for a long period of time that 7% of total emissions comes from steel alone. And I think cement's about 5%. And these other really important industries for our country, for the planet, but particularly for our country, like steel and cement and aluminium, obviously at the moment are very high in emissions, and we've got to come up with commercially viable solutions to address how they can become carbon neutral. Now, in my home state of South Australia, the state government are putting a large amount of state government funds into building a hydrogen plant in the Iron Triangle. Now, I wish them well, but there are some early, very concerning signs about how that project is tracking and where it is going to end up, particularly from a cost point of view, and whether or not the markets that were believed to potentially be accessible to that plant once it is constructed, whether those markets will indeed exist in the form that was envisaged by Labor when they developed this scheme. And it now seems that the timelines that were promised, they can't be concealed from the public. You know if you are or are not successfully building a hydrogen electrolysing plant, so the timelines on that commitment are running dramatically late. But what isn't known in the public domain is just where the financial situation, the cost of that plant has landed, because it was many hundreds of millions, around $500 million, I think, was initially earmarked by the Labor government in South Australia to build that plant. But I have deep concern, and I think any reasonable observer would have deep concern, that not only the delays to that, but also the likely cost blowouts for building that plant seem to be likely to be quite significant. And if they weren't, you would think there'd be a lot more transparency around what is happening with that project from the state government's point of view than there currently is. In fact, there were attempts, I believe, to establish a select committee in the Legislative Council to look into that project, and that was blocked. So the transparency around what's happening there is extremely concerning, and I think the dreams of what might be possible and when for hydrogen at that plant that the South Australian government is building is pretty well replicated across all of the hoped for hydrogen developments across this country and really across the world. And there was a lot of early hype around what and where hydrogen might lead to, but regrettably a lot of boardrooms are making a lot of decisions to cancel a lot of investments in hydrogen projects and infrastructure around hydrogen, because it seems to be the case that the sort of market that some believed might develop in a certain time frame is not indeed eventuating. And some of the major partners, particularly in Japan and South Korea, who seemed to be very enthusiastic around hydrogen produced in Australia for their markets, are not quite as enthusiastic as they have been in the past. So here we have before us a bill that we're discussing that could be very different to what it is that the government's brought to us, and that's regrettable, because the huge focus that they've got on green hydrogen through this is not panning out to have the same likelihood of significant success that some believed it would in the previous years. Now, look, as the member for Fairfax points out in the amendment to the second reading, we have a significant criticism around the fact that this is not a technology agnostic proposal. And we have obviously made a decision in the coalition that there is no prospect of getting to a net zero by 2050 circumstance in this country without nuclear reliable baseload generation, which is obviously also, of course, emissions free. And that as we see the coal generation, as the member for Nichols pointed out, which completely underpinned the industrial development of this country for many, many decades, as we see the retirement of that reliable baseload generation, we want to see that replaced by an equally reliable baseload generation being nuclear power. And indeed, nuclear can be a huge part not only of generating electricity to go through our electricity market and power our homes and businesses. But of course, nuclear has enormous applications across the other elements and challenges of getting to net zero. The heat produced from nuclear is a big opportunity for certain industrial processes. Heat that can be created out of nuclear is very superior to what you can create from a three-phase power, electricity powered heat capability. And even with nuclear heat, there's heat requirements in the industrial chemistry of certain heavy industries that not even nuclear can create, and those are challenges that need to be cracked, and people like the Hilt CRC are working on exactly that, because at the moment there is no real commercially viable non-carbon emitting alternative. That's why we recognise that there'll be some processes that will always emit carbon, and we need to accommodate the need to offset emissions. Net zero isn't absolute zero. Net zero is net zero. And there will undoubtedly be processes in certain industrial transformation that the emissions from that need to be offset, because there's no solution other than continuing to undertake chemical reactions that release carbon. And none of that is accommodated in this bill. And I have my friend, the member for Braddon here, a proud Tasmanian, and one of the most egregious things in this bill is that the legacy hydropower generation capacity, like those that are resplendent throughout the great island of Tasmania, is for some bizarre reason excluded from being eligible for this scheme. Now that surely is an oversight. I can't possibly imagine why hydropower, I concede the government's got an ideological objection to nuclear. I've not identified that they've got an ideological objection to hydropower, or certainly not in the modern era. I know there was a time when dams in Tasmania had a degree of controversy for different reasons to emissions reduction, but existing hydro-powered plants that have serviced Tasmania and in fact export that great clean energy across Bass Strait to Victoria, the fact that they're excluded from this scheme is just nonsensical. And hopefully that's something that the government recognises, and if they're not prepared to consider other points, at least, don't do this to the poor people of Tasmania. Obviously, the other thing that we think is very odd, where we need as much international interoperability as possible, because getting to net zero is a global effort, but it's also going to involve a lot of cooperation and collaboration between other economies. We've got a situation where our scheme doesn't align with the one that's been designed for the EU and the UK. So under our guarantee of origin scheme, if it passes this Parliament, that won't be compatible with the schemes in the EU and the UK. So that's greatly disappointed, because that's enormously opportunity lost. Opportunity lost for Australian businesses that see an export opportunity potentially if we had a scheme that was aligned with the EU and UK one and accredited to that. There would be businesses that would be operating under our scheme that would also have an opportunity to access markets in the EU and UK with that accreditation through our guarantee of origin scheme, if it was properly aligned with those overseas ones, and the proposal here from the government does not. So that, of course, concerns us. And most importantly, we have a very credible concern that this is the beginning of creating something akin to the previous carbon tax regime that the Gillard government introduced. And certainly this bill heads down that path and provides a mechanism for putting a price on carbon again, and that is something that the Australian people have spoken very comprehensively on. And indeed, if the government believes that that would now be popular, they're very welcome to take that to an election and have it as a central campaign position. But to bring through this legislation a mechanism that could well open the government up to putting a price back on carbon by stealth. Again, we build the cat on very, very much in this debate, and that is what the member for Fairfax is doing through the second reading. So, Deputy Speaker, it is regrettable that this is a lost opportunity to have a bipartisan bill that would have been able to continue on from the work that we did in our last term and create something that would provide certainty for Australian industry and, of course, be agnostic to the great opportunities that we look forward to presenting to the people of Australia at the upcoming election around technologies like nuclear. And that is very regrettable that, again, the government are not open to the people having their say on a matter like that through this legislation. And so, indeed, I support the second reading amendment from the member for Fairfax. We don't support this bill for all the reasons outlined, and I commend the member for Fairfax's amendment to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Can I call the honourable member for Lyme?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a very interesting bill, to say the least. I hate to disappoint listeners and members in this chamber, but I can't support it because of the reasons I'll outline. Now, the Future Made in Australia bill, or Guarantee of Origin, and associated bills are really quite extensive. But on reading and analysis guided by the investigative powers of the Parliamentary Library, it has confirmed my worst fears, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is another renewable subsidy boondoggle. We all know that the current renewable energy subsidy scheme is coming to an end at the end of 2030. And then everyone's hope was that it would just be being paid for electricity, not being paid for generating large renewable energy target-induced large generating certificates, small-scale renewable energy schemes, developing small-scale technology certificates and energy efficiency certificates and energy-saving certificates, at least in New South Wales and Victoria and the national electricity market. Now, the cost of all these certificates that we have in our system now, the value of these gets paid for by retail and wholesale customers. That's included in the price that people pay for their electricity. Now, they sound really innocuous: large generating certificates, small-scale technology certificates, energy efficiency, energy savings. They're all innocuous, but basically it's about $4 billion every year just to meet the 2024 targets. The LGCs from large-scale wind and solar is $1.6 billion. There's 33 million of these certificates floating around already. Similarly, in the small-scale technology certificate, the value of those, or the cost to retail customers, is $1.516 billion to meet the 2024 target. The Victorian scheme, $788 million, and the New South Wales Energy Saving Scheme, $108 million. So these LGC and STC certificates will come to an end at the end of 2030. But this new Guarantee of Origin scheme is all about carbon emissions accounting and more certificate generation. The whole system is going to create registered holders of either a production certificate, a delivery or a consumption profile, and they will be able to generate PGO certificates for each batch, for each 1 megawatt hour of green electricity that produces green hydrogen. And this certificate will add a whole new level of complexity and continue on the current system from 2031 onwards. The industry can actually touch up the value of their certificates, and that is buried in the details. These certificates will then be labelled Rego certificates, and after 2031 starts, they will be able to be aggregated. So even small-scale renewable projects that are used to generate green hydrogen will be able to partake in this festival of a second line of payments behind the electricity or the renewable energy generation. The guarantee of origin scheme is originally planned for hydrogen, but it could be applied across the board in many other sectors. And we have had to have a moment of reality, both economic reality, reality about the amount of energy produced in hydrogen compared to the amount of energy that is invested and used up in generating the hydrogen. Legislators and regulators thought that just by creating a parallel scheme to LGCs and STCs that we are burdened by now, we will all of a sudden have an amazing, huge hydrogen superpower in this country, because everyone around the world will want to buy green hydrogen. But around the world, renewable hydrogen projects are being jettisoned time and time again. The hard-nosed energy return on energy investment is really negative with hydrogen. In electrolysis alone, which is what is planned to produce the green hydrogen, I mean, just the fact that there are people who are serious, deadly serious, Mr. Speaker, by appropriating colour labels to hydrogen. The serious people that need hydrogen need an awful lot of it for rockets and missiles, and if you do want to reduce steel in a green way, you will need a massive increase in the amount of hydrogen to do that, rather than using coal and gas to produce steel. There's 70 million tonnes in the whole world of hydrogen produced as we speak now. 76% of that comes from gas, 23% from coal. But by 2050, the plan was to increase that to 287 metric tonnes. And mainly in the green energy and the hydrogen superpower plans that this government has for Australia, it would have to be absolutely massively scaled up beyond anyone's rational comprehension. Around the world, we have in total, only 5,000 kilometres of hydrogen pipelines that can actually take hydrogen gas and frozen compressed liquid hydrogen. But to do that, we will need 3 million kilometres of new pipes. You can't put that amount of hydrogen into gas pipelines or into gas turbines. There is a limit to how much hydrogen you can use. Also, to make hydrogen by electrolysis, which is the plan using our renewable energy certificate makers now, in these hydrogen hubs, they will need 9 litres of distilled fresh water to split with electrolysis and heat to make 1 litre of hydrogen, or 1 kilo of hydrogen. Now, in a country like Australia, that either means setting up a desalination plant and then a distilling filtration so you've got pure hydrogen, or you're taking water out of our rivers that's dedicated already to growing food and supplying water supply for cities. And to get 287 metric tonnes of hydrogen, it would use prodigious amounts of water, absolutely prodigious amounts of water, which Australia doesn't have. The hydrogen withdrawals around the world are falling like dominoes because everyone has gone with this huge energy. They've been sold a policy position. Oh no, we'll just change from gas and coal and we'll make a lot of hydrogen. But these policies have been made by scientists, but they're political scientists. They're not necessarily hard-nosed chemical engineers or electrical power and gas and oil industry engineers who understand the scale of this project. That's why we've seen Fortescue Metals drop their plans. But in the Financial Times, in America, in the financial pages, you see hydrogen projects meeting reality. But I'm concerned that we will continue on this path thinking that this is actually achievable. Look, Australia does need a hydrogen industry because it's a very important industrial chemical, particularly if we're going to have missiles and rockets and things that are essential for our defence. We'll need a hydrogen source. So we need it. But to think that we naively expect these plans to be reality is quite scary. In fact, Princeton University and Melbourne University and Queensland University and other energy groups have analysed the cost of this green energy hydrogen superpower scenario, and that means 23,000 kilometres of new poles of wires, Mr Speaker, and millions of acres of renewable energy projects consuming vast amounts of water. And all these processes need to be constant for them to be efficient. But they'll stop at night, or they'll stop when it's a cloudy day, or when the monsoons are coming across and we have lows across all of Queensland and New South Wales. And also to make hydrogen and then to make ammonia is another huge amount of energy. And so really we have to be realistic. So you can have your grey hydrogen from methane, that's natural gas, and you get 4 molecules and 1 carbon, or you can have blue hydrogen, which is splitting natural gas. Again, methane being split. It's called methane reforming. And you add on carbon capture and storage, which is a known technology. There's 2 ways to make it, but they're both all energy intensive. Now, could someone play the dark, scary music again? We're going to talk about coal. There is a lot of hydrogen made from coal, and it's called black or brown. And then there's pink hydrogen at the end, and that is hydrogen made by electrolysis of water, but the heat and the electricity is coming from a nuclear power plant that produces bountiful, constant energy at a reasonably low cost. Now, I have visited hydrogen plants in Korea and in Japan. The standing committee that I'm on with the member for Macon, we did a tour. And Korea and Japan, they have amazing industrial capability. But again, their ambitions are being met by energy reality. They will invest billions and billions if they think it can be produced. But they're all coming to the same conclusion. And we are in that situation here now. So I call all these schemes to everyone's attention. But these new rego certificates will be traded like large generating certificates, small-scale technology certificates, and all these energy efficiency and energy saving schemes, which every electricity user pays for now, Mr Speaker. People have got to realise these green schemes are not free. They cost a lot of your electricity bill. And the cost of the transmission system, the extra transmission, is also being subsidised separately by other policies. There's a huge grant allocation in the budgets to help rewire the nation with a lot of these grids which are totally unnecessary. They're only there to supply a transmission vehicle for energy that is only going to be produced at best 24% of the time if it's a big solar farm, or at very best, on average over a year, if it's coming from a wind farm at sea or on land, 34% of the time. The rest of the time, they won't even have electricity in them because they're plugged into these renewable mega projects. But unless there is electricity being generated, which stops when it's cloudy or it's night, or we have big rain events for days or weeks on end, it's just going to sit there. And all these grids get paid money for their capital costs. They have a fixed return on it. Now, part of this renewable energy mania has involved New South Wales and Victoria, I'm told, the regulatory investment test, which was set by the regulatory system before a new grid could be built or upgraded. It had to go through the regulatory investment test. But that has been abandoned. So a lot of these grids are being approved without an economic basis. But again, guess what costs retail customers 42 to 45% of their bill now? It's their grid costs. The energy generating cost is actually one of the smaller parts of your bill. The cost at the power plant is one thing, but to get the power from the plant, which can be a wind farm or a solar farm or a rooftop solar, involves a lot of grid costs. So this current plan is going to double or triple or quadruple if they did the whole hydrogen superpower and green energy superpower. Our bills won't go up by just the 20% plan for next year. It'll be multiples much greater than that. In fact, this whole value of certificates...
Time has expired, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the question be put.
The question is that the motion be put. All those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. Division required. Rerun required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Are you sure that's what you want now? Are you sure that's what you want? You want to reconsider? Well done. Just proceeding with the business of the House in an orderly fashion.
Oh. It's all about power. I didn't want to hear about what
We shall overcome. It's like that dress, is this blue or black?
Speaker's coming. Okay.
Now we've got a few.
Mr. Speaker.
I just seized the opportunity in between speakers. I thought Dr. Gillespie's speech was so comprehensive that nothing further
Motion moved by Mr. Hill. We've been gagged.
Yes, been gagged vigorously. This is a gag.
Lock the doors. The question before the House, the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 78, noes 61. The matter was resolved in the affirmative.
We've got to put the amendment. That's the later. No.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. The second. For clarity, that was the second reading amendment to the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill. Now we move to the second reading. So I'll put the question.
We're deferring.
I'll put the question on the second reading. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Order. Order. The House will now consider the bill in detail. Just get the clerk to call the second reading.
Second reading, a bill for an act to establish a scheme to certify renewable electricity and products such as hydrogen and for related purposes.
Yes, not even December yet. I will look down on them with great vengeance and in the south. What's going on?
Order. For clarity for all members, I'll just step through what's happened for the House. We've moved the second reading amendment. That was defeated on the voices when I put that question. We then put the question about the second reading to the bill. I put that question. The manager of opposition business is just seeking the call.
Seeking to have there was confusion as to whether we were on the amendment or on the second reading question that the bill be agreed to, and so we certainly want a division on that second reading, and so I ask that you recommit it if there's a lack of clarity.
So you're asking for a recommitment on the decision that the House has already taken on the second reading amendment? Second reading? Okay. Yes, there is a recommitment been requested. We will now deal with that issue. So the question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required for 1 minute. Ring the bells for 1 minute to deal with the question that the second reading be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Lock the doors. Question before the House is the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left, and I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 53. I've received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to establish a scheme to certify renewable electricity and products such as hydrogen and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it's the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Speaker, I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum, an addendum and a further addendum to the bill.
I call the Assistant Minister.
And I ask leave of the House to move government amendments 1 to 25 as circulated together.
Give the call, Member for Braddon.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move government amendments 1 to 25 as circulated together. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce amendments to the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024, and these amendments are important to clarify technical details of the GO scheme operation, improve its functions and efficiency, respond further to stakeholder feedback following introduction of the bills, and better reflect its policy intent. The government has included an amendment in response to feedback from stakeholders operating gas networks to clarify that consumption information can be added to a product GO certificate even if a batch of product is consumed from shared infrastructure and where a consumer hasn't purchased the product directly from a producer. This will ensure the scheme can apply in a sensible and functional way to the structured reality of gas markets. The government's also moving an amendment in response to recommendations made by the Australian Greens and Senator Pocock through the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee's inquiry. The amendment includes principles that require ministerial consideration of various matters when making production methodology legislative instruments, including using the latest available scientific evidence and not accounting for carbon offsets. And I want to acknowledge the constructive engagement I had on this issue with a member for North Sydney.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments moved by the Assistant Minister be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. No. Order. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 53. The question now is that this bill as amended be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Christmas buffet.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the bill as amended be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? I'll just get the member for Braddon to... Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Leave is granted. I thank the member for Braddon. The Assistant Minister has the call.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to establish a scheme to certify renewable electricity and products such as hydrogen and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 9. Future Made in Australia, Guarantee of Origin, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is the bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Bill, you said we were good to go.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Act 2024 and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. So the question is the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Speaker, I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum and addendum to the explanatory memorandum to the bill.
And I call the Assistant Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move Government Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated together.
Leave's granted. I thank the member for Braddon. The Assistant Minister has the call.
Move Government Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated together. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce amendments to the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024. These amendments are important to clarify technical details of the GO scheme's operation. The government has also included an amendment to the Consequential Amendments Bill to amend the Renewable Energy Electricity Act 2000. This amendment will prevent the creation of large-scale generation certificates, or LGCs, and small-scale technology certificates, or STCs, for renewable electricity that's already been certified under the GO scheme. This effectively prevents double claiming of renewable electricity and is important to ensure the integrity of the GO and Renewable Energy Target, or RET, schemes. Speaker, as a matter of common sense and scheme integrity, participants should not be able to certify the same electricity more than once.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the House that the bill as amended be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
I call Member Braddon. Leave is granted. Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Act 2024 and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 10, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Charges Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have a. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to impose charges on profiles and facilities registered under the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Act 2024 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? The member for Braddon's granted leave. The Assistant Minister has the call.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to impose charges on profiles and facilities registered under the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Act 2024 and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Help to Buy Bill 2023. Consideration of Senate's amendments.
I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. The call to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness.
Speaker, I move that the amendments be agreed to. Speaker, the Albanese government has a pretty simple belief. We want ordinary Australians on normal incomes to have the chance to own their own homes. Yeah. And today, this parliament will make that happen for 40,000 Australians who would never otherwise have the chance of home ownership. Now, Speaker, there are lots of aspects about what's going on in Australia with regard to housing that concern me, but the one I'm most worried about is this. 40 years ago, 60% of lower income young people in our country owned their own home. Today, that is close to 20%. Now, Speaker, housing is not just about bricks and mortar. What this statistic tells us is that the life experience of low-income young people is fundamentally different to how it was experienced a generation ago, and our parliament must do something about that. Speaker, we want more Australians to have the stability and security that comes from home ownership, to put family pictures on the wall and not be told that you can't, to make decisions with confidence, to know that you're raising children in a safe and stable environment, for older Australians to be able to grow old with security. That's what this legislation is all about. Speaker, this bill is about Australia's nurses and childcare workers and disability workers. It's about older women who might otherwise be facing a retirement in poverty. It's about single parents who might be able to purchase a home that meets the needs of their families. This scheme builds on the enormous success of programs around the country run by state governments. In Western Australia, more than 100,000 Australians have got into home ownership through a shared equity scheme. Speaker, Help to Buy is one piece of our government's very bold and ambitious housing agenda. $32 billion, which is supporting our country to build more homes, get a better deal for renters and get more Australians into home ownership. Speaker, thousands of hard-working Australians who have been locked out of the market will now have a better shot at owning their own home. Yeah. I want to say briefly to Minister Collins, who sits behind me, this would not have happened without her hard work and the work of her office, and I want to credit my staff also. I want to thank the crossbench. There are some people on the crossbench who bring enormous expertise and constructive dialogue with our government on housing, and I thank them for that, and for the Greens who eventually provided passage for this bill. Speaker, for all of us in this parliament, you know, politics has many, many moments which feel highly performative and meaningless, many. And then you get moments like this. It is not often that our parliament has the opportunity to change the lives of 40,000 people who need and deserve the help of government, but we have that chance today, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. We won't be supporting these amendments because these amendments highlight the absolute absurdity of this policy. These amendments deal with the potential interactions with state and territory governments, which highlight the fundamental problem with this approach, and that is that we're taking schemes that have existed at a state level, virtually every jurisdiction in this country, and bringing them national. Now, Australians have already voted with their feet on shared equity schemes. They've already voted with their feet on shared equity schemes. Why? Because in states like New South Wales, who had a shared equity scheme, more than 90% of the places available went unused. More than 90% of the places went unused. So what genius in the Labor Party thinks, in the midst of the worst housing crisis ever, what policy should we come up with? What innovation, what new thinking should we come up with? Oh, let's just take shared equity schemes at a state level and bring them to the Commonwealth. Meanwhile, we've seen these schemes fail at a state level. Now, why would they fail? Australians may ask watching this. Why have shared equity schemes largely failed throughout our country? Well, because it's all care and no responsibility from the government. The government gets to take a share in your home. There are events that occur, including if your income rises, that might trigger a sale of that property against your will as a co-owner. The government will take the upside. The government will take their pound of flesh on the upside. But guess what? Even though the government gets to take their pound of flesh at the end, you as the Australian co-owner of that property with the government, you're responsible for every cost on the way through. All the repairs, all the maintenance, all the costs associated with owning that property, yet the government as a silent co-owner steps in at the end, having contributed nothing to those costs, comes and steps in at the end and says, we'll take our 40%, thank you, including the capital growth in that property. So it's no real surprise why Australians have rejected these things. They don't want the Labor Party co-owning their property. And so it's absurd that in an environment where this government's brought in 1.4 million migrants with no idea where they're going to live, doing them no favours, nor doing any Australians here, that their answer, their big solution, the new thinking, the innovation in their policy is to replicate shared equity schemes that have failed virtually everywhere else. They are bereft of ideas. They've got no idea what they are doing, and no wonder we see it reflected in every single metric. The scoreboard's very clear. The scoreboard does not lie. We have fewer homes being built. We have fewer homes being approved. We've got fewer first home buyers. On every single metric in this country, housing has gone backwards. And what's the big idea? What's the big idea from this government? Replicate shared equity schemes that already exist elsewhere. Now, the other part of the story that is inconvenient but highlighted by these amendments is that all of these require state and territory governments to pass their own legislation, again highlighting that these are the province of state governments. Now, the Prime Minister said yesterday that they'd all signed up. Only Queensland has passed their legislation so far. So I hate to rain on the parade of the Minister of this being a heroic moment for her. This means very little today outside of Queensland because no state or territory has passed their legislation. So this means very little because until they are passed in state parliaments, this today and these amendments do not take practical effect for any single person who may want one of these products. Having said that, we know these have been unused throughout our country. Victoria's winding up their scheme, quite frankly. New South Wales, again, 90,000 people, 90% of places when unused. So again, I highlight the point. If you're thinking how you can help first home buyers, why on earth would you replicate a product that's already been rejected? Why on earth would you claim that that is some massive solution to the huge problem that has been exacerbated by the very poor decisions of this government? And quite frankly, we know you've run out of ideas. We know your heart's not in home ownership.
Order.
Only the coalition believes in home ownership.
Your time has concluded. No, you're not, so resume your seat. It goes side to side. I would have thought after the years you would realise debate goes either side. You may get the call, but it's now this side's call, and the Prime Minister now has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Well, this is a good day in the People's House, and it's a good day for people looking to buy a house. Today our government delivers on a commitment that I put at the centre of my campaign launch in Perth back in May 2022. It's taken some time to get agreement through this House and through the Senate, but what we have done is make sure that today this becomes policy of the nation. And the name of this policy, the name of the bill, tells you everything you need to know. Help to buy. But those opposite don't want to help people, and they certainly don't want people to buy their own home. New help for 10,000 aspiring homeowners every year, and a new road to home ownership for hard-working Australians. Mr Speaker, we've held to this policy in the face of reckless obstructionism and rank opportunism. We've persevered, even when we were told there was no chance to get through this parliament. We've stood our ground because we care about helping more Australians know the security of a roof over their head, because our Labor government supports the aspiration of home ownership, and we want to bring that dream in reach of more Australians. And that's what this bill's about. A circuit breaker for Australians who've done all the right things, they've worked hard, they've made sacrifices, saved up as best they can. But they can't save for a 20% deposit and pay rent at the same time. They just can't get their foot in the door. And what we've done to support renters, of course, is to provide, first government in 30 years, to boost rent assistance not once but 2 years in a row. We've worked with the states and territories to strengthen renters' rights, but we don't think everyone should have to rent forever. We don't think you should have to settle for paying off someone else's mortgage when you could be settling on a home of your own. And that's why we're stepping up and helping out. Our Help to Buy plan will put in 30% of the purchase price of an existing home and 40% of the purchase price of a new home. That cuts your deposit to as little as 2%. That means you pay less up front, you have a smaller mortgage, and your monthly repayments are smaller too. We are doing this because we know that a home of your own is more than a place to live. It's about security and opportunity, stability and a sense of connection to your local community. It's a foundation on which you can build a good life for yourself and your family. And that's why this legislation is just one vital part of our $32 billion Homes for Australia plan. All of it driving our ambitious target of building 1.2 million new homes by the end of the decade, because we know that the key is, of course, supply. That's why we're also training more tradies through free TAFE, also opposed by those opposite, building more social housing, building more public housing, more private rentals through our build-to-rent scheme, which we hope to see pass this parliament this week as well. More crisis accommodation for women and children fleeing domestic violence, opposed by those opposite as well, and delayed by the Senate through the Housing Australia Future Fund. We're working with state and territory and local governments across Australia to cut red tape, speed up approvals and unlock more land for construction, and build more homes where people want to live, close to family, jobs, services and public transport. These are the practical and positive messages you get from a Labor government. There's something else all those measures have in common. They've all been opposed at every turn by the Liberal and National parties. Now, the Liberals talk a lot about home ownership. The Shadow Minister yesterday was down there talking with the Greens political party there at the press club yesterday. I'll give him credit for this. Unlike his leader, he does know where the National Press Club is. He does know where it is. So that's a plus. I give him credit. Yet all they have done is oppose everything. Oppose more social housing, oppose more public housing, oppose the support for people who are renting, oppose more private rentals through the build-to-rent scheme. That is what they have done. Well, Labor stands for home ownership and aspiration. We stand up for superannuation, not trashing it as those opposite want to do. And today we send a clear message to Australians looking for help to buy a home. Our Labor government is on your side, and I'm proud to join with colleagues in commending this bill to the House.
Is the Minister seeking the call?
Yes, Speaker, I move that the question be put.
The question is, the question be put. Order. Member for Spence is interjecting outside of his seat. I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 74, noes 62. The question is now that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the Senate amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 52. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. This can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Order. If members can just take their seats or leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly. I have to report that the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment Scheduling Bill 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without an amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Leave is granted.
I'll just give the call to the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister, and he has the call.
Apologies, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act 1976 and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Health Insurance Pathology Fees Repeal Bill 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the member for Banks.
Leave is granted, Mr Speaker.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to repeal the Health Insurance Pathology Fees Act 1991 and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Health Legislation Amendment Modernising My Health Record Sharing by Default Bill 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber. A Governor-General's message recommending an appropriation for the purposes of the bill has been reported and the bill has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. And I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? The member for Banks has the call.
Leave is granted.
The call now goes to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to amend the law relating to electronic health records and Medicare benefits and for other purposes.
The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the Student Identifiers Act 2014 and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with amendments in the annex schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments, and I give the call to the Education Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. Give the call to the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the amendments be agreed to.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. And are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the honourable member for Lindsay.
Mr Speaker, this week the Australian electricity market operator has a dire warning for residents right across New South Wales. Your power may go out. Amidst a first real heatwave moving into the Christmas period, our energy grid cannot handle it. I wonder why. It's because we have a Labor government in charge that believes renewables only will get the country out of the current energy crisis. The Prime Minister and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy are in a fantasy land if they think that the chaos that could occur due to blackouts this summer period is not their fault. The Coalition has been calling on this government to wake up and realise that the grid needs affordable, reliable and consistent energy. A coalition government will ensure we pump gas into our domestic market to provide more supply, bring prices down and secure Australia's heavy industry. A coalition government will invest in nuclear power to stabilise our energy system to take us to net zero. Australian families should not have to worry about whether they can cook dinner or have the lights on to help their kids with their homework at night. This Albanese Labor government is running our energy system into the ground. Only the Coalition will fix this when elected next year.
Member for Bendigo.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to share with the House the sad passing of Warren Ascot. Was known to many of us because of his famous Mow Down MND ride to Parliament House, where he rode his ride-on lawnmower from Tulane in my electorate to Parliament House to raise awareness of MND. Was diagnosed with MND on July 2023. It is a devastating disease that affects the nerval cells. Many of us have met with constituents who've had similar situations to Woz. Woz inspired many with his journey. He met with the Prime Minister, the Minister for Health, as well as many other parliamentarians. He inspired people with his lawnmower ride to Canberra, and his legacy will be remembered. During his trip, he at one point had a fall, lost consciousness, and needed paramedics to take him to hospital. And I think many of us remember his bravery in the spirit. On his passing, I'd like to acknowledge his family for their loss and thank them for sharing their story. Woz was a character. He was a truckie that had a big heart and didn't want to let his disease get the last word. He made a difference. He made all of us think and made all of us challenge to make sure that we do more. Vala Woz, rest in peace.
Member for Flinders. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the member for Flinders, I am incredibly lucky to represent some of the most stunning surf beaches in the country. Our back beaches, stretching from Portsea to St Andrews to Gunnamatta, consistently astound visitors with their beauty and intensity. It's therefore no wonder that the Mornington Peninsula makes such a wave in our contribution to competitive surfing on the national level. This week, the Australian junior surfing titles are taking place in Wollongong, and almost 40% of Victoria's 2024 Australian junior titles team, 11 out of the 30-person Victorian contingent, come from my electorate. Ari Peterson from Summers is under 18 boys, Sarah Hickson from Rye in the under 18 girls, Tavi Woods from Fingal in the under 16 boys, Tarly Brown from St Andrews Beach in the under 16 girls, Harry Cleary and Raph Morris from Sorrento in the under 14 boys, and Sophie Day of Rye and Harper Brown from St Andrews Beach in the under 14 girls. All are competing on the biggest stage for junior surfing in Australia. Not only that, but Dramana sisters Ava, Mia and Rose Holland are making their family proud, having all made the Victorian team. The girls are from Dramana Secondary College and members of the Peninsula Surf Riders Clubs. As I'm ably informed by my surfer mates, there's nothing quite like it, paddling into the refreshing ocean water, surfboard at the ready, gazing onwards to the impending waves which beckon in the distance. I wish all the challengers for the title good luck in the competition, which concludes this Sunday, December 1. Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Ostomer Public School students had the opportunity to compete in the Game Changer Challenge and submitted incredible ideas to address real-world problems. Both teams were semi-finalists in the Game Changer Challenge, and the students have written a short piece about their project for me to share with the Parliament. The Wicked Thinkers wrote, "We decided to address the issue of bullying with a focus on cyberbullying. Our solution is to develop a secure communication app that offers simple reporting features and provides safety videos explaining different types of bullying, including cyberbullying and how to handle them. The app connects parents with their child, ensuring that they are alerted if any bullying activity occurs, whether their child is bullying or being bullied. At the same time, the app maintains the child's privacy, only notifying parents when necessary to keep them informed about the situation." Another team, the Brainwaves, wrote, "Our team, the Brainwaves, has developed a safer and more practical alternative to shark nets. Our solution uses electromagnetic fields that disrupt sharks' nervous systems. We aim to test this technology in an aquarium to ensure it effectively protects marine life without causing harm. The device, made of stainless steel, would be installed 25 metres apart and does not impact other marine species in the ecosystem. Thank you and congratulations to Evelyn, Gala, Olivia, Clancy and Ambrose from the Wicked Thinkers, and Manon, Kioki, James, Bronte and Tamika from the Brainwaves for your really innovative ideas."
Member for North Sydney.
Deputy Speaker, stories of builds that run over budget and over time are plentiful, but the saga of the North Sydney Olympic pool is a cracker. Last week, residents across North Sydney were dismayed when our local council flagged they may need to raise rates because of the bungling of what was meant to be the refit of the change rooms at our iconic pool. Back in 2020, the then North Sydney Council embarked on a project without final designs or proper costings, and then they were waylaid by a coalition government pledge of $10 million for the project and a brazen pre-election grab for votes. 4 years on, the pool is still closed. Understandably, news of a possible rate hike has many worried, with one person recently asking me why she should pay for the previous council's gross mismanagement. All of us in this place must learn from runaway infrastructure projects like this and challenge pork barrelling that runs rampant in the lead up to elections, because pre-election promises can derail normal governance and sideline community interests. And while our current Mayor Zoe Baker, is doing everything she can to rectify the issue, the challenge is significant. Just this past week, the member for Indi reintroduced the End Pork Barrelling Bill, a private member's bill designed to stop this egregious and cynical behaviour. And while it's too late for North Sydney, her proposed reforms would safeguard other electorates. I urge the government to bring the member's bill on for debate as a matter of urgency.
Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To the Dunkley class of 2024, the VCE and Grade 6 students from schools in Dunkley who are participating in valedictory events and graduation ceremonies across the electorate. As a mum of a son that has just completed VCE, it was a pleasure to attend the Frankston High School valedictory last week to see young women and men from Dunkley, all grown up, graduating and transitioning to the next phase of their life. It is awesome and nerve-wracking. What incredible young people we have in Dunkley. I have no doubt there are many parents feeling apprehension and nervous anticipation about what next. These next 3 weeks I will be out and about visiting all the schools in Dunkley and awarding the Louisa Dunkley Shield. I am thrilled to meet with students, staff and parents and acknowledge a student from each school who has demonstrated equality, fairness and community service. And in the words of Dr. Seuss, today is your day. You're off to great places. You're off and away. You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself in any direction you choose. On and on you will hike, and I know you'll hike far and face up to problems, whatever they are. Oh, the places you will go. Congratulations to all of you.
Member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. We all only live once, but for so many in my generation are being denied a chance at a good life. So much of our lives are spent working, paying a huge portion of incomes on rent or mortgages, or worse, living out of a car. Now, far too many of my generation will never know the security of owning their own home. The Greens have fought hard in this parliament these last 2.5 years for the ordinary people, young and old, whose lives seem only to be getting harder by the day. Politics has badly failed millions of people in this country. And it's worth reflecting on a moment, a quote by, of all people, Virginia Woolf, who once reflected on the instinct for possession, the rage for acquisition, which keeps the stockbroker and the great barrister going indoors to make money and more money, when it is a fact that £500 a year will keep one alive in the sunshine. With that £500, she wrote, came the freedom to think and write as she pleased. These days, all we certainly need a little bit more than £500 a year, but the point remains. We're not asking for much, and if we made the billionaires and big corporations finally pay their fair share, we could all have the basics we need to live a good life, a life with security and meaning, a life full of the things that matter, time with family and friends, time to go to the beach, and most importantly, be alive in the sunshine. We're not asking for much, and I think we can certainly achieve that in this country.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We're fast approaching the end of the year, so Christmas time is drawing near. And if you find yourself in the Hunter, then consider yourself a lucky punter. Because there's no better place to be than gathered around the Christmas tree, with your friends and family all together in the beautiful Hunter with hot summer weather. You'll crunch and munch on a tasty Christmas lunch. With our fields so lush, our meat so great, you'll be licking your fingers and then your plate. And pair the meal with the world's best wine from the Hunter's vineyards with grapes so fine. And as for presents, if this year you've been nice, I'm sure Santa's elves won't think twice to load you up with all sorts of gifts. His elves are so busy they're working double shifts. But if you've been naughty, don't feel bad. The Hunter's done a deal to make you less sad. Because if you've been naughty on the whole, Santa will bring you some of the Hunter's finest coal. Deputy Speaker, there's no better place to be. No need to take a tally. That's why we really love the Hunter Valley. And that's why I say you're a lucky punter if you find yourself this Christmas in the Hunter. Merry Christmas to you all. I hope you all have a fantastic New Year's as well, and spend time with your family, friends and loved ones, and I hope you're all safe along the way. Thank you.
Member for Forrest.
Deputy Speaker, I was really proud of the Medical Research Future Fund that we've put in place in government, and also being part of developing the first ever national plan for endometriosis, not only in Australia but in the world. And for this condition and disease that affects 1 in 7 to 9 women in Australia, I'm really pleased that there's a new scholarship that Endometriosis Australia has offered to train more nurses, endo nurses, for regional, rural and remote areas. This was part of the original plan, and I'm very pleased that that's getting closer to fulfilment. Can I also recommend to women with endo to actually also have a look at Charlie. Charlie app is allows Australian women to take control of their diagnosis and management of this debilitating and highly undiagnosed condition. And can I also encourage more of our young women to be able to have access to the PEP talks. This is the pelvic pain talks that are being delivered into schools. I want to see as many young women as possible listen to those talks and know when is the right time to seek more help and to understand they need to look at whether they actually are affected by endometriosis. The sooner that we get to it, the more chance they've got of recovery and a great life.
Member for Swan.
Speaker, Labor is here to make a difference, not to play games or do nothing. I'm here to make a difference, not be a bench warmer. We inherited a housing crisis and we have faced it head on. We never said it's not our job. Recently, I introduced the Housing Minister to Swan locals. One of them is Mary Cooper, and she is a firecracker 86-year-old who told us that we need to build homes, not block them. She gets angry when she sees Peter Dutton blocking more homes. She says that he has nowhere to put that anger. Well, Mary, I'm putting it here for you, like everyone. Dutton stood in the way of helping everyday Aussies by voting against Labor's Help to Buy bill. They voted no, helping...
Sorry. Apologies, but you've got to use correct titles when referring to a member in this House.
Cool. Apologies. They voted no to helping more Aussies into homes. Nurses, teachers, childcare workers, aged care workers. He doesn't want to help them in homes, he doesn't care. And they haven't come up with any plans to make homes more affordable for Aussies because he does not care. We're putting the interests of people like Mary first.
Give the call to Member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today I want to talk about one Charles Jackson OAM from Port Augusta. Charlie Jackson is the South Australian Senior South Australian of the Year and an Undermuttner man, who the Undermuttner are the rock people of the Flinders Ranges. Charlie's worked all his life for the betterment of his people in a number of government agencies and outside in different businesses. He's a very erudite man, well-spoken and highly regarded in his community. In the last few years, I've been working with him, my office, trying to get to the bottom of the jumble of what on earth has happened to the Undermuttner Lands Trust, the Undermuttner Traditional Owners Lands Trust, and its entanglement with a body called Rangeley. In my valedictory speech the other day, I named Orica as one of the most useless government corporations I've ever seen. How on earth we can have a body which is entrusted to policing Indigenous corporations not be able to get the facts and the figures to get to the bottom of the problems, I do not understand. I congratulate Charlie for his incredibly strong stance in this area and leading his people in this transparency case, but also for his long life of commitment to his community and to the Port Augusta area in general. And well done him. He is a very fine ambassador, a very fine pick for the Senior South Australian Citizen of the Year.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, the Australian Export Awards is a national program that celebrates the achievements of Australia's most outstanding, innovative and inspiring exporters. And this year's Australian Export Awards lived up to that reputation. The ceremony was held here in Parliament House last week. It was fantastic to see plenty of territory businesses recognised for their significant contribution to the Australian export market. We had Alana K College from Darwin, my electorate, recognised as International Education and Training finalists. We had Australian Blue Cyprus, again recognised. They're out in Holtz. They were recognised in Manufacturing and Advanced Materials finalists. We had Phillip Agri in Durack, recognised as a Small Business finalist. National Feed Company in Katherine, recognised as Regional Exporter finalist. Rum Jungle Meat Exports in Bachelor, recognised for Agriculture, Food, Beverages finalists. And Ikunji Arts from Harts Bluff in Member for Lingyari's electorate, recognised as Creative Industries finalists. And Northern Tide Apparel in Humpty Doo also recognised. The Territory continues to punch well above its weight, and with exports it's absolutely no different. As always, the NT and our businesses are leading the way, particularly when it comes to working with First Nations businesses, but all of those organisations, I say, well done.
And Member for Braddon.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, change rarely begins in this place. It often starts with the relentless efforts of a dedicated few who champion important causes. Today I rise to recognise one such leader of change. Deputy Speaker, Dr Jane Tiller from the Murdoch University has been awarded the Research Australia's Health and Medical Research Advocacy Award for 2024. This prestigious honour celebrates her outstanding work advocating for Australia's protection against genetic discrimination in life insurance, against genetic testing, and the fact that genetic testing that is, saves so many lives by helping to prevent, to diagnose and to treat heritable conditions and cancers. Yet many have avoided the testing, fearing insurers would utilise that data in order to deny coverage or increase premiums. Thanks to Dr Tiller's tireless years of advocacy, in September this year, the Parliament banned the use of adverse predictive genetic tests in life insurance underwriting. And from a personal perspective, to all our medical researchers that lock themselves away in laboratories until the wee hours of the morning, devoting their lives in the pursuit of finding outcomes for their division of science, I want to say that at the end of that, there are some very real humans who are eternally grateful for your work. Well done to all our medical researchers, and well done to Dr Jane Tiller.
Member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before starting my own contribution, can I just echo the words of congratulations to Dr Jane Tiller from the previous speaker. But I'm speaking in today's 90-second contribution, Deputy Speaker, about a decade of failure under the Liberals in relation to housing. Housing has become a distant dream for too many Australians. Young people have been forced to delay or abandon home ownership because of the Liberals' neglect and mismanagement. Labor is now fixing the mess they left behind. Our $32 billion housing plan tackles every part of the housing crisis, from infrastructure to affordable ownership. Our reforms deal with financing and funding, and also key bottlenecks through incentives to local government and funding for last-mile infrastructure. We introduced the first home guarantee, cutting the deposit for new homes to just 5% in some instances. We also invested $1.5 billion to clear infrastructure bottlenecks, a critical part of the system. $2 billion has been dedicated to fast-track thousands of social homes, and $10 billion in the Housing Australia Future Fund will deliver affordable homes nationwide. Labor's shared equity scheme will help 40,000 Australians buy their homes. And what have the Liberals done? After their decade of neglect, now they've voted against all of the key measures put forward by the government over the last 2 years. They have consistently put politics ahead of people. The Liberals' only plan is to force people to raid their own superannuation. This will push up prices and do nothing to add to supply. Economists have lined up to oppose this cynical policy.
Member for Parks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. After hearing speech after speech reading speaking notes from Central HQ of the Labor Party, I've got an issue they might be interested to get their head around. The debacle that was the rollout of round 2 of the on-farm connectivity program. Round 1 of the on-farm connectivity program, $15 million, took 5 months to expend. And don't get me wrong, this is a great program. This is an assistance to help innovative farmers develop the connectivity across their farm, whether it's monitoring of water or soil temperature or increasing the mobile coverage. But guess what? Round 2, $18 million was expended in 4 days. 2 days of that were a weekend. It wasn't announced publicly. It was on a website that they had to find. 4 days, $18 million, 4 days. The maximum amount is $30,000. That's 600 applications they supposedly processed in 2 working days and finished the program off. Madam Deputy Speaker, I smell a rat, big time. There is something very, very strange going on, and it's very much in alignment with round 6 of the Black Spot program, where in New South Wales all but one of those towers went into Labor-held seats, and I think it was 8 or 10 of those never got built because there was actually no proposal to build it. Communications is important to the bush, and this government needs to take it seriously.
Member for McEwen.
There's a lot of irony in that one, wasn't there, eh? Mobile phone black spot towers, you have to be kidding. You took every single one and put them in there. 27 in Barnaby's electorate, just to keep him here. Today I stand in solidarity. I refer to the member for New England, in case people don't know who that was.
Thank you.
Today I stand in solidarity with the TWU, the SDA and unions across the world calling for an end to the poor working conditions and low wages for Amazon workers, particularly our locals in the Craigieburn facility. While government legislation reforming labour hire, casual workers and gig work has been important steps to addressing some of the issues faced by these good people, more needs to be done. It's no secret Amazon is an anti-union and has no commitment to Australian workers' rights or fair treatment and fair pay or a fair go. We only have to look at the US or the UK to see Amazon's union-busting tactics. Governments must stop this massive multinational from seeking to deny workers a collective voice and fair conditions. And it's a bit rich for a company like Amazon, thinks that they have a God-given right not only to tax dodge and not pay their fair share, but turn around and rip the workers off who make them the millions. With Black Friday and Christmas shopping season right round the corner, everyone needs to pause and think. Think of the backbone that holds this industry up. The truckies, the workers, the delivery drivers, the warehouse workers. Every single Amazon worker deserves a fair go. Every single worker deserves a safe, respectful and honest workplace, and it's time Amazon delivered on that.
Member for Fairfax.
Hear, hear. Deputy Speaker, the market operator has been warning of imminent blackouts. This morning, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy did interviews on national television and national radio. At no point did he address the risk which households and businesses face of the lights going out. Shame. Later this morning, in a press conference, he was pushed by a journalist on this issue, and he at least assured the people of New South Wales that there would be no blackouts today. Well, today there has been a blackout in New South Wales, with 6,000 households having lost power. It's notable that since that blackout, we haven't heard anything from the minister. He's gone to ground. Very loud and very proud beforehand, but very quiet since that blackout. I look forward to him explaining this to the House today, why he's prepared to talk big until a problem hits. That's right, runs for cover. Is this what energy security looks like under a future Labor government? Not just this one, which is failing. Is this what it's all about? It's renewables only policy is turning the lights out, and they know it, and the minister should own up to it.
Has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Black Friday is nearly here, but let's think about the real cost behind those big sales and the fast deliveries. Amazon, a company making billions of dollars annually, takes advantage of its workforce to maximise its profits. Warehouse staff face gruelling quotas, unsafe conditions and immense pressure to meet deadlines, often unable to take proper breaks. Flex drivers aren't guaranteed minimum wage or basic rights, while many warehouse workers hired casually or through labour hire work near full-time hours without benefits or job security. Many of these workers live in my community, in Melton, in Sunbury, in Moorabool. When workers demand fair pay and safer conditions, Amazon retaliates. The company has faced over 250 complaints in the US for union busting, including surveilling workers and flooding workplaces with new hires to sabotage unionisation efforts. But workers are fighting back. In Australia, the Transport Workers Union and the SDA are joining the global Make Amazon Pay movement. This campaign demands fair wages, safe workplaces, respect for workers' rights and accountability for Amazon's environmental and social impacts. Amazon's relentless drive for profit comes at a very steep human cost. Fair treatment, safe conditions and decent pay aren't luxuries, they're the bare minimum for working people. This Black Friday, let's remember the workers behind the deals. Every dollar we spend is a choice. Let's make Amazon pay together.
Times by member for Banks.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on Sunday, a very sad and sorry 18-month saga came to an end with the government's formal abandonment of its shocking misinformation bill. One of the worst bills ever put forward by any government of Australia. This was a shocking attack on free speech. This was a government, Deputy Speaker, that wanted to censor the honestly held opinions of Australians. This government wanted to exempt some people, like academics, from its misinformation bill, but not everyday Australians. Now, the minister went all the way to Brussels to talk about how important this misinformation bill was, to give a speech to European Union bureaucrats. But what about the impact on ordinary Australians? The minister wanted to be able to, believe it or not, Deputy Speaker, personally order misinformation investigations and personally order misinformation hearings here in one of the greatest democracies on earth, Deputy Speaker. An absolute disgrace. The bill included politics and referendums expressly, and it united just about everyone against it, from the Human Rights Commission to civil liberties groups, to the Catholic Bishops' Conference, to the Shia Muslim community, to the Anglican Church, to the Victorian Bar Association, to Professor Anne Toomey. It's an extraordinary group of people who were united against this bill, and they were united, Deputy Speaker, because it was a shocking attack on free speech. It was a humiliating back down, and this bill must never come back in any form by this government.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor is focused on tackling the toughest of challenges, focused on fixing the problems that matter to Australians, and focused on getting the job done for our communities. We're focused on building our country up, while the angry and divisive Leader of the Opposition has spent every day trying to pull it down. He's angry because Labor is helping everyday Australian workers fight the cost of living. We're doing that by delivering increased wages, improving workplace laws by closing loopholes, and by delivering a tax cut for every single taxpayer in this country. The Liberals, they want to destroy these benefits for Australian workers by blocking them in this very place. The opposition leader is even angrier that Labor is building a stronger health system for every Australian. As we deliver cheaper medicines and invest in Medicare urgent care clinics and mental health care clinics, the Liberals, they want to make it harder for Aussies to look after themselves by trying to block these changes too. And the opposition leader is absolutely seething because Labor is making it easier for Australian families to keep a roof over their heads. The Liberals teamed up with One Nation in the Senate this week to try and destroy housing affordability in this country. Led by the angry Leader of the Opposition, the Liberals will always be blockers and knockers to everyday Aussies. The Labor government, we are focused. We are focused on building Australia's future.
Order. I'll just invite members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. The Australian energy market operator is right now scrambling to avoid blackouts by cutting deals with factories to temporarily shut down. And the New South Wales Premier is urging residents, I quote, not to run your dishwasher, not to run your washing machine this afternoon. Prime Minister, is this what Labor's plan for, I quote, a renewable energy superpower really will look like?
Call to the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. Order. Members on my, members on my left, the member for Herbert is now warned. No interjections while a question is being asked. It's déjà vu. And no interjections before even someone begins. Same day, same rules. The Minister has the call.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question because it gives me an opportunity to update the House on the situation in New South Wales this afternoon. Now, as the House is aware, New South Wales is undergoing a lengthy and severe heatwave, which is, of course, increasing demand on the energy system.
Order.
It's a statement of fact.
No, members
when there's a heat wave, energy demand goes up. In addition, Mr Speaker, in New South Wales, there are 5 units of coal and gas production that are not operating. Two of them were unexpected breakdowns in coal-fired power units, Mr Speaker. So, of course, that has added to pressures in New South Wales. So, Mr Speaker, it is the case that a lack of reserve notice has been issued. Now, this is not an unusual circumstance. This is AEMO doing its job, Mr Speaker. In fact, in the last quarter of the Morrison government, lack of reserve notices were issued 36 times.
Who was the minister?
And in the quarter before that, 55 times, Mr Speaker. Now, as a result of the lack of reserve notice that AEMO has issued, I'm advised that they have secured extra supplies as a result of the situation that is commonly put in place, which is known as RERT, which is to provide extra supplies, which means that AEMO has advised me that there are enough reserves for New South Wales this afternoon. Mr Speaker, of course, they are taking necessary precautions in case there is another outage, unexpected outage of a coal-fired unit, which is always a risk, Mr Speaker. AEMO has also advised me that batteries will play a very important role this afternoon in New South Wales because, as you would expect, Mr Speaker, during the day they are absorbing energy and they will be called upon this evening. So that is the advice of AEMO. So it would be disingenuous and dishonest to blame renewables, Mr Speaker, when you have 5 units out, 4 of them coal, 2 of them breakdowns, when you consider we have not had a day in the last 18 months where there hasn't been a breakdown in a coal-fired power unit across the national energy market. Now, the opposition chooses to say that they would sweat the assets and rely more on those coal-fired power stations. What we say is that we will continue to roll out renewables and batteries, Mr Speaker, to support this transition. It is the case, Mr Speaker, the honourable member referred to a blackout in south-west New South Wales which was resolved at 9 o'clock this morning, which was not load shedding, was not related to heat, was not related to energy generation, was because a transmission line was hit by a storm, Mr Speaker. The member for Fairfax, might want to get better information.
Order. Order. It was far too much. The Leader of the Opposition, we're just going to make sure everyone is adhering to the standing orders. There was just far too much noise during that answer. So we're just going to make sure today is a little different. I haven't been happy with the level of noise. It's the last week and we're just going to make sure we're all working together as hard as we can. The call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, what economic conditions did the government inherit, and in what ways is the Albanese Labor government bringing costs down and lifting wages for Australians?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Lingiari for her question. And of course, Australians do know that inflation is a global challenge and the surge in energy prices and supply chain issues has affected people and economies worldwide. It's no secret that we inherited some tough circumstances, $1 trillion in debt, wages going backwards, wages going backwards, productivity flatlining, and inflation with a 6 in front of it and rising. But we have had a clear plan and we've stuck to it, bringing costs down, getting wages up and getting inflation back to where it should be. And today we've made even more progress. Monthly inflation remained at 2.1%, compared with the 6% it had in front of it when we took office. But we're also bringing costs down. Today we are introducing a bill to ensure that supermarkets face multi-million-dollar penalties for harmful breaches of the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct, fines of up to $10 million for price gouging. These are serious penalties, the highest corporate penalties under any industry code, because people trying hard to find good prices don't deserve to be ripped off. Shoppers deserve fair prices, not dodgy discounts. And day to day, unfair prices do make life hard. Over the course of the year, they really add up. So that's why we're cracking down on supermarkets and making sure that the regulators have the teeth that they need to make sure that supermarkets are doing the right thing. But we're also concerned with getting wages up. And last night, through the Senate, we passed a 15% pay increase for early childhood workers. 15%. And importantly, it's tied to keeping fees down for families.
Order. No. The Treasurer and the member for Hume can easily take their conversation outside, and I can assist with that if they really want. So just when there are answers, just restrain yourselves, because I want to hear what the Prime Minister is saying. He has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, the truth is that they really lose it when you speak about paying workers properly. Exactly. Whether it's aged care workers or whether it's early educators, whether it's people on the minimum wage, whenever you speak about rising wages, and we've had real wages increase for 4 quarters in a row, they start yelling and shouting, Mr Speaker, because they don't like it. Because we know that early educators shape lives and change lives. We need to do more than just thank them. We need to make sure they're properly valued and fairly paid. This is a win for workers, a win for families, and a win for our littlest Australians as well. This government is turning promises into progress.
Call to the honourable member for Hume.
My question is to the Prime Minister. After 2.5 years of this bad Albanese Labor government, working families have seen their cost of living increase by 18.9%. Food is up 11.8%, housing 11.7%, gas is up 32.2%. This Prime Minister is taking our country in the wrong direction. How can Australians possibly afford another 3 years of Labor?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'm asked to compare and contrast how Australia has performed over the last 2.5 years with what would have happened had we not taken action. That's right. Now, the shadow treasurer had inflation with a 6 in front of it when they were elected, a 6 in front of it. Now it has a 2 in front of it.
Yep. Order. The member for Deakin, like any other member, is entitled to raise a point of order. No matter where you sit, anyone's entitled to raise a point of order, and he's going to be given that opportunity now.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker. The point of order is on relevance. The Prime Minister's made a habit of recharacterising every question entirely differently to the question asked, and he should be pulled up for relevance.
That isn't a point of order, that's a comment by the member for Deakin. If a question, order. As I said to the Leader of the Opposition, and I've said to others during the week, we're simply not going to get up and people just to say how they feel or what they like to say during question time. There are rules to follow and there are standing orders to follow. So if you're entitled to take a point of order, and I gave you that courtesy, but you didn't show the same respect to the chamber by simply getting up and saying you didn't like how the Prime Minister was answering the question or whatever he was doing. So you're going to leave the chamber under 94A. No, We are not going to have that. If people want to make points of order, they will always given that opportunity to do so. They will be given that out of respect. I ask the same respect to be shown by following the standing orders. Now, if the Prime Minister is going to be asked a broad question and about the last 2.5 years and all sorts of things, well, he's going to be pretty broad in his answer. The member for Hume. Yeah. So we're going to make the Treasurer is going to be warned now. I just am not having this today. We're not going to have this back and forth across the chamber. Just people freewheeling, okay? So we're going to listen to the Prime Minister. I'm going to make sure he's being directly relevant to the topics he was asked about. He can't go around the world, but I'm going to make sure he's being directly relevant.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'll go directly to cost of living and what we have done and what the alternative would have been. Had we not acted, 84% of taxpayers would be worse off. If you compare what we put in place with what they supported. 2.9 million taxpayers would have not got 1 cent if they had had their way. Australians who rely upon PBS medicines would be $1 billion worse off because they said no to cheaper medicines. Families would have missed out on over 900,000 free doctor's appointments. I'm sorry for mentioning that word free because we know what their approach is there. Because they said no to Medicare urgent care clinics. Not to mention 5.4 million extra bulk billed appointments thanks to our tripling of the bulk billing incentive. 2.6 million award wage workers would be worse off because they said no to minimum wage increases that we supported. Millions of households will be $800 worse off because they said no to energy rebates, as would every small business who got those energy rebates as well. Some 1 million of them would be $650 worse off. Over 1 million families would be worse off on childcare fees because they said no to cheaper childcare. And 3 million Australians would have worse HECS debts because they said no to HECS relief and have been opposed to it just this week. 500,000 Australians would have missed out on free TAFE. So not just had to pay if they enrolled in free TAFE, but would have missed out on the opportunity of betterment for themselves and their families. And thousands of workers, including Nicole, who I met, would be $34,000, one worker worse off, if we didn't have same job, same pay, because they said no to that. Mr Speaker, these have been difficult times, and we understand that people are doing it tough. The difference between the government and the opposition is that we've taken measures to assist people. Those opposite have just said nope, nope to everything.
The call to the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government helping relieve cost of living pressures for early childhood education workers and families, and are there any other approaches?
The call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Robertson not just for his question, but because the member for Robertson understands that early childhood workers provide an essential service. And that's exactly why early childhood education is an important priority for the Albanese Labor government. And, Mr Speaker, I'm delighted to update the House that the Albanese government's Wage Justice Bill has now passed the Senate, delivering an historic 15% wage increase for early childhood workers right across Australia. Now, that's good news. But there's more good news, because in 2022, when we introduced our changes to the childcare subsidy, making early childhood education more affordable for over 1 million Australian families, recent ABS figures confirm for us now that those reforms reduced out-of-pocket expenses for families even more than what we originally thought. The corrected data shows that after the introduction of our reforms in 2022, families' out-of-pocket expenses fell by 17.2%. 17.2%. And, Mr Speaker, average out-of-pocket costs in the June quarter to 2024 remain lower than when the childcare subsidy was first introduced in 2018. Making early childhood education and care more affordable was just a first step towards our vision of universal early childhood education and care. But we know that there is more to do. We know there's more to do. And we know that a strong and sustainable workforce is fundamental to that work. Today, there are around 30,000 more workers in early childhood education than when we first came into office. And that's in no small measure due to the deliberate actions of this government in creating a pipeline of workers through fee-free TAFE, in supporting professional development and paid practicums, and in our historic wage increase, 15% for the sector. Now, combined with our tax cuts, this wage increase ensures that early childhood workers are not just earning more, but they're also keeping more of what they earn. But I'm asked about alternative approaches, and the Leader of the Opposition continues to dismiss this important wage increase as a one-off sugar hit. Now, make no mistake, Mr Speaker, the essential services provided by early childhood educators and workers would be at risk. They'd be at risk under those opposite, because they don't value early childhood education and care, and they don't support higher wages. Now, this government is bringing down the cost of early childhood education and care when we're raising wages in the sector. That's how you deliver real meaningful cost of living relief to workers and to families. And that's what Labor governments do, and that's what this Leader of the Opposition won't do.
Before I call the member for Kennedy, I'll just welcome some people to the chamber and then I'll give him the call. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are recipients of the Australian Olympic Committee Changemaker Medals for 2024. They are students from across Australia who embody the Olympic spirit by demonstrating outstanding leadership in making, through the power of sport, positive impacts in their schools and communities. We also have participants in the Department of Foreign Affairs graduate program, and also I'd like to acknowledge Mr Ian Stewart OAM, APM and David Daniels OAM, who are here today with representatives from Crime Stoppers from across Australia. And I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is Year 12 winner from this year's My First Speech competition, Olivia Rose Bradshaw from the electorate of Casey. Olivia couldn't make it to the House with the other winners as she was sitting exams, so we're delighted to finally have you with us today. Well done, Olivia. I give the call to the honourable member for Kennedy.
Treasurer, I made 100 in the backyard at Mum's. Tree houses, tyre swings, flashing footballs. Does the Australian dream still exist, or does the reality of crippling debt traumatise young couples? Your last three budgets acknowledge that regulatory burdens have driven house prices beyond affordability. Treasurer, why don't you become a federal government? Cut the Gordonian knot and wreak can-I-like destruction upon power-drunk state and local government regulators.
Order. There was a lot in that question and I'm looking forward to the answer. The Treasurer has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. It does have a certain appeal, the member for Kennedy. I appreciate the question about young people in particular, and I take the opportunity to welcome, as the Speaker did, Olivia. We're pleased you could make it in the end. We hope your exams went well. We assume if you won that competition, you probably nailed the exams as well. Now, when it comes to young people and to the beautifully nostalgic Queensland childhood that the member for Kennedy describes in his question, which is a little bit familiar to me from a couple of generations later, I wanted to say
Order. I'm hoping for a Christmas miracle. The member for Kennedy.
Mr Speaker, I asked a question about affordability and we had to talk to someone in the gallery,
okay.
and then a reference to his childhood.
The member may resume his seat. All right. Okay. The point was on relevance. I thank the member. And the Treasurer was just referring to the question he was asked about. So you did mention that. So we'll give him another go. He's got the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and to the honourable member for the question. The reason I make that Queensland reference is because I wanted to begin by acknowledging in a very Queensland way that in our economy too often younger people and younger families get the rough end of the pineapple when it comes to the way that some of our policies are set up.
Order.
And that's really the motivation behind so much of what we're doing, whether it's the way that we rewrote the tax cuts, whether it's our Help to Buy scheme that passed the House today, whether it's all the other things we're doing in housing, whether it's our efforts to get wages moving again and strengthen Medicare, all of that, in one way or another, is in recognition and in response to the fact that we do think that young people have had a rough deal for too long. It's also the motivating force behind the changes we're making to student debt. So to acknowledge in the member for Kennedy's question something I agree with, which is that we can always do more to make sure that younger people get a fairer go in our economy and in our society, and housing is a big part of that. Housing affordability is a big part of that. Now, he asked me about the role of the states and the role of the Commonwealth. We have acknowledged, more than acknowledged, we have taken responsibility for a huge investment, a huge amount of Commonwealth investment in housing. I pay tribute to the Housing Minister and her predecessor for that, $32 billion. And that's because we know if we're going to build the homes that we need to make our economy fairer for young people, then we need everyone to do their bit, and we are doing our bit. The member for Kennedy asks me about the role of the states. There is a substantial role for the states here, whether it's in regulation or investment or in other ways, and I'll be convening the state treasurers on Friday here in Canberra to talk about some of these issues that he raises in his question. But if his question is there a role for the Commonwealth? Yes, we embrace that enthusiastically. If his question is there a role for states and state regulators? Of course there is. And if we are to build the homes we need for the young people to deliver that sense of intergenerational justice that he asked me about, everybody needs to do their bit. We're doing our bit. The states need to do their bit as well.
Call to the honourable member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Education. How is the Albanese Labor government helping students and easing cost of living pressures for early educators?
Call to the Minister for Education.
I can do better than that. Mr Speaker, can I thank my friend, the greatest member for Gilmore that we've ever had. Mr Speaker, last night we delivered an education trifecta. A 15% pay rise for our early educators, increased funding for public schools, and $3 billion in student debt wiped for more than 3 million Australians. And that 15% pay rise for early educators will start to roll out from this weekend. The extra funding for our public schools will start to roll out in just over a month. And the $3 billion we've wiped from student debt will be done by the ATO over the next few weeks. Mr Speaker, our early educators are some of the most underpaid workers in this country. They don't just change nappies, they change lives. And this pay rise will help to change their lives. This is what it will mean. An extra $100 in their pocket from next week, an extra $5,000 over the next year. And we hope it'll encourage more people to want to be an early educator. And here's a good sign, good start. The biggest childcare provider in the country have told us that in the week after they signed up for this pay agreement, they've seen an 8% increase in the number of job applications. So that's a good start. Mr Speaker, the extra funding for public schools will also change lives. It'll help us to turn around that decline in the number of people finishing school by tying this funding to real and practical reforms like phonics checks and numeracy checks, evidence-based teaching and catch-up tutoring. And wiping $3 billion of HECS debt will change lives too. And it's just the start. If we win the next election, we will cut student debt by a further 20%. And to give you an idea what that means, the change that we made last night will wipe about $1,200 off the average HECS debt. And if we win the next election, we'll wipe a further $5,500 off the average HECS debt. That'll make a world of difference for a lot of young people just out of uni, just out of TAFE, just out of home, just getting started. Mr Speaker, this is what only Labor governments do.
That's right.
Cut your debt, lift your wages, fund our schools properly, open the door of opportunity, help more young Australians to finish school and then go to TAFE or to university, build a better and a fairer education system where no one's held back and no one's left behind.
Call to the honourable member for Hume.
Prime Minister, under the Albanese Labor government, Australians' living standards have collapsed by 8.7%. Wow. This is worse than the declines seen during the disastrous Whitlam government and the worst in the OECD. New analysis shows that Labor has no plan to restore Australians' standard of living. The Prime Minister is taking our country in the wrong direction. How can Australians possibly afford another 3 years of Labor?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. He's got a lot of nerve asking about incomes and living standards and inflation after the mess that they left us to clean up. And, Mr Speaker, if you look right across the board, inflation was higher and rising on their watch. Living standards were falling substantially already when we came to office. Real wages were falling substantially when we came to office. And now, having acknowledged that there is an issue with pressure on living standards, the choice for this parliament over the course of the last 2.5 years was to help people with that or to leave them hanging. And this side of the House has spent 2.5 years with cost of living relief as its #1 priority, and at every single turn, those opposite have voted against that cost of living relief. And so how dare they come in here, Mr Speaker, and talk about living standards and wages and inflation when inflation was 3 times higher on their watch, and real wages fell for 5 consecutive quarters, and now they've grown for 4 consecutive quarters on our watch, when living standards were falling by 1.7% in the quarter of the election, 3 times faster than now, when living standards fell 14 quarters on their watch.
Treasurer will pause the order. The member for Hume on a point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. There was no compare and contrast with the previous government under that, but you can compare and contrast with the Whitlam government if you like.
Order. Yeah. The Treasurer was the part of the question I'm most interested in was how can Australians afford another 3 years of Labor? Now, the Treasurer is disagreeing with that, and he's saying why that is not the case by looking at why he believes the figures that he's quoting. Okay, don't need to point to anyone. So if you're asking a question about that, he's going to contest that, and he's going to give evidence as to why he thinks that's wrong. So he is being directly relevant. He's not talking about alternative policies. He's talking about facts and numbers, and I'm listening to him carefully. But if you've got a broad question around the past and the government's record, he's going to defend it. Well, the Whitlam government, no matter what it is, he's going to defend what he's doing, and so he's being directly relevant. So that's the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The member for Moreton will leave the chamber under 94A. We're not having those sorts of interjections. No. The member for Hume is entitled to raise his point of order.
Mr Speaker, as I understand it, I'm asked about living standards. Living standards are measured by real household disposable income. That was going backwards by 1.7% in the quarter of the election. And on that measure, living standards fell 14 quarters under those opposite, Mr Speaker. These are facts. And no amount of pre-cooked points of orders that somebody has to type out for him in order to make him look spontaneous is going to make up for the fact that living standards were falling when we came to office, real wages were falling when we came to office, and inflation was 3 times higher under them than under us, and it was rising fast on their watch, Mr Speaker. And so the point that I'm making, Mr Speaker, is acknowledging the pressure on people and the pressure on living standards. The choice for the parliament over and over again over the course of the last 2.5 years is whether to help people with their cost of living or to ensure that people go further backwards. And people would be much worse off were it not for the cost of living measures that we have budgeted for 3 times. And people would be much worse off under those opposite. We know that because they voted against the cost of living help. And we know that because we know their record of coming after wages and Medicare, coming after housing and all of the things which matter most when it comes to living standards in our community. This side of the House acknowledges the pressures that people are under, acknowledges that when we came to office, people were going backwards. That's why we're getting inflation down, it's why we're getting wages up, strengthening Medicare and investing in housing, despite the opposition of those opposite.
Give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What progress has the Albanese Labor government made in the fight against inflation and to ease cost of living pressures? What obstacles are standing in the way?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the terrific member for Boothby for her very important question, because it goes to the very substantial progress which is made clear by the new monthly inflation figures which were released a couple of hours ago, Mr Speaker. And what those new numbers confirmed was that we have made very substantial, very welcome, very encouraging progress in this fight against inflation. And the fight against inflation has been this government's #1 priority, easing the cost of living where we can do that in the most responsible way, making sure that we're helping people with their energy bills, cutting taxes, cheaper medicines, cheaper early childhood education, getting wages moving again, all of the ways that we're helping with the cost of living. And the new inflation numbers today showed that inflation for the month was 2.1%. 2.1%. Remembering it was 6.1% under those opposite. So monthly inflation is now a third of the 6.1% we inherited. I know that the Shadow Treasurer thinks 2.1 last month and 2.1 this month means that it's gone up, but that doesn't mean that. You've got to fact check everything. You've got to fact check everything that the Shadow Treasurer says, Mr Speaker. Somebody will explain this to you later. Somebody will explain this to you later. And what else it showed today in the inflation data is that our policies are helping when it comes to household budgets. One of the reasons why there was actually a monthly fall in rent was because of our Commonwealth rent assistance, which we've talked about. One of the reasons why electricity prices fell 35.6% in the year to October was because of our energy rebates. And so you can see that our policies are making a meaningful difference to the fight against inflation, taking some of this pressure off, even at the same time as we recognise that people are still under pretty substantial pressure. Now, Mr Speaker, as the Prime Minister said a moment ago, our efforts on supermarkets are part of this as well, the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct, all about making sure we get a fair go for farmers and families. And what this shows is whether our cost of living relief or our approach to supermarkets, we are coming at these cost of living pressures from every responsible angle that we can. Now, we know from today's numbers that if those opposite were in power, inflation would be higher and people would be getting less help. We know that from the figures released by the ABS today. We know that Australians are doing it tough. We also know that Australians would be worse off were it not for our efforts to provide cost of living help. And we also know from these numbers that Australians would be worse off under the coalition. We know that because they voted against the cost of living help. We know that because we know their record on Medicare and wages and housing and in all of these important ways. This side of the House is getting inflation down and wages up. We're strengthening Medicare and building more homes. Today's data shows that we're making important progress.
Give the call to the member for Durack.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Under the Albanese Labor government, Australia's living standards have fallen off a cliff. New analysis shows that Australian households will continue to feel the pain of 12 rate rises under Labor for many more years to come, with no relief in sight. The Prime Minister is taking our country in the wrong direction. How can Australians possibly afford another 3 years of Labor?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Durack for her question, and indeed the member for Durack represents a vast electorate, and it's been my pleasure to be there recently in Geraldton talking to the lobster farmers at the co-op there who, because of what we have done on trade and jobs, have a future.
Order.
As a result of the direct work that we have done, including with the Foreign Minister and the Trade Minister. Now, the member for Durack asked me about what has happened in the last 2.5 years with regard to living standards. And that, therefore, invites an opportunity for me to talk about the facts. And the fact is, when we came to office, inflation was having a 6 in front of it and was rising. Today's figures show, the monthly figures, it's 2.1 and falling, and falling. The fact is that the member for Durack was part of, sometimes as a minister, of spending 9 years in government creating the problems, but they've spent every day in opposition stopping the solutions or trying to stop the solutions. Their cuts, their waste, their neglect left Australia wide open to global uncertainty, and now they want to go further. They want to cut what is helping and punish people who are struggling, to claw back the tax cuts that we've delivered, to close the Medicare urgent care clinics that we've opened, to stop the housing projects that we've started, to take away the help with power bills that today's figures show have made a difference that households deserve, to push up the price of medicines that people need, to rip away the pay rises that we have delivered through same job, same pay, through the work with early childhood educators, with aged care workers, people on the minimum wage, rip all that away, and to derail the progress that we've made on renewables so they can burn hundreds of billions of dollars on some plan into the 2040s to deliver something that will be less than 4% of the energy that Australia needs. So they come in here, all they do is stand in the way and take things away. They only have 2 settings, Mr Speaker, no and no way. That is the only settings that they have. Well, we on this side of the House showed today with Help to Buy we're about construction. They showed once again they're about obstruction. That's the difference between the 2 sides of this chamber. We're building Australia's future. They're blocking the Australian dream. They not only don't support public housing, they don't support people in home ownership either. They certainly don't support rental assistance. They have no way forward for Australia, just more reckless negativity and inaction and trying to block the progress that Australia needs.
Give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government making the online environment safer for all Australians?
Call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. The Albanese government takes seriously its commitment to keeping all Australians safe online. We know that parents are concerned about the harms to children, and we have taken a decision to support them. This House has passed our world-leading legislation for an age limit for access to social media, and I thank the members from all sides who joined the government in supporting this vital bill. As I said yesterday, the government is committed to working with young people and other key stakeholders as we implement this legislation. I also thank the members who've shown an interest in this bill. Some of their statements and proposed amendments pointed to the need for a legislated digital duty of care. And earlier this month, I announced that the Albanese government will do precisely that. The duty of care will deliver a more systemic and preventative approach to making online services safer. It has wide support, including from the International Justice Mission, Reach Out, the Black Dog Institute, Beyond Blue, the Butterfly Foundation and many others. It was an important recommendation from the Online Safety Act review and the report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society. The duty of care will complement the ongoing work across government to help keep all Australians safe online. This includes the Assistant Treasurer, who is delivering important reforms to tackle the financial and economic harms faced by too many Australians as a result of scams. The Attorney-General is leading work to safeguard the privacy of Australians and has legislated to criminalise the non-consensual sharing of sexually explicit deepfakes. And as we marked the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, I acknowledge the work being delivered to help keep women and children safe online. This includes the Minister for Social Services, who has worked with me to deliver a world-leading dating app code to tackle tech-facilitated abuse that particularly targets women. The e-Safety Commissioner recently launched more grants to develop innovative projects to address the root causes of tech-facilitated abuse. And the Albanese government has funded the Alana and Madeline Foundation to make practical resources and learning tools available to all schools across Australia for free to better equip young people to navigate online environments. Mr Speaker, we know that keeping Australians safe online requires decisive action, and the Albanese government is delivering exactly that.
Yeah. Give the call to the member for Flynn.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Professor Andrew Whittaker told the Nuclear Energy Select Committee, quote, "I firmly believe that nuclear power should be part of the energy mix in Australia. Energy security is national security. Being part of a global nuclear supply chain would benefit all Australians. Why is Labor dismissing world experts in pursuit of a renewables-only policy that is putting our nation's energy security at risk?"
Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question, and I thank him for raising the evidence that's been provided to the committee that's being chaired by the member for Hunter. Yes. Because now that the member for Flynn has opened that question, it gives me an opportunity to talk about the evidence that the member for Hunter and his colleagues have been hearing, Mr Speaker. Like the evidence from Ontario, which the Shadow Minister has referred to, which is their poster child for nuclear, as the province where they say that's the best practice for nuclear. And we've heard evidence from the professor from the University of Ontario, who has pointed out that that policy has bankrupted the hydro company of Ontario and seen their prices skyrocket compared to the provinces next door.
Order.
That, for example, people in Ontario pay more for energy than the people of Quebec next door, when Quebec relies a lot more on renewable hydro, Mr Speaker. That is the evidence that the committee chaired by the member for Hunter has heard, Mr Speaker. The member for Fairfax knows it because he sits on that committee.
Order.
He sits on that committee, Mr Speaker, so he's heard all the evidence. He's also heard the evidence from Professor Bill Grace from the University of Western Australia, who's pointed out that the only way to make nuclear power work in Australia is to switch off cheap renewable energy, to stop exporting electricity from your rooftop solar system, forget feed-in tariffs. The system has to call on baseload nuclear power first, or the plan makes no sense whatsoever. So, Mr Speaker, what Professor Grace is pointing out is that all those Australians who've invested in solar, rooftop solar, will have their feed-in tariffs cut and they will be curtailed to make way for nuclear power, Mr Speaker. That's the evidence that's been heard before the committee. We've also heard from Sunshine Hydro that the AP1000 nuclear reactors, which is the preferred model of the member for Fairfax, even if it's running at 15%, will turn off 75,000 solar rooftops across Australia, Mr Speaker. Now, just a couple of weeks ago, I was present at the installation of Australia's 4 millionth solar installation, rooftop solar, 4 millionth installation. These are Australians who've invested in rooftop solar. The member for Hinkler has pointed out, and Senator Canavan have pointed out, that they support curtailing solar. They support rooftop solar being turned off to make room for nuclear energy. So if we're going to have a discussion about the evidence that's been heard by this committee, we're up for that discussion, and I'm up to debate the member for Fairfax. Q&A suggested a debate. He said no. 730 report has suggested a debate. I've said yes. I await the answer of the member for Fairfax.
Nice try. Order. Tempting. No, everyone's just going to settle and the chamber will come to order. So I can hear from the honourable member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme. What do the Albanese Labor government's reforms of the NDIS mean for participants and their families? Are there any other approaches? Thank you.
To the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Government Services.
I thank the member for Pearce for her question.
Since the Albanese government got elected, I'm pleased to inform Australians that the NDIS is getting back on track. In essence, people with disability have been put back at the centre of the scheme, and the financial numbers are actually improving whilst maintaining the integrity of the scheme, and also a consensus on the best way forward to keep the scheme on track has emerged, other than the Greens political party and some senators. To demonstrate the metrics how in the last 30 months this scheme is getting back on track, before we got elected, the scheme was growing in investment outlay by 23%. Last financial year, 18%. This year we're on track for 12%, following year 8%. Participant growth before we got elected, 15%. Now it's at 8%, and many categories have now stabilised. When we got elected, the NDIS was in danger of being the only lifeboat in the ocean. The states were contributing 25% of the cost of the scheme, us 75%. We've been able to persuade the states to lift their contribution each year from an extra 4% growth to 8% growth, and most pleasingly, the states have agreed with the Commonwealth to start rolling out in a year's time foundational support services, so the scheme's not the only lifeboat in the ocean. When we came to office, there was rampant fraud. There are now 500 investigations being conducted or underway, 50 people in front of the courts. Billions of dollars of payments are now being investigated for their integrity. And I'm pleased to announce today that we'll be spending an extra $110 million, the Albanese government, to crack down on fraud. There was no clarity on what money could be used for when we got elected. We've now clarified what that can be used for. When we got elected, over 90% of the service providers were simply unregistered. We've now got a plan to move forward to register the vast bulk of service providers. When we got elected, people could come into the scheme by all sorts of different assessments. We're going to bring the assessment in-house so that there's some consistency and transparency. Before we got elected, you could spend 160 days being fit for discharge on the NDIS in hospital before you got out of hospital. Now it's down on average to 22 days. External legal costs have fallen. The wages that are paid to disability support workers have increased. We recognise there's still more to do. We've still got to keep working with the states on these foundational supports, led by my colleague Amanda Rishworth. We recognise that there's still integrity issues in the scheme. We recognise that decision-making is still inconsistent in parts. But to finish where I started, the reality is that this nation made a promise to ageing carers up at midnight. Will there be someone to look after their adult child when they no longer can? The good news is that because of the Albanese government and the reform in this term, we are closer to keeping that promise than we've ever been before.
Give the call to the member for Ryan.
Speaker. Question to the Prime Minister. The Senate inquiry report on aircraft noise is released today. At the hearings, we heard from communities nationwide how aircraft noise is wrecking their sleep, health and well-being. A curfew could help. So why does Sydney have a curfew but residents in Brisbane are left to suffer?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, and I recognise the member's question in the spirit in which it's asked. We, of course, do understand that community concerns in relation to the noise impact of aircraft movements on residents in the vicinity of airports, and particularly in Sydney Airport and Brisbane and across the country, and it's an issue we do take seriously. The new runway at Brisbane Airport opened in 2020, following approval by the former coalition government, who did not undertake, frankly, sufficient community consultation in the process, particularly in relation to aircraft noise. At the last election, Labor committed to establish a community advisory board to hear directly from locals and support development of possible mitigations. Since coming to office, in addition to formally establishing the advisory board, we've implemented a number of measures to reduce the impact of noise, including changes to the timing of flights and flight paths to minimise impact on residential areas, and we continue to work on additional solutions. I've made very clear my expectations to air services that further measures be implemented to mitigate the impact of aircraft noise at Brisbane Airport. And in response to this and to community concerns, Air Services has implemented a noise action plan which is delivering real improvements at that airport. Air Services have limited the ability of some aircraft to take off over land and during the early morning in Brisbane so that propeller planes and turboprops do not operate from the new runway before 6 a.m. Air Services has also boosted the number of flights that take off and land over water, known as SOD props, during the night and early mornings on weekends. Each time SOD props is used, 290,000 to 500,000 fewer residents are directly overflown. We've increased the use of SOD props and plan to use that mode much more. Now, that is what this government has been doing. That is what this government has been doing. We've reinstated the previous flight path over the overwater departures. We've been working with communities in order to do that. But I'm asked particularly about the Greens' proposal of a curfew at Brisbane Airport. A curfew at Brisbane Airport. Let's compare what happens at Sydney Airport, where movements are capped at 80 movements per hour. It is the busiest airport in the country. What the Greens want is a cap at 46 movements per hour. In Sydney, what that has meant, the 80 movements per hour, we are now building a second airport because that airport is at capacity. If you are saying that Brisbane Airport is at capacity at 40, you are dreaming.
Order. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the member for Wills.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. How is the Albanese Labor government working to help renters and to help more Australians own their own home? And what obstacles stand in the way?
Good question. The call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Thanks so much, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Wills, who is one of the Parliament's most tireless advocates for housing. Speaker, I'm pleased to update the House. Our government's Help to Buy legislation has now received the support of both chambers of the Parliament, and it will become law. And I want to acknowledge Minister Collins for the really important work she did to bring us to this point. Speaker, my first visit as Housing Minister was to the member for Wills electorate. And we sat with a group of low-income young people, and they spoke to us person to person about the sense of genuine despair many of them feel about their prospects for home ownership. Help to Buy is a law for them. Help to Buy is a law for Australia's childcare workers, aged care workers and disability workers, people who need and deserve the help of government, and now they're going to get it. Speaker, Help to Buy is a really important part of Labor's bold and ambitious $32 billion housing agenda. This law has received widespread support from around the housing sector and in the community, and indeed, Speaker, from across the Parliament. And when the House voted just earlier on this really important reform, there was only one group that tried to stand in the way of childcare workers getting home ownership. It was the nasty, negative, reckless Liberals and Nationals. Now, Speaker, you're not going to believe this, but as recently as yesterday, the Coalition have promised that if they are given the chance, they will abolish Help to Buy and abolish that support that will deny tens of thousands of Australians their aspirations for home ownership.
Order.
And I say to those opposite, good luck convincing the Australian people that you are a party that supports home ownership when you've come into this parliament, voted against this measure and said that you'll abolish it if you're elected to government. Now, it is not too late, Speaker, for the Coalition to demonstrate concern for building housing supply, and this is the next measure that the Parliament will soon consider. Labor's build-to-rent legislation is going to come before the Senate shortly. If it's passed, it is going to result in the building of tens of thousands of desperately needed additional rental homes for our country. It's another bill with really widespread support around the Parliament. But, Speaker, what are the Coalition going to do? They cannot claim that they want more homes built in this country and then vote against this bill. Speaker, I want to give thanks to the many people in this parliament who have worked constructively with our government on housing policy, for choosing to support opportunities for people who desperately need the help of government to get into home ownership. This election, Australians are going to have a really, really clear choice on housing, between a reckless and arrogant party of pessimism and negativity in the opposition, or a party of progress that's stepping up on housing and helping Australians build, rent and buy. Thanks.
Call to the honourable member for Hume.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm that core inflation, the Reserve Bank's preferred measure of inflation, went up today?
Order. Order. Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. the fact is that core inflation has come down since we were elected. That is the fact. That is the fact. That is the fact. Consistently, all the way through, and in the last quarterly figures that were given. And today, one of the things that it strikes me, Mr. Speaker, is that they are never so unhappy and angry as when things are heading in a good direction for Australians. Their whole position is a wishing and a hoping for the very worst for Australia. No hope, just nope to everything that comes before this parliament.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? Order. Okay.
Relevance, Mr. Speaker. That question was very specific about what core inflation did today, confirming that it went up. Mr. Speaker, is it your ruling that what he was saying, which was completely different from that, was relevant?
Well, the Prime Minister did mention core inflation, right? Yep. So he's going to make sure he's talking about the topic, which is core inflation, not other topics and not other alternatives. So I hear what you're saying. So we're just going to make sure the Prime Minister won't be able to go too far on this topic because it was a very tight question. So the Prime Minister has the call.
That's why I addressed up front the issue of core inflation and pointed out
Order.
that it was lower than what we inherited. The new numbers today show that monthly inflation is around a third of what we inherited at the election and around a quarter of its peak. Another encouraging sign that our policies are helping to get inflation down after it was higher and rising under the Liberals. Higher and rising. Indeed, the last quarter of the figures in which they held office in March 2022 was a figure of 2.1%.
Prime Minister will pause. Order. We don't need a running commentary. Order. The manager on a further point of order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 91C states that a member's conduct is disorderly if they wilfully refuse to conform to a standing order. You rightly directed the Prime Minister to come back to the subject of the question to comply with the relevance requirement, and he's flouting your order, your direction.
I can appreciate the member would like a yes-no answer and he would like a direct response to the... No, I'm trying to work with the member for Hume here, so work with me. So the way the standing orders are written, unless the Prime Minister is being out of order by not addressing the relevance part of the question, it's very difficult for me to make any minister give the answer that you'd like or give... So, to assist, well, I'm trying to deal with the issue, but order. The leader. No, we're just going to deal with this in an orderly way. The leader of the opposition, further to the point of order of the manager.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and make reference to your earlier remarks and the remarks you've just repeated again now in relation to the essence of the question being in relation to core inflation, and that if the Prime Minister makes some reference, even historic, to core inflation, that would mean that he was in order. But the essence of this question is about whether the Prime Minister can confirm that core inflation went up today. And the operative part, the most important part of the question is, did core inflation go up today? The Prime Minister is not being relevant to that element, and I think that is the question that is before you. And if core inflation went up today, which is bad for consumers, that is the question we're asking, and that is the part that we believe the Prime Minister is not being relevant to.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister was referring to figures today. To order, and you know, when it's a tight question, it's very difficult. The Treasurer. So to assist the To assist the House and to get through question time, I'm going to ask the Prime Minister to be directly relevant, otherwise we'll have to move to other questions.
By talking about where core inflation was today and comparing it with what we inherited. That's right. I went straight to the question of core inflation when I asked the question. The fact is that monthly inflation is around a third of what we inherited at the election and around a quarter of its peak. The last quarterly figures, showed that we are getting things done in the right direction, and we're doing that by producing 2 budget surpluses in a row by having responsible economic management.
Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition, a point of order.
Order, Mr Speaker. It goes to the order of the House. Just then the Treasurer, after being warned in question time today, was called out by you, was not asked to leave. In fact, no ministers have been asked to leave, I don't believe, in your term of speakership. Whereas the member for Deakin and other members on our side are frequently asked to leave without warnings, and I ask you respectfully to consider that, highlighted by this example of the Treasurer, in your ongoing deliberations.
I order the Minister for Agriculture Minister and the member for Riverina. Look, I appreciate the feedback from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. It is difficult to maintain order in the House when there is continual interjections, and I would like to think when I do issue warnings that people understand that there is consequences for those actions, as I've done. The Deputy would also like to check about the ministers I have removed from the House during debates and question time. And at the conclusion of question time, I think 2 ministers were removed, the Minister for Regional Development and the Attorney-General. So just want to make sure I put things on the record. Order correctly. Order, but... Order. As I said, I appreciate the feedback, and it's always good by the Deputy Leader to highlight that we shouldn't be interjecting during question time, and particularly I'll take that on board. We'll give the call to the honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development. How is the Albanese Labor government investing in infrastructure to get more houses built more quickly? How has this approach been received, and are there any risks to this approach?
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the excellent member for Hunter for that question. We know that there are many Australians who are wanting to get access to rental properties, and they are wanting to own their own homes. It is why this government has been so focused on cost of living and getting new homes built right now. We are increasing the supply of homes and have an ambitious goal of 1.2 million houses. We're incentivising states and territories to build more homes through the New Homes Bonus, and of course today this parliament has passed the Help to Buy legislation. I want to give credit to the Housing Minister and her predecessor for the great work on that. I know there is a lot more to do. But we are also using infrastructure to unlock and streamline approvals for new homes. We are investing over $1.5 billion over the next 2 years alone to build the infrastructure to bring those houses to market. And I'm pleased to report that the Housing Support Program has been very well received by communities around Australia, with funding already being delivered to support new housing. The Wallandilly Shire Council Mayor said of their housing support program funding, with Wallandilly already the fastest in the Greater Sydney area for DA approvals, this will make our processes even faster and more accurate. Campbelltown City Council representatives said of their funding will provide development confidence and enable councils to revise development standards and including land use density and building height. In Tasmania's Central Coast, the Mayor there has said what is unique about this funding is to actually apply for funding to help us do some of the planning work. Often programs are only about delivery and they're only about hard infrastructure, and councils do struggle to come up with the money that it takes to actually do the planning work and the long-term visionary work that actually helps deliver homes. The Shire of Victoria Plains President said of their housing support program, this vital funding will help bridge a long-standing gap in regional planning capacity, enabling progress on priority housing projects. And even the member for Parkes celebrated the housing support program funding action in Dubbo, saying that the funding will help council ensure that there is an adequate supply of housing to meet future demand. We know that this funding is critical to delivering to local government to actually make sure they can deliver the homes, particularly in our regions. Unfortunately, all of that is at risk if the Leader of the Opposition gets his way. In the middle of a long housing crisis, the Leader of the Opposition has committed to cutting $19 billion from housing and has a plan to force councils to raise rates through concessional loans to pay for infrastructure. That will get passed on to every single resident, from the regions to the cities to our suburbs.
Order. I'd like to hear from the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer. 6.5 weeks ago, you announced that the government was committed to legislating a total ban on the use of predictive genetic tests when Australians are attempting to access life insurance products. Despite this promise, genetic discrimination legislation has not been introduced. Assistant Treasurer, when will the genetic discrimination legislation be introduced, and what is causing the delay?
Call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
Thanks, Speaker. And can I thank the member for North Sydney for her question and acknowledge her genuine and long-standing interest in this issue, particularly before coming into Parliament, her role as the CEO of the McGrath Foundation, and acknowledge your deep interest in ensuring we can put in place preventative measures to ensure that people with a predisposition to cancers and other preventable diseases have access to the best preventative medicines and procedures. The government is committed to introducing legislation into Parliament to remove the existing provisions which would allow life insurers to lawfully discriminate against people who have had access to genetic testing and require them to provide that genetic testing material as a condition of taking out life insurance. It's an important issue. We want to ensure that we want to encourage Australians to have access to genetic testing. And can I take the opportunity to congratulate the Minister for Health for his great work in this area. The government has invested close to $1 billion into research in this area. We want to ensure that Australians have access to all the genetic testing advantages that would enable them to take control of those predispositions in their life. I also want to pay credit, while I'm at it, to great work of many members in this House for advocating on this issue. The people behind me, the member for McNamara, the member for Boothby, the member for MacArthur and so many others. I see on the crossbench the member for Indi, the member for Kooyong, who have taken made very strong representations on this issue. And of course, while I'm at it, I want to pay great tribute to the work of Dr. Jane Tiller from Monash University. There wouldn't be a member in this place who hasn't had representations from Dr. Jane Tiller. We are, as I said, committed to introducing legislation into the Parliament in this term. There's only a day left in this year. It won't happen this year, but I can confirm to the member for North Sydney that work is underway on this issue. And I've also had productive discussions with the Council of Australian Life Insurers, who have committed to ensuring that prior to legislation coming before this House, that they will voluntarily introduce a ban to ensure that this material is not used in the way that we are all concerned about. It is important that all Australians have access to these preventative tests and are able to take control of their own health circumstances. We want to ensure that we expand the research into genomic testing, and we're doing that. We want to ensure that the barriers to people accessing those are removed. The removal of the existing provisions in the disability
Minister's time. The minister's time has completed. Order. 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 And the House comes to order. We shall hear from the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. After a decade of cuts and neglect, how is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare through urgent care clinics? What threats are there to Medicare and bulk billing?
The call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Hasluck. I think last week I told the House there were 78 urgent care clinics open. Well, in just a week I can inform it's now 82 as of today. We promised 50, there are 82. And last Friday, the member for Hasluck and I visited the Midlands Urgent Care Clinic, and we were joined by a hard-working local nurse, Trish Cook, who happened to have worked at that local GP practice earlier. I'd met Trish earlier this year at a Melanoma Institute conference when she was presenting her nursing research into the benefits for patients of receiving chemotherapy at home rather than at a clinic or at a hospital. Terrific research, and I know that Trish will now do fantastic work as the local Labor candidate for the new Bullwinkle electorate in Western Australia. The Midlands Urgent Care Clinic, Mr Speaker, has been delivering high-quality urgent care already for 10,000 local members of the community. And the Google reviews are terrific and far too long for me to read out. But across the country, these clinics are making a real difference to hundreds of thousands of Australians who need free urgent care. And we know also they're relieving real pressure on hospital emergency departments. Now, we know, Mr Speaker, there is more to do for us to keep doing to strengthen Medicare, but we also know that all of that progress on bulk billing, on free urgent care, is under threat at the next election, under threat from a shadow treasurer who continues to describe our investments in Medicare as wasteful spending and who we know will close the urgent care clinics, under threat from a Liberal Party who, according to the Deputy Liberal leader, has a philosophy that says that Australians don't value services unless they pay for them. They don't value free hospitals, they don't value bulk bill GP visits or free urgent care, apparently. But of course, under threat from a Leader of the Opposition, who as Health Minister put the Deputy Liberal leader's philosophy into stark practice, trying to make every single Australian pay a fee every time they went to a doctor, trying to make them pay every time they visited the local hospital emergency department and so much else besides, Mr Speaker. Now, I haven't been able to find any Google reviews of this man's time as Health Minister. I'm not sure Google reviews existed at the time, but I have found a poll, Mr Speaker, with a photo of the Health Minister then, looking much younger, and a little bit slimmer, as we all did 10 years ago, looking very, very good. Good memories, good memories. But it says that Peter Dutton was ranked as the worst Health Minister in 35
I'm just going to
years.
invite the Minister not to reflect on members and not to use props as well.
Yes. I'm just reading from this document that says Australian Doctor magazine ranked him the worst Health Minister in 35 years of Medicare, just proving you can't trust the Liberal Party with our health system.
Hear from the Prime Minister.
I ask further questions are posted in the notice paper.
We'll go to papers and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I've received a letter from the honourable member for Brisbane proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the urgent need for the government to stop new coal and gas approvals so we can tackle the climate crisis, reduce our emissions and protect our environment. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. The science is clear. Climate pollution from gas, oil and coal is driving more intense and more frequent weather and disasters. We're already experiencing horrible summers of deadly bushfires, flooding and immense heat and humidity. According to reports earlier this month, it's possible that this year we have already passed 1.5 degrees Celsius of human-caused warming. 1.5 degrees was meant to be the limit, and now we have sailed past it. We're in the midst of a climate crisis right now, and we must act urgently. The planet has a very specific and tight deadline for us. We cannot negotiate with that. Research published this year indicates that Australia was the third largest exporter of primary fossil fuels, behind only Russia and the USA. And when we translate this into exported emissions, Australia comes second because of the sheer size of our coal exports. From 1961 to 2023, Australia's fossil fuel exports have been responsible for emitting 30 billion tonnes of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. All this pollution, and for what? It all gets dug up and exported, with fossil fuel giants pocketing huge profits and everyday Australians left to bear the consequences. Successive Labor and coalition governments have failed to adequately tax fossil fuel companies, and the profits of those mining booms have gone offshore. At least countries like Norway have the decency to properly tax their resources sector effectively, so citizens have something to show for it. What Australians see in return for our fossil fuel exports are increasingly severe bushfires, floods and heat waves. We're seeing insurance costs soar, with more and more homes becoming uninsurable altogether. Collectively, Australians are paying $20 billion more today on insurance than we were only 10 years ago. Government action and inaction has shifted the cost and burden of the climate disaster off of fossil fuel companies and directly onto people and communities. Now, since coming to office, this Labor government has approved 28 new coal and gas projects. This government is also seeking to expand fossil fuels past 2050 as part of their future gas strategy. This strategy will see gas exports soar, exporting billions of tonnes of emissions, inconsistent with achieving net zero and completely inconsistent with the science. Emissions would need to decline at an average of 14.5 million tonnes a year to meet Labor's 2030 target, and the steepest cuts would need to occur right now. But instead, the data shows us that emissions reductions have stalled since Labor came to office. Approving renewable power generation is great, but we cannot put the fire out while we pour more petrol on it. We need to tackle climate change from all angles, and that means stopping new fossil fuel approvals. 40% of our power grid is already renewables, so we don't need new coal and gas. The public wants stronger action on climate change. Each day we wait is another opportunity for the government to approve more and more fossil fuel projects. Our climate and our wildlife cannot afford further delay. And then, of course, we have the coalition, who may or may not even believe climate change is real. It's still a TBD. They've proposed concepts of a plan for nuclear reactors that would take 15 to 25 years to actually implement. The reality is our coal-fired power stations are going to close, and we are going to need to implement alternatives much sooner than 15 to 25 years away. We cannot wait until the last minute. We should be working to the planet's timeline, not to the timeline and profits of fossil fuel companies. Australia is one of the sunniest and windiest countries on Earth. Around 40%, like I said, 40% of our national energy already comes from renewables. It's the lowest cost and quickest way of building new energy, and it is the obvious choice. Now, as we head into the federal election, it is not mission accomplished on climate. Emissions are not going down, they have stalled. Fossil fuel projects are still being approved, and the fossil fuel industry is still being subsidised to the tune of billions of dollars every year. Now, mission accomplished looks like a decarbonised economy, 100% publicly owned renewable power, greater protections for our environment and biodiversity, and no new fossil fuels for a start. We owe it to ourselves to be bold, to follow the science, and to make sure Australia is not left behind at the back of the pack in a decarbonised world. I don't want us to be sitting here in 10 years wishing we had done more when we had the chance. The time is now. We have to do more now.
Giving the call to the Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government is delivering the action that Australians rightly expect when it comes to dangerous climate change. It's one of the biggest reasons. It was one of the biggest reasons for the election of the Albanese government and of this Parliament in its entirety back in 2022. And responding to that expectation, that justified expectation, it was literally the first work that this government got underway with in the second half of 2022. We straight away increased Australia's commitment under the Paris Climate Agreement by more than 50%. We had laboured along in this country for years with pathetic 26 to 28% reduction target by 2030 on 2005 levels. It wasn't informed by the science. The very first thing we did was increase that commitment by more than 50% with only 5 or 6 years to go. We legislated net zero by 2050. We set an ambitious target to achieve 82% renewables by 2030, and we are on track. The member for Brisbane mentioned that we have reached 42% renewables in Australia's grid. What he didn't mention, of course, is that we've only reached that by increasing renewable energy generation by 25% in the first 2 and a bit years of this government. And in support of all of the measures that we took, that the Australian community rightly expects this government to do in tackling dangerous climate change, which is in the best interests of Australians and is an example of Australia at its best as we work cooperatively with the global community, as we work cooperatively with our Pacific family. We have put in place all of the different measures that are required to get us to net zero by 2050, to get us to that 43% reduction target by 2030. We have introduced the Rewiring Australia program, $20 billion to make sure that our grid can accommodate all of that renewable and new storage. We've invested in the Capacity Investment Scheme, which will add 32 gigawatts of renewable energy and storage by 2030 to get to that 82% target. We have a community battery program that's being rolled out around the country. We've got the Solar Sunshot program, the Hydrogen Head Start program, the first ever national electric vehicle strategy that this country has ever had, making sure that our vehicles are cleaner and cheaper to run, that we reduce pollution in addition to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The first ever national energy performance strategy, only in April this year, with $1.7 billion of supportive programs there to help households, to help local governments, to help small and medium enterprises with a special focus on social housing improvements, and in making sure that the entire Australian economy, and particularly large emitters, do their work to get us to our 2030 target and to net zero by 2050. Of course, we reformed the safeguard mechanism, which had operated utterly hopelessly under those opposite. They essentially set benchmarks that increased the headroom for all of those large emitters so that they were effectively under no obligation to reduce their emissions. Well, we changed that, and we also moved quickly, the Minister for the Environment moved quickly to reform the EPBC with an expanded and strengthened water trigger. Now, what that does is it means that Australian companies, the large emitters, the 200 large emitters, need to be really serious about achieving the emission reduction that we need, 5% effectively kind of year on year from those 200 large emitters, and that is already beginning to have effect. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy will deliver the 3rd annual climate change statement tomorrow. That's yet another reform that we made in coming to government to ensure that there is visibility, transparency and accountability for the Australian community, so they can look at this parliament, they can look at this government and they can say, we have an expectation that a sensible and responsible and focused and reformist Australian Labor government will take on the biggest challenge that we have before us, responding to dangerous climate change, making sure that this country actually derives all of the very, very significant benefits that lie before us in the form and through the global energy transformation that is occurring because of the comparative advantages that we have. As the member for Brisbane said, the best wind and solar resources in the world, a continent-sized nation with parts of the renewable energy spectrum that we have yet to tap. Under this government, of course, for the first time, we have offshore wind zones, which the coalition never explored. That gives us an opportunity to spread the kind of diurnal range in which renewable energy is supplied, building on the large-scale and household solar that's already been delivered. Added to that, hydropower, new pumped hydro, concentrated solar, battery technology, green hydrogen, all of those things that we are very, very well placed to take advantage of because of the size of the continent, because of the renewable energy resources, because we've got a skilled and educated workforce, because we have a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship right through our economy. That is the work that this government has done, and already in just a bit more than 2 years, the change that Australia voted for, the change that Australians want to see, and particularly young Australians, is becoming real. An increase in renewable energy generation of 25%. We are on track to achieve our 43% emission reduction target by 2030. The Minister for Energy today noted that only the week before last we crossed the 4 million household mark in terms of installed solar PV capacity. We have become the highest penetration solar PV nation in the world, and that started with the former Labor government. When we came to government in 2007, there were only 12,000 households that had solar PV, so effectively 1 in 1,000. Now it is 1 in 3, and in my home state of Western Australia, it is 2 in 5. That is what started under the Rudd-Gillard government. That is what is continuing under the Albanese government, because we know climate change is real, because we know that we need to be part of mitigating the impacts of climate change here for our own sake, but also for the sake of our Pacific family, and to be part of sensible, cooperative, global action. The Environment Minister has approved in the term of this government more than 65 renewable projects, and we have the largest pipeline of investment in green hydrogen in the world. And all of those things which people should look at and take heart from, have been delivered in a little bit more than 2.5 years. It is not mission accomplished, as the member for Brisbane says, and we've never ever taken that approach. We've taken the approach that there is no time to waste, and we're going to continue to make positive change when it comes to climate change and the energy transition every single week of this government, every month and every year. We've done that from the very beginning. We've continued that right up until the last month or so, and it will continue over the course of this summer and into next year, when, of course, Australians will have a choice, and the choice is a very, very clear one. Do Australians want this country to be on its best path, to be on the path that suits our best interests and represents our best character? Do they want Australia to continue on the path of sensible, focused, sustained, collaborative, effective climate change action, which we need to make sure that we don't suffer the worst effects of climate change, to make sure that we don't experience those in terms of our environment, in terms of our social and economic well-being, but also to make sure that we don't miss out on all of the many opportunities that are being taken up around the world as the planet goes through an energy transition. We know that there needs to be more renewables and storage. We're already delivering that, and we will continue to see that grow as time goes ahead. We know that as part of the response to climate change, hydrocarbons need to decrease. We know that fossil fuels the days of fossil fuels are numbered as a result of the energy transformation that's occurring. But while we do all of those things in a sensible, responsible, sustained and focused way here in Australia, we'll continue to be a responsible energy partner for countries in our region as they go through their transition in their own way. Think about a country like Singapore, 700 square kilometres, probably just 3 times larger than my electorate of Fremantle, 5 or 6 million people. They're at 5% renewables. They have a challenge to increase their proportion of renewable energy with a country of that landmass. They're making those efforts. They're adding new cables to have the benefit of renewable energy projects in other parts of Southeast Asia, and of course we have a proposal like that to support them as well. But one thing that people need to know, and young people in particular, Australia made a clear choice in the middle of 2022. They said, we don't want to have this science-free, climate change denialist madness to continue. We don't want to suffer the consequences of that. We don't want to miss out on the opportunities that come from a responsible approach to this issue. And they chose this parliament, and they chose this Albanese Labor government. And from the very beginning, we have acted, and ever since, we have made massive and significant changes to ensure that we are on the right track when it comes to emission reduction, and we're on the right track when it comes to renewable energy generation.
Give the call to the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the member for Brisbane for raising this matter of public importance, because while the federal government does seem unsure about it, The public is in no doubt that urgent action to address the climate crisis and to protect our environment is undoubtedly a matter of the greatest importance. Indeed, for Australians, it's increasingly clear that we're facing a climate and extinction crisis. In fact, all it takes to experience the climate crisis these days is to walk out the front door, which is to say that many of us now have already lived through climate change-induced extreme weather events. For instance, there's been the Millennium Drought, the Denali fires in Tasmania and the Black Summer fires. Moreover, there's been the increasingly intense cyclones, floods and storms. Indeed, some 84% of Australians say they've been directly affected by at least one climate-fuelled disaster since 2019. And it's not just us personally facing the effects of climate change, Deputy Speaker, because nature itself is being hammered even worse, with Australia in particular having become a global hotspot for extinctions as the changing climate inflicts terrible harm both directly and indirectly. Frankly, it should be a source of great shame for the major parties that more mammal species have gone extinct in Australia than on any other continent on Earth, and that this harm is being compounded by our weak environmental laws, which have allowed some 7.7 million hectares of bush and forest to be cleared in the last 25 years or so, an area roughly the size of Ireland. Deputy Speaker, to stop this decline and to reverse these trends, we need governments to act with urgency. But the reality is that while the federal government has made some steps forward on environmental law reform, sadly they've moved far too slowly and kicked almost all the hard work out into the long grass. And nowhere is this more evident than in the appalling continued support and approval of new coal and gas projects, because both major parties are hooked on fossil fuels, and it seems that no matter what scientific evidence is presented to them, that nothing can dampen their enthusiasm for digging up and for selling more. In fact, just in 2023, Australia exported 1.15 billion tonnes of carbon dioxide emissions. This is more than ever before, making us one of the largest exporters of fossil fuels in the world. In fact, we're currently third behind Russia and the United States, and that is undeniably a shameful position to be in. Plus, that's not even mentioning our domestic emissions, which, excluding the dodgy accounting trick of including land use changes, have barely budged in over a decade, which means we still have some of the highest per capita emissions in the world. Deputy Speaker, what are we doing here? How can governments have let this happen? Well, I know that electoral donations reform was last week's topic, but does anyone genuinely think that government inaction doesn't have something to do with the fact that almost $2 million worth of donations by fossil fuel interests poured into the coffers of the Labor, Liberal and National parties just last year? Of course, it does have something to do with the government's dreadful policy position, and considering that last year was a non-election year, brace yourself for all the dirty money that's set to pour into the polluting parties over the next little while in the run-up to the election. Deputy Speaker, best I repeat that stunning fact for the benefit of anyone who didn't quite catch it. Last year, in financial year 22-23, the Liberal, National and Labor parties accepted some $2 million from fossil fuel companies and interests. And that's appalling, though hardly surprising, because time and again we've seen this government and its predecessors kowtow to big corporations and powerful vested interests. Well, I say it's way beyond time the government grew a backbone, stood up to the fossil fuel lobby and started making policy in the public interest, because we simply can't have our environment, climate and energy policies dictated by the fossil fuel companies. Deputy Speaker, Australians are crying out for urgency on the government's long-delayed reforms so Australia can stop bulldozing the bush, to better fund the environmental management and repair, and to stop propping up climate-wrecking fossil fuels and harness instead our rich renewable energy resource to power a green economy. To keep ignoring all of this is for the Labor, Liberal and National parties to keep treating the community and the environment with contempt. And I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'm really pleased to have the opportunity today to speak in this matter of public importance and highlight the Albanese Labor government's achievements in protecting our environment and combating climate change, because These are critically important issues and things that I've been so proud of the action we've taken since coming to government. The achievements that demonstrate our commitment to leaving Australia and the world in a better state for future generations than when we came into government. And it's a great honour to follow today the Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy, who's just been with the Minister for Climate Change and Energy at COP, representing Australia there. And, you know, I want to commend our leadership team for the vision that they have delivered and the transformative reforms that we've seen in this Parliament and the even more ambitious policies on the horizon. Under this Labor government, Australia is undergoing an energy revolution. This year alone, 42% of our power will come from renewable energy, and by 2030, 82% of our energy grid will be made of renewables. And we had great news today that because of our actions, our legislated target of 43% reduction in emissions by 2030 is on track to be met. And these are not just numbers. This represents a cleaner, greener Australia than what we inherited 2 years ago when we came to government. And well, I might say, you know, for the Greens and others, it's politically convenient to make out that we are not having these achievements as a government, to downplay what we have achieved, coming to government after 10 years of complete inaction from the coalition, who, as the member for Brisbane said, we're not even sure if they actually believe in climate change or not. But you know, it suits them to make out that we're not doing enough when we are delivering incredibly ambitious action on climate change and we are actually getting it done. And it actually requires governments to do that. It's not about giving speeches, it's not about just what you say. You have to actually have a plan to deliver these things and you have to work to get it done. And that's what we have been doing since coming to government in 2022. And I am very proud of what we have so far achieved. And as the member for Canberra, a community that is deeply engaged on this issue and understands the importance of urgent and ambitious action on climate, it is something that I will always advocate for us to take the strongest action that we can, and I have done. And as someone who, last term, you know, we were in opposition and it was just mind-blowing to be in here making a case for climate action with the previous government who seemed to be doing nothing in the face of this crisis. The change from that to being in government and being able to talk about the things that we are doing and seeing, you know, Minister Bowen fighting for these things and actually going beyond the things that we first promised, delivering ambitious action in many ways that are helping to set up Australia and the world for a better future. So under this government, 65 renewable energy projects have been greenlit in just over 2 years, and that is enough power to run 7 million homes. And we have another 130 projects in the pipeline. Deputy Speaker, this government is not just talking about climate action, we are taking decisive steps to protect our environment. And for the first time in Australia's history, under the Minister for the Environment, this government has refused a coal mine project prioritising the preservation of our environment over short-term profits. The government is acting to protect our environment and act against climate change in every way. This energy transformation isn't happening overnight, but it is happening a lot quicker because of the actions of our government. We're making up for a lost decade of inaction under the coalition, and we've accomplished far more in our first term than the previous government did in 3. We've legislated strong new climate laws that compel big polluters to reduce emissions by 200 million tonnes by 2030. And that's the equivalent of removing 2/3 of cars from Australian roads. Now, these are things that the Greens won't talk about. It's not convenient for them to acknowledge that we are actually really making gains in this space. We are actually delivering things, because that is what Labor governments do. We are the party of the environment. We are the party that will always protect our natural environment and is taking the action we need on climate change.
Time has expired. I give the call to Member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I too would like to thank the member for Brisbane for bringing this matter of public importance to the House. This week, thousands of homes in Sydney's west experienced blackouts, with 2,785 customers impacted by over 180 power outages, as reported by Endeavour Energy. These outages are now being under investigation. Deputy Speaker, my community in Fowler and across Western Sydney will feel the heat this summer, not just from the rising temperatures, but also from the rising costs of staying cool. Many families will turn on the air conditioning or fans to cope, while others will simply go without. What is this government going to doing to ensure they aren't also feeling the heat of the soaring energy costs? The cost of living with energy at its core is the most pressing issue for Australians. Energy affects every household and business in this country. Our current chaotic energy market demands urgent reform. Energy pricing today feels like a lottery. On Monday, the spot price is low. By Wednesday, it's sky high. By Thursday, it's in the negatives. Retailers use this unpredictability to justify price hikes, creating instability that costs Australians dearly. How can families budget or businesses plan when the energy market operates in such chaos? Since my election, I have repeatedly asked the government what it will do to bring down electricity prices and provide certainty for consumers. In August, I asked what fundamental changes it would make to the broken electricity market. Well, it seems the government listened and took actions with the news that an energy expert panel will be appointed to study the situation and make recommendations. All well and good, but what about now? How can this assist us right now, when the panel is asked to report back only in 12 months? Deputy Speaker, this problem cannot wait another year longer. This government has had 30 months to act. Australia is a world leader in solar adoption, with over 4 million systems installed since 2006. Yet while solar has surged, planning has not. Why hasn't the government acted sooner to plan for storage of excess solar energy generated in the middle of the day? Our energy distributors, regulators and policymakers have failed to create a grid fit for purpose. Why didn't we mandate that every large-scale solar farm include a battery? Instead, we have a system where solar homeowners are penalised for exporting energy while consumers pay record high bills due to poor planning. Even without being an energy expert, I see simple, overlooked solutions. Why not introduce an ultra-low daytime tariff to encourage consumers to charge electric hot water systems and EVs during the midday solar glut? Why cling to outdated nighttime tariffs when solar overproduction peaks between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m? Such measures could help alleviate the risk of blackouts. Our outdated energy infrastructure is woefully inefficient. Upgrading it with smart technology and storage solutions is essential to reduce waste and make renewable energy dispatchable. Such improvements would enhance reliability and provide consumers a real chance at lower power costs. Transparency in the energy market must also improve. Energy providers must operate fairly and regulations must protect consumers from price gouging and unfair practices. Vulnerable groups like low-income households in Fowler need safeguarding. Encouraging competition away from large generators and retailers can lower prices and improve services for all Australians. While transitioning to renewables is vital, we cannot ignore the role of traditional energy sources like coal and gas during this transition. Disregarding their importance risks economic shocks and further price instability. A balanced approach that leverages all resources while phasing out the most harmful practices is essential to protect both the economy and the environment. Deputy Speaker, communities like Fowler are paying the price for decades of poor planning and leadership. Australians want practical, affordable solutions, not empty slogans. We must engage with communities to ensure energy policies reflect their needs and provide clear benefits. High energy costs hurt everyone. They slash disposable incomes, inflate living expenses and deepen economic hardships. Energy policy cannot exist in isolation. It affects every aspect of our lives and economy. Speaker, the rising cost of energy demands immediate and multifaceted action. This government is not moving in the right direction on infrastructure for Fowler. This government is not moving in the right direction on health funding for Fowler. This government is not moving in the right direction for the small and medium-sized business in Fowler. They're certainly not moving in the right direction on energy costs for Fowler and dealing with our energy crisis. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, our government is committed to Northern Australia, committed to net zero and becoming a renewable energy superpower. Australia is lucky, of course, to be one of the sunniest places in the world, with some of the best solar and wind opportunities that there are on the planet. And our government, the Albanese government, is harnessing those opportunities and executing the lowest cost pathway to a clean, affordable, reliable and resilient energy system. Our Reliable Renewables Plan is the only plan that's backed by experts to deliver clean, affordable, reliable, renewable energy when and where it's needed, firmed with batteries and storage and gas when needed during times of high demand. Labor's plans to become a renewable energy superpower are well underway, with a 25% increase in 2 years in our national grid in the cheapest and cleanest form of new generation, renewable energy. Now, these are facts that the Greens political party and others like to forget, but it is the reality. Since the Albanese government came to power in May of 2022, 13 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity has entered the grid. When it comes to Middle Arm, the North is playing a critical role in supporting the nation's transition to a net zero economy, developing the critical minerals industry, implementing the government's national defence strategy and closing the gap on First Nations disadvantage. The Middle Arm Sustainable Development Precinct will play a key role in the transition to a net zero economy. Again, the Greens political party and others want to pretend that it doesn't. They just want to say it's just all about gas and all about fossil fuels. In fact, they won't even take briefings on Middle Arm because they don't want to hear from the critical minerals company and renewable energy companies like Suncable that they really think that Middle Arm is essential. Vital is what they say. So, of course, the Greens don't want to be briefed on that. It doesn't fit their narrative. But Suncable and other companies are set to harness the Northern Territory's world-class solar resource driving green, or, as I've said before, I prefer to talk about it as golden green energy, because it's coming from the sun and it's electricity that's going to pump into Darwin, firing green industries and also into the region, helping them with their renewable energy targets at the same time. This energy will drive a new wave of green industrial development at Middle Arm and beyond. And as I've said, these new green industries powered by golden power include critical minerals processing, hydrogen, ammonia, sustainable aviation fuels and data centres. Now, of course, the Greens political party like to pretend, as I said, that it's got nothing to do with our renewable energy future. They'd rather go and hire some quite expensive inflatable kayaks and go and stop coal exports for getting out of Newcastle Harbour. Hard-working people who work in that industry in Newcastle, but it's all performative. The member is arced up here, the Greens member is arced up here. It's all performative. It's always performative with them. It's not about the real business of government. The real business of government is actually delivering a renewable energy future, transitioning and looking after workers, making sure there is a just transition. But no, they get in the kayaks and head out into the harbour and pretend they're doing something worthwhile. Now, Territorians and Australians know better, and I'm sure the working people of the Hunter absolutely know better. But I'll tell you what, our regional neighbours know better as well. Our kids' future lies with the renewable energy revolution, and the Territory is at the forefront of that exciting future. And what's going to help us get there and help other trading partners of ours get there is us having a sensible plan for the future as part of global efforts. Now, when it comes to renewable energy approvals, our government has ticked off 65 renewable energy projects since coming to office, and I can't wait to hear that from the Greens member. The country's biggest ever renewable energy project in the Territory that we're incredibly proud of. New wind farms, massive new solar farms in Queensland and in Victoria, a massive battery system, to name a few. And we are trying to make up for a decade of wasted time, but we are not wasting a minute. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. look, the science and experts are clear. If we want to stop devastating and catastrophic climate change, we cannot open any new coal and gas projects. It's what the International Energy Agency says. It's what IPCC climate scientists say. It's what experts around the world say. And it's devastating and genuinely difficult to understand how members in this place can get up and pretend like this government is taking climate change seriously when this government has approved in this term of government, and wait for this, 28 new coal and gas projects. Australia is the second largest exporter of fossil fuels in the world, behind only Russia and ahead of the United States. That alone should be deeply shameful for a country that will face devastating consequences as a result of climate inaction. Devastating. We have already experienced them. In my hometown of Brisbane, in the space of just over a decade, we have faced 2 1-in-100-year floods. I remember going into people's devastated homes, their lives destroyed, and one of the things I thought about was that here in Parliament we have 2 political parties, Labor and the Liberals, who have been utterly captured by the interests of coal and gas corporations. Utterly captured by the interests of coal and gas corporations. They wield enormous power over our political system. It's not just the millions of dollars in donations that coal and gas corporations make to the 2 major parties. It's not just that Labor and Liberal resource ministers in the past have gone on to work for the coal, oil and gas industry before and after their jobs, by the way. It's not just that this government time and again sings the tune of corporations like Santos and Woodside, but even though Australia is a massive exporter of coal and gas, this country gets a fraction of that revenue in tax. A fraction. It's remarkable that corporations like Santos and Woodside sometimes pay less tax than a nurse. When you look around the world at countries like Norway that get about 60% of taxation revenue from their oil industry, and then you look to Australia and it's somewhere closer to 9%. Nurses pay a higher tax than coal and gas corporations in Australia, a higher tax rate. That alone should be deeply shameful when we're in a cost of living crisis. But let's think about the consequences for a second. The devastating floods and heat waves that disproportionately affect the elderly and vulnerable. Their lives will be lost in the future as a result of climate-driven natural disasters, and they're hardly natural because they're driven by financial interest in coal, oil and gas corporations that wield enormous power over our political system. And it's hard because we speak and we hear the mocking, honestly getting sick of this, hear the mocking over there. I mean, he's a Labor MP, by the way, who was just mocking and laughing about that. It demonstrates, I think, fundamentally the disconnect between this political institution and ordinary people out in the world. Because when you think about the consequences of climate change, whether it's life loss in coal, oil and gas-driven natural disasters, whether it's the devastating heat waves, whether it's sea level rises destroying now Pacific communities, whether it's the vulnerable Australians who'll be hit first by this climate disaster, that isn't something to mock and laugh about. That's something to take seriously. And you might find that you disagree with the Greens about a bunch of things, but then go and ask all the climate scientists that say we can't open new coal and gas projects. We would be willing to work with you, at least, and discuss a reasonable pathway to phase out of existing coal and gas. A reasonable pathway to phase out of existing coal and gas. But at the very least, let's agree that we can't open more of it and then hand over more billions of dollars to coal, oil and gas corporations. And listen to that passion. Where's that passion for the people that are having their lives destroyed by climate change? Where's the passion for the people that will be destroyed as a result of your party's subservience to fossil fuel corporations?
Member for Griffith's time's expired, but it's a very timely reminder to everybody interjecting. I'd like to think that we might have a bit of respect in listening to the different points of view. We can do that. We can have robust discussion without breaking standing orders. Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is doing more than ever to protect our environment, reduce emissions and tackle climate change. We're protecting more of our natural world, fixing more of what's been damaged and working hard to care for the places that we love. When I ran for Parliament nearly 3 years ago, I ran with three core beliefs. I care about people, I care about jobs and I care about the planet. And I am so proud to belong to a government that shares these values and has worked day in and day out to move our country forward. For nearly 10 years, we saw the detrimental effect of what successive coalition governments had done, or failed to do, to combat climate change and take the country backwards. In the decade that they were in government, the energy industry announced that 24 of 28 coal-fired power stations would close within a decade. They had no plans for what would be replacing their electricity and no plans to help the huge workforce supporting these power stations as they transition. When it comes to powering Australia, nothing will beat our sun and wind. Reliable renewables are the cheapest source of power and we've got them in abundance in Australia. And steel production has always been at the heart of the Illawarra's identity. But with a global shift towards net zero, BlueScope are working tirelessly to reduce their carbon footprint and adapting their practices to help Australia achieve our target by 2050. And we still want to maintain the capability of producing good Australian steel in the Illawarra. We know producing steel and powering homes and businesses takes a lot of energy. Producing green steel using low emissions technology will take even more energy. And the Albanese Labor government has a plan that is supported by experts to deliver the clean, cheap and reliable energy to all Australians. In just 2.5 years, we've already delivered a 25% increase of renewables in the grid through 64 different renewable energy projects, which is enough to power more than 3 million homes. And to reduce our emissions, the Albanese Labor government's safeguard mechanism is reducing climate pollution at Australia's largest industrial facilities. And by 2030, it will have worked to slash climate pollution by 200 million tonnes. And that's the equivalent of taking 2/3 of the nation's cars off the road over the same period. And whilst the country continues to progress reliable renewable projects, the Illawarra is charging ahead and is on the cusp of becoming an industry leader in clean energy and manufacturing. With the declaration of the Renewable Energy Zone, we have attracted over $43 billion in potential investments across 44 projects, including wind, solar, energy storage, hydrogen production and green steel manufacturing. The announcement of the REVs paved the way for the Minister for Climate Change and Energy to officially declare the Illawarra offshore wind zone on 15th of June this year. And the zones highlight our region's ideal conditions for harnessing wind power and the ability to provide the infrastructure and workforce needed for such a groundbreaking project. The Illawarra is a region of innovation and manufacturing, with the steelworks and local associated industries still providing secure, well-paying jobs for the Illawarra. An offshore wind project could provide an additional 1,740 jobs during construction and 870 ongoing, secure, well-paying jobs in our local community. And we won't only be creating jobs, but we will be giving our engineering and science graduates from the University of Wollongong the chance to find a job in their hometown. The steelworks currently use 750,000 megawatt hours of grid-supplied electricity across the steelworks each year. And this equates to the usage of about 150,000 households. And for context, in Wollongong, we have approximately 130,000 households. To make green steel, BlueScope estimates that they will need 15 times the current amount of electricity that they use in traditional steel making. Not only does our offshore wind project support so many jobs, it also supports the jobs that already exist as part of the Illawarra's vital industrial base. And we remain committed to driving forward projects that will reduce emissions, create jobs and safeguard our environment. And in the Illawarra, local industries have already embraced cleaner technologies, and they are helping to position our region as a leader in the clean economy. We have achieved so much in a short amount of time that we have been in office, but there is still so much work to be done. Building the Australia that we envisage cannot happen overnight. This requires hard decisions, long-term planning, dedication and significant investment in the regions driving our economic future.
Member for Rhine.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Brisbane for bringing this matter of public importance to the House, and it is a matter of deep public importance. There's 3 reasons why we need to open up new coal and gas. There are none, there are none, there are no reasons to open up new coal and gas. We already generate 40% of our electricity from renewables. We have the technology, the support is also there. 70% of people in renewable energy zones back projects in their communities. Almost 90% of gas produced in Australia isn't even used here. We send it overseas and we barely tax it. We've got enough coal and gas currently in production to last us until we scale renewable alternatives. More and more of the jobs in these sectors are automated right out of existence. Renewables are among the cheapest sources of energy, and things like storage technology are improving every year. So no, there are no reasons to open new coal and gas. But there are very good reasons to stop. There are very good reasons. We've just seen a heatwave rip through half the country, the UK drowning under Storm Bert, and Florida smashed by Hurricane Helene. The climate crisis is here right now. And instead of putting out the fire, Labor pours petrol on it, approving 28 new coal and gas projects. If we stay on this path, by 2035, Australia, home to just 0.3% of the world's population, will have consumed 9% of the remaining global carbon budget. And it's been interesting this afternoon listening to the Assistant Minister's laundry list of renewable projects. That is all cancelled out completely by the approval of new coal and gas. And the LNP, they're peddling an expensive nuclear fantasy. Nuclear power is no solution to the climate crisis. In fact, it's a distraction. It distracts us in critical decades and actually entrenches our reliance on coal and gas. At the absolute best-case timeline, we wouldn't have a single nuclear reactor built until after 2040. In the meantime, the demand for energy continues and grows. If we don't have the baseload renewables needed, well, guess what is filling that gap? Coal and gas. And here's what the LNP won't say. Every nuclear plant locks us into decades of emissions. That's not a climate solution. It's a trap. Here in Australia, as previous speakers have mentioned, we have some of the best renewable energy resources in the world. We are ripe to be a clean energy superpower, creating jobs, cutting emissions, but the LNP, backed by millions of dollars from the fossil fuel industry, are trying to sell a nuclear myth and fantasy that simply does not stack up to scrutiny. Why? Because it keeps their mates in coal and gas in business. It's a revolving door between the old parties and the fossil fuel industry. The planet burns and they actually cash in. State capture by our fossil fuel corporations. So, how does politics work in Australia? According to the official register, there are 3 lobbyists for every 1 politician in Canberra. A staggering number of these lobbyists are former politicians, former ministerial staffers, former public servants. Every single resources minister in coalition and Labor governments since 2001 has gone to work in the fossil fuel sector. Not to drill wells or drive trucks, not to drill wells or drive trucks, mind you. They become head lobbyists, leveraging their connections to drive the interests of coal and gas multinationals, and we see them in the corridors here every day. So how does politics work in Australia? Over the last 10 years, Labor and the LNP have received $26 million in donations from energy and resource companies. See the link? Both major parties sell subscriptions to business forums where big corporations can buy special access to ministers. Who are the members? Woodside, Santos, the Minerals Council. Ministers, meanwhile, get chartered flights and gifts from big fossil fuel companies, and this is legal. This is legal. So how does politics work in Australia? How does it work? How does it work? Coal and gas corporations get approval after approval, subsidy after subsidy, tax break after tax break. This is about integrity in politics, fundamentally, but integrity doesn't go far enough. We have a structure that gives, this is a fact, that gives big coal and gas corporations more influence than voters could ever dream of having, and that's got to change.
Time has expired, and I give the call to member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, I've sat here, listened to the members of the Greens political party in particular talk about the actions of this Albanese government. And you would think that they're living in a complete fantasy land where none of the achievements we've delivered on taking climate action have happened at all. They never mention the 65 renewable energy projects that we've approved. They never mention the renewable energy targets that we've put in place. They never mention any of that. And as the member for Canberra said, it's all for politics. Just like with housing, just like with economic matters, they play politics, and we'll see how they go with that at the next election. But today I welcome the opportunity from the member for Brisbane to talk about this particular matter of public importance. He wants to debate what action the government is taking to tackle the climate crisis, what action we're taking to reduce our emissions, and what action we're taking to protect our environment. And I welcome that debate because it gives us the opportunity to talk about the things that the Greens don't. That gives us the opportunity to talk about what we were elected to do. Deputy Speaker, I was elected in Bennelong, of all places, because people in Bennelong and across the nation wanted their new government to take climate change seriously. And it's because we're all living through it now. This crisis isn't distant or abstract. It is here. It's impacting our communities, it's impacting our economy, and it's impacting our very way of life. From bushfires to floods, Australians know the reality of climate change all too well. So yes, people in Bennelong care deeply about the environment and they care deeply about climate action. They want their children to grow up in a world where our unique ecosystems are protected, where clean energy powers our homes, and where we seize the opportunities of an emissions-free economy. And under this government, we're delivering just that. From legislating emissions reductions targets to backing in renewable energy, we've hit the ground running. But make no mistake, there is still so much more to do. And let me be clear to this House and to people in Bennelong that I will not stop pushing this government for stronger climate action. We must continue to take action. We should go further because the stakes couldn't be higher. The science is clear. Without action, global warming will exceed thresholds, leading to more frequent and severe disasters. The cost of inaction won't be just measured in emissions, but in lost dollars, lost opportunities, and a diminished future for our children. And we know that it certainly won't be a Liberal government that will take this threat seriously.
Member for Kennedy needs to be silent now.
It will only be a Labor government that will continue to take action. Let's look at our record in the last 2.5 years, noting that the Liberals wasted nearly a decade preceding it. We legislated Australia's first emissions reduction target, 43% reduction by 2030 and net zero by 2050. These targets have given Australians certainty, driving investments and delivering tangible progress. Just this week, we see media reports that we are on track to meet these targets, which show that our policies are working. Because of our policies, Australia is now a top 10 worldwide destination for renewables investment, and it's showing. In 2.5 years, renewable energy in our national grid has increased by 25%, with 13 gigawatts of capacity added. The latest Clean Energy Regulator report shows renewable energy generation will average 42% this year, And it doesn't end there. We've approved over 65 renewable energy projects. That's more than 10 times the number of fossil fuel approvals. These projects will power over 7 million Australian homes, and they include some of the largest renewable energy projects in the world: Northern Territory, wind farms in Queensland and mining regions, and one of the world's largest battery systems in Victoria. Each of these projects brings us to our other target, 82% renewable energy by 2030, which will help us get cleaner, cheaper and more reliable energy. By investing in renewables, by cutting emissions and by building energy systems, we're not only protecting our environment, but we're securing our prosperity for decades to come. But to stay on that path, Deputy Speaker, we need to remain steadfast. And if we want ongoing progress on renewable energy and climate action, Australia cannot risk a Liberal government in 2025 and beyond. Their record is clear. They'll repeal what we've done, they'll tear down the progress, they'll dismantle everything just as they've done in their past. There's only one choice come election day.
Give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Turning an economy around is hard. Everyone who benefits from the way it is now fights the change. I know there are serious headwinds when it comes to shifting away from coal and gas to the energy sources and industries of the future. With coal, the writing is on the wall. It's on the way out. With gas, it's more complicated. Unfortunately, we still need some of it during transition. But there are 4 facts that it's hard to argue with. Firstly, climate change is happening fast. Burning fossil fuels increases global temperatures. We're seeing it now, and most forecasts are being exceeded. Secondly, the world is trying to get off the stuff that we're selling. Most countries have committed to a net zero timeline at some stage. The best minds in the world are working out how to get off fossil fuels. We can argue about when exactly the tipping point is, but energy economics and public attitudes are changing. And at some stage, we will end up with stranded fossil fuel assets. Thirdly, it's likely there will be some gas in the energy mix until 2050, but as little as possible. Gas is currently a useful peaking fuel until something better comes along. There are other solutions like biogas and various storage methods. This shouldn't be a licence to approve 50-year gas project expansions or new exploration sites that won't be developed for 10 years. And fourthly, Australia, and WA specifically, has a lot to gain if we're bold about this transition. The scale of both the risk and the opportunity is hard to contemplate. In WA, we built a pipeline to Kalgoorlie that unleashed the gold rush in 1903, and the vast northwest shelf infrastructure got the go-ahead in the 1960s. We need to be thinking on that scale now about what's next. In a decarbonising world, WA has many new energy advantages: sun, wind, land, critical minerals. We're a trusted ally, we have stable politics, a skilled workforce and a track record in big projects. So given these 4 facts, how do we set up now for prosperity and employment for generations to come? Well, instead of coal and gas, I want to talk about a huge opportunity for Australia and WA: green metals. Processing metals is very energy and carbon intensive. The production of steel alone generates 7 to 9% of global greenhouse gas emissions and up to 10 or 11% of CO2. Half the world's iron ore is from Australia. Staggeringly, using zero emissions energy to process our ore into iron would cut 3% of overall global carbon emissions. If we can do this, we can punch above our weight and make ourselves invaluable to the rest of the world. Our trading partners are looking to decarbonise metal production. The most obvious way to do this is to buy iron from us that's been processed using zero emissions energy. This is a huge opportunity for Australia, adding value to our raw materials exports, which adds economic complexity. Unlike creating entire battery supply chains, this is much simpler and more achievable. We're well positioned to become the world's green forge. But it requires some boldness. We need investments to bridge the green premium for first movers, such as the production incentives which are being debated in the House today, and capital investment in transformational infrastructure, technology and R&D.
We need a rapid increase in research and development for green metals, specifically targeting Australian ore and the magnetite found in WA. Numerous companies are working on this and the government should provide support to accelerate it. We need to revitalise and focus our partnerships with our major trading partners on what we can offer in the future, not locking in our old economy. If our trading partners find other lower emissions ways of producing steel, they will take them. We need to make Australia essential in a decarbonising world. We need efficient approval processes to achieve the necessary timelines for projects without compromising environmental outcomes. Current approval timeframes are shifting investment to other countries. While we do have comparative advantages, the race is on, and we're seeing so many other countries investing heavily to position themselves for the new economy. We need to act decisively. We'll be wasting public money if we don't firmly establish a globally competitive position. This will also send a clear signal to the world that instead of doubling down on the coal projects of the past or the gas projects with a limited shelf life, we're ambitiously committing to a livable future and securing our place in it.
And the time for this discussion has concluded. I'm calling on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, notice number 2, Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2024.
I'll give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk, please.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish a workplace protection orders scheme in relation to Commonwealth workers and Commonwealth workplaces and for related purposes.
Attorney-General.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Every Australian deserves to be safe at work. In recent years, Commonwealth workers have been increasingly subjected to acts of violence and aggression from members of the public. It is unacceptable, and it is why the Albanese government is introducing the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Order Bill 2024. This bill will strengthen the Commonwealth's ability to protect Commonwealth employees, particularly those on the front line, through the creation of enforceable workplace protection orders. Violence and aggression have devastating impacts on workers and their families, as well as on the experience of Australians trying to access government services. The horrific stabbing attack on a staff member at a Services Australia service centre in May 2023 was a devastating reminder that we need to do more to protect workers. The government commissioned a Services Australia Security Risk Management Review. The comprehensive review by Mr Graham Ashton made 44 recommendations to deter acts of aggression against Commonwealth workers and to increase safety. The Albanese government committed to implementing every recommendation. Unfortunately, Commonwealth workers and workplaces continue to face an increasing risk of violence from members of the public. Between July 2023 and July 2024, Services Australia staff faced 1,692 serious incidents. The bill responds to this unacceptable situation and implements Recommendation 17 of the Ashton Review by creating a Commonwealth Workplace Protection Order scheme. The bill establishes a framework to enable an authorised person within a Commonwealth entity to apply to a state or territory magistrates or local court, federal court or the Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia to issue a Commonwealth Workplace Protection Order, or WPO, in order to protect a Commonwealth worker or workplace from threats of harm and actual harm. Before issuing a WPO, the court must be satisfied that the respondent has engaged in personal violence in relation to a Commonwealth worker or the workplace, and that there is a real risk that the respondent will engage in further personal violence if the order is not made. The definition of personal violence includes acts of violence, harassment, intimidation, threats of harm, and other harmful non-physical acts such as verbal abuse and conduct engaged in over the phone. The Court may apply any conditions or restrictions it determines necessary to prevent any future risk of personal violence to a Commonwealth worker or workplace. Conditions may include no contact with a Commonwealth worker or no attendance at a Commonwealth workplace. In circumstances where urgent protection is required, a Commonwealth entity may write to the Court to issue an urgent interim WPO to ensure protections are in place as quickly as possible before a future court date to consider a final order. The definition of Commonwealth worker covers employees of Commonwealth entities as defined by the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act, including Services Australia, the Australian Taxation Office, Veterans Affairs, Australia Post and ministerial and electorate officers. It also includes contractors. This means hard-working security guards, cleaners and other external staff are also covered. Commonwealth workplaces include Commonwealth offices, pop-up service centres in shopping centres, Commonwealth service delivery vehicles and a Commonwealth worker's residence when working from home. This protects workers who are working on behalf of the Commonwealth regardless of where they are. The bill allows either party to a WPO to apply to the Court to vary or revoke a WPO. The Court may vary the conditions in the order as well as the length of time the order is in force. This allows flexibility for changing circumstances of either the Commonwealth entity or the respondent. A respondent may also appeal the decision of the Court to issue a WPO through standard appeal processes. The safety of Commonwealth workers comes first, but we also want to ensure individuals can continue to access necessary government services. If an applicant proposes conditions that would prevent the respondent from accessing Commonwealth benefits or services, the applicant is required to provide the Court with information about alternative arrangements for how the respondent may access those benefits or services while they are subject to the WPO. The Court is required to consider the personal circumstances of the respondent when determining the conditions attached to a WPO and ensure that the person still has the ability to access essential public services. In some circumstances, a condition may limit interactions to appointments over the phone. This would allow for ongoing service delivery while protecting the physical safety of workers. The bill will allow information sharing between Commonwealth and law enforcement agencies to proactively manage risks to other Commonwealth workers or workplaces. Breaching a condition of a WPO will be a criminal offence, punishable by 2 years imprisonment or 120 penalty units or both. This penalty will act as a deterrent for non-compliance with conditions while protecting workers from threatening behaviour for an extended period of time. The bill will commence 6 months from royal assent to allow time to work with Commonwealth agencies and state and territory jurisdictions on implementation and to provide clear guidance. The bill also requires a review 3 years after commencement. This bill builds on the layers of protection the government has created for Commonwealth workers, including the Criminal Code amendments protecting Commonwealth Frontline Workers Act 2024. The Act increased penalties for assaults against Commonwealth frontline workers and implemented Recommendation 18 of the Ashton Review. Violence and aggression towards Commonwealth workers and workplaces is unacceptable. The Albanese government values the contributions made by Commonwealth workers, and this bill is an important development in protecting Commonwealth workers and workplaces across the country. No one should be afraid to go to work, and every worker deserves to come home safe. This bill will protect Commonwealth workers and ensure members of the community are able to have safe access to Commonwealth government services. I thank the Minister for Government Services for his strong support in the development of this bill. I commend the bill to the House.
I'll give you the call in a moment, but the debate for this must first be adjourned. So the question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Now I'm giving the call to the member for Kennedy.
I move that so much of the sessional and standing orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Kennedy from moving the following motion immediately. That this House notes that the Coles and Woolworths oligopoly is having an appalling impact on farmers and consumers around Australia. The people of Australia are being overcharged punitively by the supermarket giants, whilst the nation's farmers are being paid prices which are below cost of production and do not provide them with a livable income. C, urgent action is required to level the playing field between the farmers and consumers on the one hand and the supermarket giants on the other. The member for Kennedy and member for Clark introduced the Reducing Supermarket Dominance Bill 2024 earlier this year, which divests supermarkets of this market power, specifically by setting market power limits with associated time frame, providing significant penalties and establishing an oversight body. And E, the government's legislation merely increasing penalties does nothing to reform the supermarket sector and will only further line the pockets of the legal fraternity, and the current code penalty of $64,000 has rarely, if ever, been enforced. And 2, the member for Kennedy be permitted to present the Reducing Supermarkets Dominance Bill immediately, and the bill be given priority over all other business in order to stop any further delay in providing affordability to consumers and fairness to farmers. I defer to my seconder. That's you, Wilkie.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I second the member for Kennedy's motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So the question before the House is that the motion be agreed to, and all those of that opinion say, oh, you're seeking the call? You're going to speak to the call? Sorry, Assistant Treasurer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Shortly I will stand up in the House to present to the House the Fairer for Families Bill that will put in place the penalties regime that underpins a mandatory food and grocery code. The government will not be supporting this bill because we are keen that the Parliament move ahead with the most important reform to the food and grocery code this decade. This is a reform which is broadly supported by horticulture suppliers. It is the result of extensive engagement by the government, and I thank the National Farmers Federation, their Horticulture Council, the many people who have worked with Craig Emerson and his expert review. This government is about getting a fairer deal for farmers and a fairer deal for families. And when the Food and Grocery Code was set up by the Liberals and Nationals, they set it up as a toothless voluntary code in 2014. Then in 2018, when the member for Maranoa, now the Shadow Agriculture Minister, was the Agriculture Minister, they reviewed it and they decided that it should remain a toothless voluntary code. Labor disagrees. We have worked constructively with the supplier groups in order to put in place what will soon be a mandatory food and grocery code of conduct with multi-million-dollar penalties. This change will be vital in changing the power imbalance between supermarkets and their suppliers. It is something that has been long called for. I acknowledge those suppliers who've spoken out confidentially, who've said that under the current regime they feel there's a power imbalance that makes it impossible for them to deal with supermarkets without the risk of retaliation. The food and grocery code's structure remains unchanged, but its penalties significantly ramp up. Craig Emerson's work engaging with these groups has made clear that the system that we were left by the Liberals and Nationals when we came to office was manifestly inadequate. That the Liberals and Nationals left us with a system that was unable to deal with the concerns of farmers, unable to deal with the concerns of suppliers. Deputy Speaker, when we are concerned about the power of large firms, we'll often speak about monopoly power, about the way in which big firms can squeeze their consumers. But there's another concept that goes back to Joan Robinson, and that is monopsony power. Monopsony power is when you squeeze your suppliers, when you squeeze those upstream, when suppliers and workers can be hurt by the power of big firms throwing their weight around. Monopsony power is the evil twin of monopoly power. And in our supermarket reforms, we are dealing with both these evil twins. We're dealing with monopsony power through making the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct mandatory. We are dealing with monopoly power by our reforms to put in place a review of the way in which the supermarkets operate, through providing choice with funding to carry out quarterly grocery price monitoring, providing Australians the information they need about where to get the very best deal at the checkout. We are providing the ACCC with resources to enforce the unit pricing code, because Australians are sick of shrinkflation, sick of going into the supermarkets and finding that the pricing isn't the way it should be. And so, through our reforms, we are ensuring that suppliers to supermarkets get a better deal and that consumers from supermarkets get a better deal. Australia's supermarket sector is one of the most concentrated in the world. The top 2 supermarkets have 2/3 of the market. The top 3 supermarkets have 3/4 of the market. That is a more concentrated grocery sector than all but a couple of other countries in the OECD. With great power comes great responsibility. It is important that we have reforms in place that deal with the potential of those large supermarkets to throw their weight around. We've heard stories about fresh produce suppliers going out of business because of their inability to get proper redress through the current toothless, voluntary Food and Grocery Code of Conduct. And we've seen accounts of farmers who feel that if they're bringing perishables to market, and there are only a couple of places they can sell those perishables to, that the current Food and Grocery Code of Conduct doesn't allow them to raise appropriate complaints. Now, I acknowledge the work that the Code Mediator has done, but the Code Mediator has been operating under a voluntary code. Chris Leptos has done his best work with the rules that are available to him. But the rules available to him, rules set up by the Liberal and National parties, just aren't good enough. A voluntary code of conduct was good enough for the Liberals and Nationals in office. It is not good enough for Labor in office. The Agriculture Minister, Julie Collins, has been a strong champion of a mandatory Food and Grocery Code of Conduct. We understand on this side that competition can be a double squeeze on farmers. Farmers both buy their inputs from highly concentrated sectors. There can sometimes be only a few firms that supply those tractors, only a few firms from which you can buy your fertiliser, only a few firms from which you can buy your seeds. And then farmers sell into concentrated markets. Just a couple of supermarkets, just a few processors. Farming itself is a pretty competitive industry. A lot of sectors, there's a lot of farmers. So they're competing against one another, but they're getting squeezed upstream and they're getting squeezed downstream. And the consequence is that some farmers are just choosing to walk off the land. The Albanese government understands this challenge. We recognise that the way in which competition policy works in Australia just isn't good enough for farmers. We understand that a more competitive and dynamic economy matters for the productivity of the entire economy, but particularly matters in our farming sector. Our farming sector is almost a case study of the problems of a lack of dynamism and competition in the economy. Under those opposite, we saw a rise in market concentration, a rise in markups, which is a fancy economics term for the gap between what it costs firms to produce and what they sell a product for. And we saw a decline in the creation rate of employing small businesses. All of that suggests that a lack of competition is one of the reasons why productivity growth in the 2010s was so lousy under those opposite. They were asleep at the wheel when it came to competition policy, and Australia's productivity performance paid the price. A revitalisation of competition policy will be good for productivity and will flow through to the well-being of Australian households. On the Productivity Commission's estimate, the national competition policy reforms of the 1990s boosted GDP by a permanent lift of 2.5%. In today's money, that's $5,000 for every Australian household. The estimates the Treasury has done of a revitalisation of national competition policy again are of a similar order of magnitude. We now have the Senate considering the biggest merger reforms in 50 years. Merger reforms that those opposite were too fearful to take on. I vividly remember in August 2021, when Rod Sims, then the head of the ACCC, gave a carefully considered speech in which he outlined the merger reforms supported by the ACCC. Treasurer Frydenberg ruled it out within hours. That's how unwilling those opposite were to consider competition reform to one of the most critical parts of the competition ecosystem. We have worked constructively with business. We've engaged with stakeholders, and we have brought to the Parliament a merger shake-up which will ensure the system is more efficient, more transparent, more streamlined, and that the ACCC focuses on the high-risk mergers, not the low-risk ones. I pay tribute to the Treasurer and the Competition Task Force and their expert panel for the work on those reforms. Labor is the party of consumers. Labor is the party of competition. More competition means a better deal for consumers, a better deal for workers, and a more productive and dynamic economy. A lack of competition has been holding Australia back. More competition will be good for our economy, will deliver for Australian households, and I look forward in a few moments to being able to introduce Labor's Fairer for Farmers and Families bill.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The question is that is the member for Kennedy seeking the call?
I stood up before the Minister to move my legislation. Well, I'm just asking you for a ruling.
Yes.
I stood up before him.
Yes.
The Speaker gave the call to them and she said she'd come back to me for my legislation. Now, do I have a right to put the legislation forward or don't
I? When the member for Kennedy has addressed his question to the Deputy Speaker, I will endeavour to answer that question. My understanding is that you do not have another opportunity to speak, as you have already done so in this debate. I'm sorry, I wasn't in the chair, but my understanding is that you have moved this. So as mover, you have spoken already. The member for Kennedy will need leave to speak. Now, I could either ask if leave is granted or I will give the call to the member for Calais. Is leave granted for the member for Kennedy to speak? Through the chair, the proposition is that the member for Kennedy allow the Deputy Speaker to give the call to the member for Calais whilst conversation takes place, my understanding.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure what the Speaker might rule his bill, but it doesn't matter. If I'm just given the opportunity to speak, I'll take advantage of that opportunity. Now,
So the member for Kennedy, the member for Kennedy doesn't have the call. The member for Kennedy is seeking leave. Is leave granted?
I'm saying leave is not granted.
Leave is not granted. The member for Kennedy does not have the call.
He doesn't have a further opportunity.
The member for Kennedy, okay, the member for Kennedy does not, leave was not granted to the member for Kennedy, therefore the member for Kennedy does not have leave to speak, and I would ask that the member for Kennedy take... I'm not sure that you can do that, member for Kennedy. Okay, so for to assist the House, is the member for Calais seeking to speak on this motion? I give the call to the member for Calais. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Calais, and I would ask the member for Kennedy to take his seat.
Well, I think, with all due respect, Madam Speaker, that's a little bit questionable, your decision. Very, very questionable.
The member for Calais has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I must say that I support the member for Kennedy in his desire to be heard on this matter of urgency that he and the member for Clark have brought to this place. And I believe that leave should have been granted for the member for Kennedy to have his say on this very important issue to the people of not only country Queensland, but country Australians everywhere, and indeed Australians all over our great nation, because this is a very urgent matter that this House faces today. This cost of living crisis is doing immense damage all around our country, and it's being made much worse by the actions of supermarket giants who are price gouging farmers at the farm gate, and they are price gouging consumers at the checkout as well. And therefore, I'm a very strong supporter of the member for Kennedy and the member for Clark's Reducing Supermarket Dominance Bill 2024, because it actually takes real and effective action to do something about this arrant price gouging that farmers and consumers have been putting up with for far too long. It actually brings in and ushers in real change and lasting change, not more talk. And with respect to the major parties, we have seen a lot of talk on this issue, but not enough real action. And what the member for Kennedy and the member for Clark are doing in this House today is giving members the opportunity to vote for real and effective action that would reduce the market power of the supermarket giants and limit the amount of profits they could make. They would stamp out the price gouging, and every member of this House will have an opportunity to vote on this game-changing legislation. Now, we've heard a lot about the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct. Well, folks, I'm here to tell you the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct is not worth the paper it's written on. It is an absolute joke. It has been ineffective for years, and making the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct mandatory, as the major parties are suggesting, won't do anything. And I'm pretty shocked that the National Party is suggesting that making it mandatory will have some sort of effect. All of the major players are already signed, sealed and delivered into the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct, and it has made no difference for years. It has not stopped the price gouging, and it has not stopped the damage that is being inflicted on farmers and consumers all around our country. What the bill from the member for Kennedy and the member for Clark will do is actually bring in real and mandatory divestiture of the supermarket giants, because I know that the Liberals and Nationals have brought in their own bill, but it would be totally ineffective. As drafted, their divestiture powers are highly unlikely to ever be used, and if they are, it will just amount to a lawyer's picnic, Deputy Speaker, that will last for years and will do nothing to stop the rampant price gouging in a cost of living crisis that is occurring right now. This unconscionable conduct which farmers and consumers are putting up with day in, day out. The coalition is spruiking, as I've said, that the code will now be mandatory. The government is now spruiking that as well. But look, the major supermarkets have signed up to that long, long ago, and it hasn't stopped farmers and consumers being stung by them for years. And what the member for Kennedy and the member for Clark are doing is giving members of this House the opportunity to take real and effective action right now, to stand up for our farmers, not just talk the talk, but actually cast a vote in this House, our national parliament, to actually do something about finally reducing the supermarket dominance of these giants who are doing so much damage to farmers and consumers around Australia. And that's why I fully support the member for Kennedy and the member for Clark in their efforts. This legislation is game-changing, and I had the member for Kennedy come to my own electorate and to speak to local residents and local farmers about the importance of backing this bill. And we were rudely interrupted when he came to Orange by a National Party senator, and I'm very pleased that the member for Kennedy, in a style that only he could fashion, he shirt-fronted the National Party senator and actually sat that senator down and sent him on his way. And it just shows you that the major parties, including the National Party, are not serious about stopping the price gouging and getting behind real legislation that can make a difference to farmers and consumers around Australia.
I thank the member for Calais and the member for Kennedy seeking the call.
Honestly, Madam Speaker, I've got a
Thank
right
you.
to move
Member for
and
Kennedy,
I've got a
I
right
just
to
need
speak.
to ask if leave is granted. Is leave granted for the member for Kennedy?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The member for Kennedy has the call.
I mean to address an issue that will reduce the price of food in this country by 30%, and then to be given 5 minutes after 3 efforts to move the resolution and exercise my rights that are in the standing orders of this parliament. And I know a little about it because I haven't been here for 30 years, which is more than anyone else can say. Now let me turn to the issue in the 4 minutes that I've got left, Madam Speaker. And I'm very angry, and I'm going to take this matter further, I can assure you. Right? In 1991, Coles and Woolworths had 51% of the market, and their markup was near enough to 97% markup. Now, I think that's outrageous. My family have had clothing stores for generations, many generations in Australia, and we never went over 50%. And this is fashion goods. I mean, you after 2 years, you just have to throw them away. And we used 50% markup. Well, these people were using 100% markup on food, This was in 1991, when they had 51% of the market. By 2001, they had 70% of the market. Madam Speaker, not my figures. The government figures said 68% of the market, and the ANOP Grocery World figures said 72% of the market. So there's no doubt that they'd risen from 51 to 70%, and the markup went from 100% to 200%. Now, since then, what? They haven't grown since then? I mean, they were growing at 2% a year. They didn't suddenly stop in the year 2001. So they've grown since then, and the markup now is more than 200%. It's probably climbing up close to 300%. Now, we are not a government department, so all we could do was select 15 items, and it was quite clear that the markup had gone from 100% to 200% to nearly 300% in that period of time. Now, the people in this place that are taking $300,000 a year off the taxpayers have done absolutely nothing. And here we are yet again, the member for Clark and myself and the member for Clare, but all the crossbenchers are moving once again to do something about it. And all the government is doing is saying, we're going to have a look at it, and if they're naughty boys, we're going to punish them. And that is the essence of the legislation, right? So how are you going to prove they're naughty boys? They've got a bigger turnover, I think, than the government has got. You've got hopeless, Buckley's chance of proving anything against them. Now, Madam Speaker, you know, there is no other country on earth. England was the worst when we looked, and England, the top 6 had 36% of the market. And there were people squealing in England over it. And they were the worst.
Thank the member for Kennedy. Time for this
we're going to come again.
And I'm going to now put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
These are new ones. I'm not just carrying them around all day like a... Every time I see them, she's got a bunch of... Oh my God. Look where it's going.
Lock the doors. The question is the motion moved by the honourable member for Kennedy be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Clare and Clark as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 51. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can resume their seats quickly and as quietly as possible. I shall give the call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3, Treasury Laws Amendment, Fairer for Families and Farmers and Other Measures Bill 2024.
The call to the Assistant Minister.
I present the Treasury Laws Amendment, Fairer for Families and Farmers and Other Measures Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum. Thanks very much.
Clark? Ready? Call to the... Sorry, the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the cessation of the Registry's modernisation program, information and safety standards, Housing Australia, industry codes, taxation, corporations, financial services and foreign acquisitions and takeovers, and for other purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Albanese government is working hard to get a fairer go for families and a fairer go for farmers. We know that large firms don't just squeeze their consumers, they squeeze their suppliers too. We've heard too many stories about suppliers not getting a fair deal. Earlier this year, third-generation cherry farmer Michael Cuniel said that he was getting out of the industry. He told the ABC, "We're at the mercy of them. We're price takers, so the profit just isn't there anymore." There's a huge imbalance. Supermarkets are making these multi-billion-dollar profits and growers are losing money. When the Food and Grocery Code was established by the former coalition government in 2015, it was set up as a voluntary code. When it was reviewed in 2018, the former coalition government decided it should remain a voluntary code. I note in passing that this decision was made when the current Shadow Agriculture Minister, the member for Maranoa, was the Agriculture Minister. The member for Maranoa had a chance to deliver a mandatory food and grocery code, but decided to keep the code voluntary. When Labor came to office, we asked former Competition Minister Craig Emerson, one of Australia's best policy brains, to review the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct. Dr Emerson consulted broadly and concluded that the code was not doing its job. As he noted, there were no penalties and no formal complaints had been raised after the 2021-22 financial year. Dr Emerson's report made 11 recommendations and the government accepted all of them. The most important recommendation was that the Food and Grocery Code be made mandatory, with substantial penalties for more harmful breaches. As Dr Emerson noted, what it really means is that the supermarkets will need to treat their suppliers in good faith. They must not abuse their superior bargaining power, the muscle they have, over smaller suppliers. The government's intention is that penalties will apply principally to corporations, that is, to supermarkets themselves. Consistent with other industry codes, the bill provides for non-body corporate penalties. Breaches by non-bodies corporate are lower to provide a proportionate approach. The bill will ensure penalties for treating suppliers poorly in breach of the code are not merely a cost of doing business. These are serious penalties. They are the highest corporate penalties under any industry code, under Part 4B of the Competition and Consumer Act 2010. The bill provides that the maximum penalty that can be prescribed in the code will be the greater of $10 million, 3 times the value of the benefit gained from the contravening conduct, or 10% of turnover in the preceding 12 months. The introduction of penalties into the new Food and Grocery Code will enable the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to issue infringement notices where it has reasonable grounds to believe that a supermarket has breached the code. These are an important tool in the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission's armoury that allow for efficient, low-cost enforcement outcomes for minor breaches. The new Food and Grocery Code of Conduct regulations, the substance of the code, will be made this year, with the code coming into force from 1 April 2025. The code will implement other recommendations, including making the code mandatory, strengthening the dispute resolution process, and new obligations to protect suppliers from retribution. This will be complemented by the establishment of an anonymous supplier and whistleblower complaints pathway through the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. This is only one part of Labor's extensive supermarket competition policy agenda. We're cracking down on shrinkflation by strengthening the unit pricing code to make it easier for Australians to make accurate and timely price comparisons, working with the states and territories to reform planning and zoning regulations to boost competition and reduce land banking, ensuring the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission will be notified of every merger in the supermarket sector, in the biggest strengthening of Australia's merger settings in half a century, and providing the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission with an additional $30 million in funding to crack down on misleading and deceptive pricing practices in the supermarket and retail sectors. We've raised the penalties for anti-competitive conduct, banned unfair contract terms, funded choice to conduct quarterly price monitoring, and we're consulting on a general prohibition on unfair trading practices. Dominant firms can squeeze their suppliers, something called monopsony power. The government is scrutinising the use of non-compete clauses in worker contracts due to concerns that they may be anti-competitive. And a concern over monopsony power is why our government is making the Food and Grocery Code mandatory. Because competition reform isn't just about benefiting consumers. It's about benefiting workers and farmers too. More competition means a more dynamic and efficient economy. Enabling higher penalties to be prescribed in the Food and Grocery Code is not the only measure in this bill. I turn now to a discussion of each of the schedules in the bill. Schedule 1 to the bill is necessary for the transfer of business register functions back to the Australian Securities and Investments Commission and to delay auto-commencement of corporate collective investment vehicle reporting provisions as a result of the government's decision to stop the former Modernising Business Registers program. The legislative changes outlined in Schedule 1 to the bill will ensure that the employment terms and conditions of transferring staff are maintained in line with the Public Service Act 1999 and the Fair Work Act 2009. These legislative changes are required as the Australian Securities and Investment Commission is not within the Australian Public Service. These legislative changes will provide continuity of business register services by minimising potential staffing changes and will also ensure business registers staff will be subject to the same legislative framework as existing Australian Securities and Investment Commission staff members when they conduct their duties. Schedule 1 to the bill will also provide for legislative changes necessary to give greater time to analyse reporting provisions related to corporate collective investment vehicles. These provisions were designed under the former Modernising Business Registers program, but require further consideration following the government's decision to stop the program. Schedule 2 to the bill seeks to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and the Australian Consumer Law to streamline product safety standards and save businesses $5 billion over 10 years in administrative, testing and compliance costs once fully implemented. These changes will also help lower the cost of household products and take pressure off Australians by offering greater product choice for consumers without compromising safety. Globally, consumer goods are often manufactured and tested to product safety standards, developed by expert organisations which are widely accepted in major economies such as the United States and the United Kingdom. However, the Australian consumer law does not easily allow for overseas standards to be recognised alongside Australian standards. Instead, the current provisions lead to duplicative retesting and relabelling to adhere to the relevant Australian standard, even when the product already complies with an overseas standard which offers an equivalent or a better level of consumer protection. The changes proposed by this bill will make it easier for the Commonwealth Minister to recognise trusted overseas standards in safety and information standards made under the Australian consumer law. This will mean that Australian regulation keeps pace with updates to Australian and overseas standards. The changes also require businesses to provide evidence of compliance with mandatory standards following a request from the regulator. The reforms will allow businesses to import and sell products without duplicative testing and compliance measures, provided the products have been tested and are found to comply with a trusted, equivalent overseas safety standard. They will allow businesses to expand their product ranges and import products sooner without compromising on consumer safety. They will also ensure that compliance requirements in Australia do not fall out of step with international best practice, as Australian and overseas standards are updated. These changes, Deputy Speaker, are good for consumers and good for businesses. They'll help drive competition by increasing consumer choice, all the while ensuring product safety standards are held to a high standard to keep Australians safe. Schedule 3 to the bill seeks to amend the Housing Australia Act 2018 to increase the legislated cap on the amount of money which can be credited to a dedicated special account, established to fund and support Housing Australia's housing finance programs. The Act established Housing Australia to improve housing outcomes for Australians, including through efforts to increase supply of, provide finance for, and encourage investment in social and affordable housing. The Act also establishes the Housing Australia Special Account, which sets aside funds from consolidated revenue to fund and support the provision of finance for social and affordable homes. Housing Australia draws down on this Housing Australia Special Account to fund, through loans and grants, organisations to support the provision of social and affordable homes through a range of housing finance programs. These include the Housing Australia Future Fund Facility, the National Housing Accord Facility and the Affordable Housing Bond Aggregator. The balance of the special account is subject to a legislated cap of $1 billion under section 47D1 of the Act. If the balance of the special account exceeds $1 billion, any funds above the cap must be returned to consolidated revenue. This means any excess funds would be lost from the special account and not able to be used to fund Housing Australia's social and affordable housing finance programs. In the 2024-25 budget, the government increased the size of the line of credit supporting the Affordable Housing Bond Aggregator program from $1 billion to $4 billion to support more lending to community housing providers who are crucial to the delivery of social and affordable housing. Increasing the cap in the special account would enable the full $4 billion of funds to be made available to Housing Australia in accordance with this budget decision. Additionally, the first rounds of the National Australia Future Fund Facility and National Housing Accord Facility additionally, the first rounds of the Housing Australia Future Fund Facility and the National Housing Accord Facility will deliver an additional 13,700 social and affordable dwellings, which will be supported through funding that flows through the Housing Australia Special Account. This means the Housing Australia Special Account is subject to increased frequency and volume of both drawdown and replenishment to support the financing of social and affordable homes. This amendment will support the government's commitment to deliver 40,000 social and affordable homes by enabling Housing Australia to approve more applications for financing, helping more Australians into social or affordable homes as soon as possible. Schedule 4 to the bill amends the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 to strengthen the penalty regime for industry codes, including by permitting higher maximum penalties to be set for the breaches of the new Food and Grocery Code and the Unit Pricing Code. The schedule also increases infringement notice penalties for alleged breaches of industry codes generally and clarifies the ability for industry codes to confer functions and powers on persons and bodies. The schedule makes the legislative changes needed to implement the government's respective responses to the Food and Grocery Code review and the Franchising Code review, and the government's announcement to introduce substantial penalties for supermarkets who breach the Unit Pricing Code. The schedule also creates consistency and strengthens the enforcement regime across industry codes to deter non-compliant behaviour. These changes form part of a range of actions the government is taking to foster a competitive and sustainable supermarket industry, to get a better deal for supermarket customers and suppliers. Schedule 5 to the bill amends the income tax law to specifically list Skip Foundation Limited as a deductible gift recipient. Specifically listing an organisation encourages philanthropic giving and supports the not-for-profit sector, as donors may claim income tax deductions for donations to organisations with deductible gift recipient status. The schedule also removes the following specifically listed deductible gift recipients, as the organisations are no longer operating: Don Chip Foundation Limited, Ian Clooney's Ross Memorial Foundation, Ian Thorpe's Foundation for Youth, Ian Thorpe's Fountain for Youth, Lane Beachley Aim for the Stars Foundation Limited, National Congress of Australia's First Peoples Limited, Sir William Tyree Foundation, Southcare Helicopter Fund Proprietary Limited, the Lingiari Policy Centre Limited. The removal of inactive specific listings is necessary to maintain trust and integrity in the administration of tax concessions that can be accessed by not-for-profits that have deductible gift recipient status. Schedule 6 to the bill amends various laws in the Treasury portfolio to ensure these laws operate in accordance with policy intent, to make minor changes to improve administrative outcomes and remedy unintended consequences, as well as correcting technical and drafting defects. In closing, Deputy Speaker, let me thank the many officials within Treasury who have worked on this bill. I want to acknowledge the critical work of Craig Emerson and his Secretariat in bringing down the Food and Grocery Code review. And I want to particularly thank my advisor, Tory Barker, who's here on the floor of Parliament, for her critical work throughout this process and in bringing this important reform. Full details of the measure contained in the explanatory memorandum. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank the Assistant Minister. Now, the debate must now be adjourned. Can the member for Petrie move that the debate be adjourned?
What was the question, sorry?
The debate must now be adjourned.
Oh, yep, I move the debate be adjourned.
Thank you. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'm going to put the question. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to implement a multinational top-up tax and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendment in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendment. And I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that the amendment be considered immediately.
I'm going to put that. The question is that the amendment be considered immediately. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. The Assistant Minister.
I move that the amendment be agreed to. Deputy Speaker, this is an important reform for multinational tax integrity in Australia. This bill puts in place a global minimum tax. It ends the race to the bottom in company taxes that imperils the corporate tax base around the world. That matters for all countries that impose corporate taxes, but particularly for Australia, which has traditionally drawn a considerable share of the revenue that we use to fund schools, roads and hospitals from corporate taxes. By having that global minimum floor, that 15% minimum floor, Australians will be made better off. This bill is about fairness. It's about ensuring multinationals pay their fair share. Australia welcomes foreign investment, but being a multinational is no licence to dodge taxes. It is vital that multinationals understand that Australia is serious about multinational tax compliance. No government in Australian history has done more than the Albanese government to address multinational tax integrity. No government around the world is doing more to close multinational tax loopholes and improve transparency. I commend the bill and this amendment to the House.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I'm going to put that question. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to make amendments consequent on the enactment of the Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Act 2024 and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments, and I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
And the question is that the amendments be considered immediately. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Assistant Minister. I understand that it's the wish of the House to consider the amendments together, and I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that the amendments be agreed to.
And the question is that the amendments be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Okay. I have received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment or requests. University Accord, Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024, Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024, Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers, Special Account Bill 2024, and Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Imposition Bill 2024 without requests. And I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry I dozed off a bit there. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the following reports. Report number 8 of 2024, Department of Defence, Army Aviation, Omnibus Programme of Works and Other Works. Thank you. And report number 9 of 2024, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, Command Centre and Canine Facility at Western Sydney International Nancy Bird Walton Airport and other works. And I seek leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the reports.
Is leave granted?
Yes.
Leave is granted. The member for Moreton has the call.
Thank you. I thank the Shadow Minister. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's 8th and 9th reports for 2024. Together, these reports consider 6 proposals referred to the committee by the Department of Defence, the CSIRO, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts. In total, these works have a combined value of just over $1,213 million. The 2 proposals from Defence sought to spend $651 million to provide upgraded facilities and infrastructure for aircraft at RAF Base Townsville, HMAS Albatross in Nowra and HMAS Sterling near Rockingham in WA. The project at RAF Base Townsville will support 29 Apache attack helicopters acquired in March 2022. These aircraft will replace the Tiger fleet operated by the 1st Aviation Regiment. The works will also provide new permanent facilities for the 16th Aviation Brigade, who relocated to RAF Base Townsville from Gallipoli Barracks in 2024. The committee did not identify any concerns with the proposal. The project at HMAS Albatross in Nowra will provide new and upgraded facilities and infrastructure to support 12 new M860R Seahawk Romeo helicopters for the Navy. This includes upgrades to hangars and administration areas, extension of car parking spaces, a new headquarters, training simulator facilities that were inspected, and the construction of aircraft pavement and aprons. One element, an equipment shelter, will be constructed at HMAS Sterling in Western Australia. The committee did not identify any concerns with the proposal and encourages Defence to support the participation of the local Shoalhaven construction industry in this project where possible. The proposal from the CSIRO sought to spend $29.9 million to replace ageing electrical infrastructure at the Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness. The infrastructure was installed in 1985 and the switchboards, cabling and generators are now in urgent need of replacement. The centre is a purpose-built biosecurity facility that protects Australia's livestock and aquaculture industries from exotic and emerging infectious animal and zoonotic diseases. The works will also feed into a multi-stage part-life refit of the centre to enable operations to continue for the next 30 years. After an inspection, the committee did not identify any concerns with the proposal and acknowledges the important work of the centre and the severe consequences that would result from any failure in biosecurity containment. The 2 proposals from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade sought to spend $219 million for the construction of a new chancery in Honiara in the Solomon Islands and an office consolidation and fit-out here in Canberra. The new chancery in Honiara will support Australia's crucial diplomatic presence in the South Pacific. The existing chancery was constructed in the 1980s, and although it has had an extension and fit-out since opening, it no longer meets the Australian government's needs. Construction will use an Australian modular, prefabricated, off-site manufactured approach. The modular construction allows the buildings to be constructed and commissioned in Australia and then dismantled, shipped and reassembled on-site in the Solomons, and the committee does hope to inspect the construction process. The committee did not identify any issues or concerns with the proposal. The committee noted the benefits of the prefabricated construction method. DFAT's office fit-out in Canberra will consolidate 3 buildings with leases expiring in 2026 and 2027 to a single site in Barton, close to the future National Security Office precinct. The premises will accommodate 1,500 staff. The fit-out will include 2 basement levels car parks, a ground floor and 5 levels of office space. The committee did not identify any issues or concerns with the proposal and encourages DFAT's intention to provide further opportunities for staff to give feedback on the design before fit-out inclusions are finalised. The final proposal is for a command centre and a canine facility at West Sydney International Airport, put forward by the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts for a cost of just over $312 million. The opening of the airport in late 2026 will generate a large volume of international passengers and cargo. The establishment of the command centre and canine facility will enable the Australian Border Force, the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry and the Australian Federal Police to manage aviation security, biosecurity and other international border arrangements. The committee did not identify any issues or concerns with the proposal and notes the benefits of co-locating agencies with shared border protection responsibilities. The committee also notes that the agency will be completing specialist elements of each fit-out individually, which may require further committee scrutiny. The committee would like to extend its thanks to all those who provided written and oral evidence in support of these inquiries for all projects. And also for those that assisted with the inspections. For all projects, the committee recommends that it is expedient that the proposed works be carried out. And Deputy Speaker, I commend the reports to the House.
I thank the member for Moreton, and I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Implementation of the National Redress Scheme, I present the committee's report entitled Redress, Journey to Justice, Final Report, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Yes.
Leave granted. The member for Macon has the call.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the report was presented to the Senate yesterday by the Chair of the Committee, Senator Katrina Billick, but because of the importance of it to tens of thousands of people who are directly affected by this scheme, I take this opportunity to make a few brief remarks. And in reading the remarks made by the Chair, I couldn't say it any better than what she did when she presented the report to the Senate. So I will quote directly from her speech, but I won't quote the whole speech in full. I will just stick to what I think are the perhaps key areas which will at least give some guidance to anyone who's following the presentation of this report. And in saying that, I note that you, Madam Deputy Chair, was a member of the committee, as was the member for Patterson and the member for Bass, who are in the chamber here today. And so it's good to have them here whilst the report is being presented. And I'll quote directly from Senator Billick's statement. On 28th of November 2022, the committee resolved to inquire into and report upon the operation of the National Redress Scheme. A key focus of the committee's work was to examine the experience of First Nations applicants and applicants with disability in their dealings with the scheme. The committee also examined the accessibility and effectiveness of support services and legal advice for survivors and their advocates. A critical concern of the committee is that time for the scheme is running out. The scheme closes to new applications in mid-2027 and ceases in 2028. Unless changes are made, some survivors could miss out on redress. To address this, the committee has recommended that the Australian Government work with states and territories to extend the life of the scheme. We recommend increasing funding for the Department of Social Services, No More Legal and other support services to ensure all applications can be finalised on time. And we recommend undertaking a publicity campaign to ensure that survivors are aware of the deadline. The scheduled 8-year review should consider how the scheme will close, how to maximise the number of applications dealt with in the time remaining, and alternative options for survivors if redress cannot be offered because a responsible institution does not fulfil its intention to join. The committee received evidence relating to the experience of survivors with the scheme. Retelling their stories as part of their applications is traumatising for many. Frankly, many of them deserve better. As a committee, the committee has recommended improvements to the way the Department of Social Services deals with clients. More than 900 institutions have been declared into the scheme, including a number that are listed on the website as intending to participate. We think the scheme would be improved by regular information from the Australian Government on the names of institutions that have refused to join. In addition, the Government should consider, before the scheme closes, what penalties will be directed to institutions that did not participate. The committee received numerous examples of inconsistent outcomes from the scheme. We were told that sometimes two applications describing similar events can lead to drastically different outcomes. A critical recommendation is that decisions on eligibility should be considered by panels of independent decision makers, or if this is not possible, for all applications, those found ineligible should be automatically escalated to panel review. Further, we heard that a number of applicants are afraid to ask for a review of decisions. To address this, we recommend the legislation be amended to expressly provide that a review of a redress determination cannot result in an offer being reduced or reversed. The importance of having support services available is paramount. The committee has made several recommendations regarding better targeting of services to support survivors applying for redress. In particular, the committee recommends that funding for support services should be extended until 2 years after the expiration of the scheme. The committee recommended that a consistent approach to virginity testing in Australia should be articulated, and this should be subject of a separate inquiry. Mr Deputy Speaker, those comments from the Chair of the Committee, Senator Katrina Billick, as I said earlier, I believe wrap up the key parts of the report. But the report is much more in-depth than that, and for anyone who wants to know more, I point them to it and suggest that they read it. It was, in fact, from my experience, one of the perhaps more delicate and sensitive inquiries that I have been a party to. And I have to say I heard some incredibly emotional stories with respect to the experience of survivors that have now applied for some sort of redress. For the benefit of the House, as of the 9th of August, some 46,280 claims have been lodged. Of those, 16,214 offers were accepted, and there's been about a $1.5 billion payout to those. Mr Deputy Speaker, in closing, can I say thank you to all of the people who appeared before the committee, particularly to those who were survivors themselves, and for the evidence that they gave. It must have been incredibly traumatic for them to do so, but at least they presented us with a truthful account of what took place. I also thank all of those agencies that have helped those people along the way. And in particular, I thank our committee members on behalf of the Chair for the work that they did in working through this step by step, because it was sensitive and it did truly matter to the lives of those people affected. And lastly, can I thank the Secretariat, who again had an incredible role in trying to ensure that everything was handled in a very sensitive and delicate way. They did that, and my thanks go to them. With those comments, I present the report.
And I thank the honourable member for Mankin for that report. And I give now the call to the honourable member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs, I present the committee's report, incorporating additional comments from the Coalition members and Senator, entitled Inquiry into Economic Self-Determination and Opportunities for First Nations Australians, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Minister, is leave granted? Leave is granted, and I give the call to the honourable member for Durack.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking the Chair, Senator Stewart, in the other place, other committee members and particularly the Secretariat of the committee for all their hard work in organising hearings and the publication of the inquiry report. I also thank everyone who made a submission to the inquiry. This included 109 individuals, organisations and government agencies, including from my own electorate of Durack. I'm sure I speak for all the members of the committee in saying that this was an important inquiry, as it provided an opportunity to look at practical solutions to contribute to closing the economic gap that exists between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. The Chair's report included 22 recommendations. These were divided into sections relating to enhancing access to capital and activating the Indigenous estate, Indigenous culture and intellectual property, vocational training and new industries, and employing the lessons from international jurisdictions. Now, whilst the Coalition members and Senator of the committee didn't submit a dissenting report, it was important for us to submit additional comments, Deputy Speaker. Therein, we outline the different approach we believe should be taken and have outlined 12 recommendations that we agreed with or could support with slight amendment. Firstly, it was clear from the inquiry that there is a big gap in terms of collecting data on Indigenous businesses. It's common sense that the government should better understand the composition and economic contribution of Indigenous businesses. Another area we agreed on was consideration to be given on the future of the Indigenous procurement policy, known as the IPP. The IPP commenced in 2015 under the then Coalition government and has since contributed $10 billion in Commonwealth contracts for Indigenous businesses. This policy has been a clear driver for the rapid growth of the Indigenous business sector, and as the Coalition, we're particularly proud of that, Mr Deputy Speaker. While the committee has recommended that the 3% target for total number of contracts and 1.75% target for total value of accessible contracts to be awarded to Indigenous businesses to be expanded, I would like to note that these targets are already being exceeded, so I would say they're not ambitious enough. It is important, though, to ensure that the IPP is delivering on its purposes to stimulate Indigenous entrepreneurship, business and economic development. For this reason, the definition of Indigenous businesses and issues around so-called black cladding should be considered by the Minister. Seeing more Indigenous Australians start their own business is something we would all very much like to see. The inquiry highlighted some of the barriers that exist, with the greatest being access to capital. Now, I don't dispute this claim. However, we'll note not all of the solutions put forward are worthy of serious consideration. One such example is the call for superannuation funds to be mandated to invest in Indigenous ventures. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, superannuation belongs to the Australian people. It is not something for the government to play with. Home ownership is critical to economic well-being and is correctly noted in this report as enabling further economic opportunities. Unfortunately, this is another area where we see a gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. Both targeted and broader policies like the Coalition's recently announced Housing Infrastructure Program should be considered by the government. A targeted measure we recommend was that the government commit to a full review of the Native Title Act. This should be done with a view to encourage private home ownership and business creation on native title land. The Coalition notes that the native title framework has left many Indigenous Australians land-rich but dirt-poor. Also problematic was the weight given to opportunities in the energy transition. Each day it becomes clearer and clearer that the Albanese Labor government has not been honest with the Australian people with respect to their renewables-only strategy. I would just like now to close with a few general comments. The first is the clear irony in concluding that the path to self-economic determination is through greater dependence on the Commonwealth Government. It is the view of the Coalition that the goal must be to minimise this dependence over time. Only that would look like success. Another issue we had was the general tone of the report. Australians have made very clear that they want practical solutions, not merely symbolic actions. And unfortunately, this report again looks to include buzzwords, and in multiple cases, too many agencies are being tasked to do the same thing. Once again, I'd like to thank my committee colleagues and note that the work of the committee continues with our inquiry into the Greens Truth and Justice Commission Bill, which is due to report next year. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I do thank the honourable member for Durack. Is the honourable member looking to speak on this one? Oh. What seat? Spence. I'll give the call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. I seek leave to make a brief statement in connection with the J. Scatsia report as tabled by the member for Durack.
Is leave granted?
Yes.
Leave is granted. I give the call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to acknowledge the hard work of the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Affairs on this important report tabled today. In particular, the fine work of the committee chair, Senator Jana Stewart, as well as the work of Deputy Chair, the member for Durack. Thank you for your efforts. I want to thank the committee secretariat as well. They play a crucial role in helping to deliver important reports such as this, and their tireless efforts are always appreciated. Finally, I want to express my immense gratitude for the public's engagement with this inquiry, as the committee received 115 written submissions to inform the report and was assisted by a multitude of witnesses during the 8 public hearings held for the inquiry. To all who contributed, thank you for your invaluable insights into this subject matter. The importance of this report, the committee's inquiry into economic self-determination and opportunities for First Nations Australians, cannot be understated. First Nations Australians are huge contributors to the Australian economy. The report rightly states that they punch above their weight, considering the significant disadvantages First Nations people still have in our country. Research from the University of Melbourne shows that First Nations businesses generated $16.1 billion a year in revenue, employ more than 116,000 people, pay $4.2 billion in wages, and are 40 to 100 times more likely than non-Indigenous businesses to employ Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander staff. That last bit means not only does the First Nations economy produce massive benefits for Australia in an economic sense, but it also provides crucial uplift for some of the most disadvantaged people and communities in this country. The report found that for every dollar of revenue spent by these businesses, First Nations enterprises go on to create $4.41 of economic and social value. This is a First Nations economy that is smashing barriers and changing lives for thousands upon thousands of Australians as I speak who work within those businesses. And it's one whose success filters down to the very ground level of First Nations communities. This is a significant strength of our national economy, one that is genuinely life-changing for First Nations people, but it continues to fly under the radar. That's why it's so important we, as legislators, are actively looking at ways we can support and expand First Nations economies. And the report rightly provides 22 recommendations to that effect. This underpins a fundamental reframing of the First Nations economic narrative by developing new instruments and strengthening existing ones to enhance First Nations people's access to finance and capital. I'm also proud to note that the Albanese Labor government has already taken significant steps in this direction, making historical investments into jobs, education, health and opportunities, including Free TAFE, which has seen 30,000 First Nations enrolments, and $777.4 million investment alongside 3,000 jobs created in remote Australia, and the establishment of a First Nations economic partnership to foster comprehensive economic dialogue from the ground up. We're doing this because, as the inquiry makes clear, with the right government approach, historical barriers to wealth, employment and social inclusion, they can be addressed meaningfully through ensuring First Nations Australians are able to better access economic opportunities. And I thank the House.
You're welcome. There's no other speakers on this. I'll give the call to the honourable member for Durack.
I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made for the order of the day for the next sitting. The member for Durack.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
And we will put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Well done. And give the call to the honourable member for Patterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, I present the committee's report entitled Trading North, Inquiry into the Role of Australian Agriculture in Southeast Asian Markets, together with the minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Yes.
Leave is granted. I thank the member for Peachtree. Member for Patterson has the call.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I present today the report of the inquiry into the role of Australian agriculture in Southeast Asian markets, Trading North. In September 2023, the Australian Government released a report produced under the leadership of Sir Nicholas Moore AO, the Special Envoy for Southeast Asia, titled Invested, Australia's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy 2040, otherwise known as the Moore Report. This seminal work highlighted the importance of Australia's relationship to Southeast Asia across a whole range of economic activity and made a series of recommendations to improve Australia's engagement with the region. The Moore Report also stressed the need to look beyond trade to broader and more closely integrated relationships with Southeast Asia. With trade in agriculture and food being one of the cornerstones of Australia's relationship with the region, the committee was asked to inquire into the role of Australian agriculture in Southeast Asian markets in the context of the Moore Report and those recommendations. In particular, the committee was asked to focus on how the Australian government could support the agriculture sector to leverage opportunities in the region, build and strengthen partnerships and support Southeast Asia's food security. Deputy Speaker, Australia has an important role to play in the food security of Southeast Asia through food exports and by building the capability of the agriculture and food production sectors of the region. Australian technology and production systems also have much to offer. Long-term investment in regional relationships will be vital to progressing both trade and regional collaboration and cooperation with our Southeast Asian neighbours. The committee has made 13 recommendations in this report. These recommendations fall within three broad themes: opportunities and challenges, building relationships and enhancing food security while building capability. Most of the committee's recommendations focus on ensuring the government activities around trade, regional engagement, food security, biosecurity and capability building are adequately resourced in terms of funding and personnel. There is already extensive trade in food and agriculture between Australia and Southeast Asia, underpinned by bilateral and multilateral trade agreements. The growth in population and incomes within Southeast Asia present enormous opportunities for Australia's agricultural industries. A key example of this is the Indonesian government's commitment to provide free lunches and milk to students across Indonesia, and that's something that I think is an idea worth noting both for the Indonesians and for us as well. Australia's agricultural industries are well placed to contribute to this program if the Australian government and industry can successfully engage with their Indonesian counterparts. Despite the development of bilateral and multilateral trade agreements with the region, market access does remain an issue. Non-tariff barriers are significant and they are a growing problem, requiring constant attention and adequate resourcing by government. Australia's ability to remain vigilant in identifying non-trade barriers and persistent in addressing them will be vital to ensuring continued growth of trade with the region. Efforts to streamline trade through the harmonisation of regulations and standards will also be needed. Deputy Speaker, this inquiry highlighted the importance of developing relationships over the long term and promoting collaboration in sustained ways. Key objectives include collaboration between government and industry in Australia and closer collaboration with Australia's trading partners in the region. It is essential that government and business operate in ways that accommodate cultural expectations as well as economic considerations. Trade missions, joint ventures and promoting Southeast Asian literacy will be fundamental to developing and maintaining these relationships. Australian agricultural counsellors play a crucial role in developing trade and relationships. The committee has recommended that the Australian government provide more funding to maintain and enhance the agricultural counsellor network in Southeast Asia, and technical staff required to undertake negotiation and trade cooperation activities. Collaboration with regional partners is vital to the food security of Southeast Asia, especially in the areas of biosecurity, sustainability and climate change. A range of Australian agencies and organisations already contribute to capability building in the agriculture sector of Southeast Asia across projects addressing multiple issues. This effort should be sustained and expanded. Central to this is the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, both as a facilitator of capability building and as an agent of Australia's influence within the region. The committee has recommended additional funding for its work in Southeast Asia. Deputy Speaker, I would like to conclude with some words of thanks to those who contributed to the inquiry, including the ambassadors of the Republic of Indonesia and the Kingdom of Thailand. The evidence presented allowed the committee to fulfil its task of furthering the work of the Moore report. And I also really want to extend my thanks to my committee colleagues, including the Deputy Chair, Mr Rick Wilson, Member for O'Connor, Member for Spence, the Member for Macarthur, the Member for Lyons, the Member for Gilmore, the Member for Dawson and the Member for Casey. And I note that the Member for Dawson and the Member for Spence and the Member for O'Connor are present in the chamber for the presentation of this important work, and I do sincerely thank them for their work. We have been a dynamic committee producing 3 very important works and reports throughout the body of this parliament, and I think that work has really been done in a good spirit and most wholeheartedly, and I thank them for that. I'd also like to thank the Secretary for the committee, Fran Denny, and the Inquiry Secretary, Dr Bill Pender, ably assisted by Emily Meggs. It has been really a great committee to work and chair, and I sincerely thank those who have made our work possible. Thank you.
The member for O'Connor.
Thank you.
No,
oh, sorry.
No, we'll do that after he speaks.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to make a short statement on the report Trading North.
Is leave granted, Minister?
Leave is granted.
I give the call to the honourable member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to fully endorse the comments of the Chair and the report Trading North. Inquiry into the role of Australian agriculture in Southeast Asian markets. And this report builds on the seminal Moore report, which establishes a very firm and strong document to work from, and the committee's efforts were based around enhancing and adding to that work. So we already have very well established, very strong trading relations with Southeast Asia, but of course we can always improve those relations in the interests of both our nation and those nations in Southeast Asia. And as the report identified, food security is of critical importance to those Asian nations, and developing those enduring and ongoing trading relationships are just as important to them as they are to us. So I just want to do a series of thank yous, and particularly to those people who contributed to the report, the people who made submissions and also appeared before the inquiry to give evidence. And I want to thank the committee secretariat on my personal behalf, and the chair has already done that on behalf of the committee, but Fran Denny, the committee secretary, Dr Bill Pender, the inquiry secretary, Emily Meggs, and of course let's not forget Ben Vivi, who worked with us for most of this period. The chair has thanked the committee for the work on this particular report, but I want to go a step further than that. Firstly, thank the chair for the way she's conducted the committee over the term of this parliament. This will be the final report that we do. We did have some interesting times. Normally ag is a pretty bipartisan and friendly committee. We had a short interlude where we weren't always getting on as best, but to your great credit, Chair, you kept things on the track, and we're all, I think, still good friends at the end of it, and that's a great credit to you. So well done. And to all the other committee members who are here today, thank you for the work that you've done over the course of this parliament. Really appreciate it, and thoroughly endorse the report to the House. Thank you very much.
I thank the member for O'Connor, and given it's the conclusion of statements, I will call the honourable member for Patterson.
I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is now adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the day for the next sitting. The member for Patterson.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
The member is referring the debate up to the Federation Chamber. So we'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. We're moving on to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you. On behalf of the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia, I present the following reports. The Northern Australia Workforce Development, which is the final report, and the interim report on energy, food and water security. And I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the reports.
Let's see how we go. Is leave granted?
It's granted.
Amazing. He's one of the best. I give the call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As Chair of the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia, I am pleased to table the committee's final report on the Northern Australia Workforce Development. The report seeks to address the multifaceted challenges we face in Northern Australia. The shared goals is to create an intergenerational workforce that can harness the potential of our resources and of our people. The report comprises six chapters and covers a range of issues. It makes a number of recommendations, including establishing an equivalent committee by the 48th Parliament and extending the North Australian Infrastructure Facility well beyond its current termination date of the 30th of June 2026. Going back to a time that Northern Australia has been seen optimistically as a land of potential and opportunity. The reality has been more one of hard graft sandwiched between boom and bust cycles. In Northern Australia, progress has been further stymied by a legacy of inadequate foundational infrastructure. There are two key priorities that we focused on. First, we want to support industries that can sustain and develop the North, especially those industries that can have a direct contribution to Australia's northern economy. These include long-term mainstays such as mining, agriculture, tourism and emerging sectors such as renewable energy. Second, we want to leverage employment to underwrite and maintain social wellbeing and advancement. This application in particular to the many remote Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities spread over a geographically vast terrain of comparatively thinly populated territory. These communities constitute and validate Australia's occupation and sovereignty over much of the top half of the continent. To quote an early paragraph from the report, which states, throughout remote Northern Australia, there are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities living on land to which they have traditional associations and obligations. Australia's near neighbours in Southeast Asia and the South Pacific assess Australia's maturity and evolution to some extent by reference to how successfully we are managing to weave these communities into the tapestry of our nation. Australia's own expectations in this regard are not being met, and the challenges are being faced are complex and intractable. These challenges include social disengagement arising from the absence of social validation and associated loss of discipline and self-esteem, which comes with not having sufficient structured paid employment. Creating and maintaining jobs in remote Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities is an important end in itself, which justifies subsidisation or part subsidisation of employment to counter the health, including mental health and family dysfunction harms many Northern Australian communities are experiencing. Harnessing opportunities in the private sector enterprise is obviously preferable wherever it can be facilitated. On our various trips in Northern Australia, we had a look at, and particularly in the Northern Territory, where in the 1970s, when the Commonwealth was directly running the Northern Territory, Aboriginal people in the communities used to be paid money under what was called the Training Allowance Scheme. This was usually referred to as training wage. There was less access to the mainstream economy, and communities needed to be considerably more self-sufficient than they are now. Many communities had their own bakeries, market gardens and piggeries. Working in a designated community job for a number of hours a day was a social norm. By the end of 1973, all communities reported that the training wage was gone, replaced by the standard Australian entitlement to unemployment benefits, what some Aboriginal people called, right across Northern Australia, sit-down money. In subsequent years, as a result of an innovative self-help initiative pioneered by various Indigenous communities in conjunction with a visionary federal public servant, Nugget Coombs, the Community Development Employment Program came into being, not to be confused with the similar-sounding, more recent measure of CDP. Both programs could not be more different from each other. Under CDP, a lot of the participants talked about how their entitlement to receive, how they forewent their entitlement to receive unemployment benefits. They would instead be employed by a local community council or organisation to work for a CDP wage. The work hours didn't amount to full-time work and the work tasks were often mundane and repetitive. But there was value both in the outcome of the task and in the facts that Aboriginal adults were busy and engaged in work for the benefit of the community. As someone with a long connection to local government in the Tiwi Islands, I can attest to the different CDP work brought to the islands in pride and the simple visual of the communities. CDP has had its many critics, and Aboriginal communities noted that. There were those who said it just parked participants in dead-end positions rather than energising them to go out and look for so-called real jobs. They were concerned about cost shifting, in particular in the context of taxpayers' money going to local government councils. It was said that those workers should have been paid from a separate local government funding bucket, where the local community had an enterprise arm and employing CDP workers in a shop, mud brick factory or an art centre, expanding their working day by paying top-up for an enterprise income. The complaint was that the taxpayer was being dudded. But we saw organisations, and when we talked to the various people who'd worked with organisations like Bowanunga and Maningrida, people were saying they were getting an unfair business advantage. But what really put the nail in the coffin of CDP was at the commencement of the Northern Territory intervention. It was clear that CDP workers were avoiding being income managed, and that was not acceptable. So things changed and welfare programs came in, first the Remote Jobs Community Program under Labor and then CDP under the Coalition. In each instance, a lot of the participants was not a wage earner but instead treated as a human work in progress, being coached down a path towards a notional real job, while at the same time being the recipient of a government benefit with strings attached. For most part, there were no real jobs. Instead, people were directed to undertake work for the dole under the guise of a mutual obligation as an afterthought. These schemes and their associated strict compliance rules have been supervised by outside job placement contractors. These contractor businesses and agencies have made a fortune while the participants have lost heart. And we saw that right across a lot of the feedback we got both in Western Australia, in the member for Durac's electorate, in my own electorate, throughout the Northern Territory and also in North Queensland. Successive new generations of adults have come into the system who've never got to experience the self-esteem and community recognition which CDP used to take for granted. As the committee travelled across Northern Australia, but in particular the Northern Territory, we had a look at what has been achieved since the abandonment of this work program and what did we get. We got remote communities where endemic unemployment is baked into the social structure and where one aspirational training module leads to another. We got increased domestic violence, we got disengagement of young people and the appalling associated scourge of youth suicide. We got a stream of failures of long-established community organisations, some of them long gone, some of them hanging on by a thread, following contract after contract being awarded to outside. But on the plus side, we got the preferential awarding of very limited employment opportunities to a minority made up of mainly the skilled and the gifted. It is great when the skilled and the gifted can find their way into the job market, such as full-time real jobs that are available. But for most, and what we saw right across Northern Australia, the social crises of our communities are experiencing don't arise from or relate to the skill and the gifted. Instead, they arise from and relate to the enormous cohort of the unskilled and the ungifted, a significant number of them challenged or even impaired. These are people who might never get into full-time real jobs, but who are nevertheless capable of undertaking honest basic work of a kind which used to have a social status back in the CDP days. And we can go back to that model as we saw across Northern Australia. People who don't want to work can get sit-down money and remain under strict compliance rules, including income management through the Basics card. But people who do want to work, and we should, as a country, make sure that we get CDP-type jobs with local employment, community employers. And they should be able to do that even if their education and training background is poor. They should have the chance to do basic work under a 2020's equivalent of CDP and be paid a non-income managed basic wage. This kind of subsidisation of work is taxpayer money well spent and serves as an important protective shield against a suite of toxic social harms. It is why we have recommended that the program to replace CDP, which replaced the RJCP in 2015, provides for a program participant to be paid wages under employment contracts with community-based employers for stipulated work undertaken rather than being participants of a government transfer payment, and that participants be eligible for superannuation and top-up payments. Most of the population of this country is concentrated in coastal towns and regions, but as a nation we see ourselves as an indivisible whole. If we want employment and economic growth across Northern Australia, which is a reality for most Australians, we need to invest in and, yes, subsidise our remote communities to make them viable and functional. We have to give Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who live in these communities the support and the incentives to resist the temptation to go and live in towns. We need them to instead make a success of their communities on country. It starts with the dignity and recognition of employment in a basic job. Finally, I would like to thank everyone, and we had many submissions, and when we travelled through the Kimberleys, through the Northern Territory and also through Northern Australia, and I think the member for Leichhardt certainly provided some fantastic meetings, and I have to say, as the Deputy Chair of the committee, I do want to thank the member for Leichhardt, but I also want to thank the member for Dawson and then my colleagues on the Labor side. I think the committee has been one where there was very few disagreements. We had our disagreements, but we managed to work through. And the report, the final report, which showed that there wasn't a dissenting report, I think that there is a commitment by all members of the committee to look at the issues right across Northern Australia, that unless we fix what's happening across Northern Australia, the rest of Australia will suffer. So I do want to thank everyone who participated. There were many submissions, and whilst in my report I touched on the many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, Deputy Chair, because when we look across Northern Australia, we look across many of the incentives that can happen. I think we've got to bring Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people into an economic future. If we don't do that, then we will lose another couple of generations. So it's really important that Aboriginal people see themselves as part of the solution and not the problem. And I think getting economic development in an honest and the right way, I think that there is a future, particularly for the younger generation. I thank the staff, although we've had many times, I think, and the member for Dawson, I know, will talk after that. There's been a huge changeover of Secretariat staff, but I do want to thank, going back to all of the early staff that travelled with us and the current staff. But certainly, whilst this is the final report on workforce development, there is an interim report on energy, food and water security, and that will be the next report. The other report that the committee will finalise next year when Parliament resumes is the inquiry and the report that we will submit in terms of the cyclone reinsurance. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Lingiari. The member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I fully support the fine words from the member from...
Member for Dawson, are you seeking leave to make a comment?
Matter of fact, I am. Thank you, sir. I am seeking leave to make a comment on this report.
Is leave granted? Minister? Come to the microphone, please.
Sorry. Leave is granted.
Thank the Minister. The member for Dawson has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I fully support the fine words from the member for Lingiari. The Joint Select Committee of Northern Australia undertook a Northern Australia workforce development inquiry. The committee received 83 submissions and held public hearings in 8 different locations. We produced an outstanding report with 12 common sense, clear, concise recommendations. We've got a good group, Deputy Speaker. We work together, we put the politics aside, we get the job done because every single person in our committee wants to do the best they possibly can for Northern Australia. I acknowledge the Chair, Member for Lingiari, Marion Scrimshaw, and the fine work and leadership that she's given this committee and given everybody a fair go at all times. I thank you so much for that. Deputy Chair, Member for Leichhardt, who has indulged me with this today because he's retiring, Warren Ench. Thank you very much, Warren. Deputy Speaker, we are so fortunate to have members, a chair and deputy chair that know so much about Northern Australia and are so passionate about Northern Australia. And you can see that through this report and the delivery of it. I'd also like to acknowledge Secretariat Alan Rain and Research Officers Dr Ros Hewitt and Jason C. Thank you for your good work. We really appreciate it. I believe recommendation 1 in the report is the most important, and this is as follows. The committee recommends that the House of Representatives and the Senate reconstitute a joint standing committee of Northern Australia in the 48th Parliament. Northern Australia contributes so much to the country's wealth, to our food supply, and even to our country's defence. Northern Australia is the land of opportunity. Another important recommendation is 12. The committee, and this follows, the committee recommends that the Australian Government, when developing and implementing measures to address housing shortages in Northern Australia, consider the provision of suitable housing for both families and people in other situations, including young, single workers in rural, remote and very remote communities. And I'd just like to explain to the House, in our travels we came across many in First Nations communities where there was lots of houses for families. However, the families then became overcrowded, and for some of the young people who had to then be on shift work or come back in from their job, they couldn't get the appropriate rest required. So we think that if we can get some more single workers accommodation built, we'll have a lot better outcomes for some of those communities. I would also like to just touch on This is a little bit outside the scope of the inquiry because it didn't quite fit within workforce development. But we did identify two things that are a big problem for First Nations people in a couple of communities in particular, and that's rheumatic heart disease and strongylitis, which is essentially worms. Now, this is a big problem. You can't ask people to go and get a job and work if they're unwell. So we need to, and I've got a commitment from our chair and our deputy chair, we're going to go through some of those recommendations and pass them on to health and see if we can get a better outcome for some of those communities. And I think we definitely should be able to do that. So with those few words, I look forward to speaking to the report in more detail in the Federation Chamber, and I fully endorse the report and recommend the report to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Dawson, and there'll be no other speakers on that. We'll move on to the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties and give the call to the most honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the following. Report 224, Agreement amongst the Australian Government, the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Government of the United States of America for the cooperation related to naval nuclear compulsion, and a corrigendum to the Report 221 BBNJ Agreement. And I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection to the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is definitely granted.
I thank the honourable member. The member for Bendigo has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Deputy Chair, to the committee for granting me leave. I am pleased to make a statement on the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties Report 224, the agreement amongst the Government of Australia, the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the Government of the United States of America for the cooperation related to naval nuclear propulsion, otherwise known as AUKUS. The AUKUS agreement creates a framework to facilitate communication and exchange of naval nuclear propulsion information between Australia and the United Kingdom and the United States. It also enables the transfer of nuclear materials and equipment from the UK and US to Australia for conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines. In considering this treaty, the committee held 4 hearings and travelled to Osborne in South Australia and HMS Stirling and Henderson in WA. Throughout the inquiry, we heard evidence from a range of witnesses on a number of matters arising from the agreement. The committee has determined that the agreement to be in the nation's interest. Australia's acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines provides our nation not only with strategic defence advantage, but also an opportunity to grow Australian jobs, education and infrastructure. Further, nuclear-powered submarines have a number of benefits over conventionally powered submarines, including being faster and more manoeuvrable. Whilst supporting Australia's ratification of the treaty, the report makes 8 recommendations aimed to address a number of concerns raised. These recommendations include expanding and enhancing education activities to inform the community on how AUKUS will benefit Australia and to help dispel a number of emerging AUKUS myths. Deputy Speaker, an example of an AUKUS myth, that the agreement is a slippery slope towards nuclear weapons and that radioactive material contained within submarines reactors units could be weaponised. This is false. ASA stated that the agreement was consistent with Australia's existing non-proliferation obligations and Australia's safeguard agreements with the International Atomic Energy Agency. ASA also emphasised that the nuclear material in US and UK nuclear-powered submarines was not in the form that could be used in nuclear weapons without further processing facilities in Australia and that Australia does not have nor will acquire. A further myth that Australia will become the dumping ground for nuclear waste from the UK and the United States. This is also false. The committee was advised that the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Agency 2024 Act clarifies that storage and disposal in Australia of spent nuclear fuel that is not from an Australian submarine is prohibited. Deputy Speaker, During the inquiry, the committee was pleased to learn that the agreement will result in the creation of approximately 20,000 jobs over 30 years and presents a unique opportunity to upskill Australia's domestic industrial workforce with an unprecedented opportunity for both trades and tertiary educated workers. The jobs created throughout the life of the AUKUS program is good news for our country, as is the longevity of the employment opportunities that it will create. To support the growth, the report recommends that the report recommends a launch of an AUKUS Careers and Employment Opportunity campaign and advocate for an enhanced existing STEM and traditional trade engagement programs, particularly within our schools. On another note, the committee recognised that an increased workforce and activities at each of the AUKUS sites will have a substantial impact on community infrastructure. To ensure that local communities are supported, the report recommends that the Australian Government partners with state and local governments to assist local communities with the infrastructure needs they may have. Finally, the report recommends that the Australian Submarine Agency enhance its engagement and consultation with local traditional owner groups, First Nations people, and with local environmental groups. Finally, the committee would like to extend thanks to all those involved who provided written and oral evidence to support the inquiry. In a robust democracy such as Australia, this inquiry has allowed throughout the submissions and hearing process for a variety of voices to be heard. The committee would also like to thank the personnel who facilitated the inspections at Osborne, HMS Stirling and Henderson, as well as the committee secretariat. The committee supports the treaty considered in this report and recommends that binding treaty action be taken. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I commend this unanimous report to the House.
I thank the member for Bendigo and the member for Herbert seeking leave.
I seek leave to make a short but meaningful contribution to this
If
report.
the call to the minister is leave granted.
Leave is granted.
This will be good. This will be good. Right, the member for Herbert has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There has arguably been, or not been, a more important agreement to come before the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties in this Parliament. It is, of course, the AUKUS agreement between the three great nations of Australia, United Kingdom and the United States. As members would remember, the trilateral announcement was made on the 15th of September 2021, brokered by the former coalition government and supported by the now government. On the 14th of March 2023, leaders of the AUKUS nations agreed on the optimal pathway to achieve the goal. That goal is conventionally armed, nuclear-powered submarines for the Royal Australian Navy. This inquiry of the committee sought to ensure that the agreement was fit for purpose and was in the best interest of Australia. Deputy Speaker, it is a very good thing to be able to report that the committee has confirmed that this will be a critical step to solidify our national security. The inquiry and its expert witnesses told us what we already knew, that we are facing the most complex and challenging strategic circumstances in our region since the Second World War, and that submarines possess a stealth and lethality to deter and destroy a potential enemy before it reaches our shores. Nuclear propulsion offers key advantages over its diesel-electric predecessors, including that the time a vessel can stay submerged is limited only by the need to restock provisions for the crew. It can move faster and with greater agility and is able to operate undetected. Of course, there are provisions within the agreement preventing the use of nuclear technology for anything other than power and propulsion, and the committee welcomed these provisions. We also agreed on recommendation that further work be done to bring Australians along on the journey with expanded and enhanced community education activities on the importance of AUKUS. There are also important guidelines around safety and waste disposal, with the reassurance that the nuclear fuel cells will be provided in a complete and welded form, as they will remain during their lifetime. But it is noted the government has more work to do on ensuring there is a solid plan to deal with the high-level waste that will exist at end of life. There are a few other key concerns that should be highlighted. The first are the skill shortages that are being felt around the country in many different industries, but will be especially problematic in the brand new industry of nuclear submarine building. If we are to begin building the first SSN AUKUS in South Australia by the end of the decade, we are going to require significant investment in skills and training for those key skilled workers we will require. Remember, this is going to create 20,000 jobs. The committee has included a recommendation that the Australian Government launches a career and employment opportunities program to capture interest in young people and incentivise their study at university, TAFE and other higher education providers. We also must raise concern about the personnel numbers that we're going to require. Defence told us the Navy would need to increase the figure of 900 submariners to 3,000 by the early 2050s, and given the current inability to retain ADF personnel and attract new ones, this will need a lot of attention. There has been serious concerns about the lack of work being done to prepare the areas surrounding Osborne in South Australia and HMAS Stirling and Henderson in Western Australia. We're yet to see enough work in these local communities to address the infrastructure impacts that will come. For example, despite being less than 4 years away from commencement of Submarine Rotational Force West in 2027, the government confirmed earlier this year that works to uplift HMAS Stirling to be nuclear ready to host US and UK nuclear submarines wouldn't start until next year. Due to its tight timeline, the project has been labelled high risk. Even representatives from the United States have raised concerns about WA's preparedness for AUKUS. It is telling that these concerns were held across the committee from both sides of the chamber, and we urge the government, and we will work with the government to urgently increase its efforts to address them. Deputy Speaker, to have an agreement that allows the sharing of such valuable information and technology between the UK, US and Australia is absolutely groundbreaking, and will increase our ability to respond effectively if the worst were ever to occur. The Coalition appreciates the government's commitments to AUKUS. We urge it to do everything it can to ensure its success, and we are committed to working with them. I want to thank the Chair, who's done a lot of work here, a fantastic job, the committee, the Secretariat, our partners from around the world, the Royal Australian Navy, who do a great job, and I look forward to working with the Chair into the future to ensure that AUKUS is everything it should be.
I thank all members on the Joint Standing Committee for Treaties for tabling their report. And next item of business, we call on the Honourable Member Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's annual report of committee activities of 2023-24, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I do thank the Minister and give the call to the Most Honourable Member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's annual report of its activities for 23-24. Section 31 of the Intelligence Services Act requires that the committee report annually on its activities, and this report details the committee's work in the financial year ending on 30 June 24. I've said this before and I'll say it again. The PJCIS is the busiest committee in this building. I've chaired numerous committees and I've sat on many, many others. This one is the busiest. Australia is facing the most geopolitically unstable period since World War II, with threats and competition, terror and conflict escalating at every turn. It is right, therefore, that Australia's leading legislative and civilian oversight mechanism, the PJCIS, is busy with a program of work which goes to the heart of our national security and intelligence architecture. Over the review period, the committee reviewed a range of prospective and existing national security legislation, in addition to its ongoing oversight activities. The year also saw reforms proposed or implemented that affected the committee's work, including in relation to terrorist organisations and citizenship cessation, as well as changes to the committee itself. Following the commencement of the National Security Legislation Amendment, Comprehensive Review and Other Measures No. 2 Act of 2023, in August 2023 the committee's membership increased from 11 to 13 members. On 14 September 2023, 2 new members were appointed by the House of Representatives. The committee then had 12 members and 1 vacancy for the remainder of the period, as it does still to this day. These 12 comprise 5 senators and 7 members of the House of Reps. The Act also amended the quorum for the committee from 6 to 7 members. Over the review period, the committee presented 14 reports, which included 1 annual report, 2 reviews of intelligence agencies' administration and expenditure, 3 reviews of the listing of terrorist organisations, 4 statutory reviews and 4 bill inquiries referred by ministers. The committee held 50 meetings and briefings, including 8 public hearings, which supported the committee's work across 21 inquiries in total during that period. I'm going to say that again, 21 inquiries. Mr Deputy Speaker, the PJCIS is a very busy committee. Notable reviews and inquiries concluded during the review period included the review of the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment, Prohibited Hate Symbols and Other Measures Bill of 2023, which banned the use and trade of symbols associated with listed terrorist organisations. I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition, the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs and the Member for Barara for their support as we fought for and secured an extension of that ban to the Nazi salute. We reviewed amendments to citizenship cessation provisions under the Citizenship Act and we reviewed the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme of 2018, in which the committee recommended significant changes to improve the effectiveness of the scheme. On behalf of the committee, I wish to thank all those who made contributions to the committee's inquiries and reviews during the 23-24 financial year. Industry, academia, the public service, defence, intelligence, law enforcement and partner nations provided valuable insight and information, and I thank them for their valuable contributions and candour. I acknowledge the Member for Wills, who chaired the committee during the period covered by this report, and thank all committee members for their constructive and bipartisan approach over the past year. Mr Deputy Chair, I want to do something which we do not do often enough in this place. I want to thank the men and women of our defence, intelligence and law enforcement agencies. Now, the men and women of our defence force, rightly so, often are acknowledged in this place, and I'll acknowledge them again, the Member for Herbert and many others. But we don't often, in fact very, very rarely, do we as MPs acknowledge the service of our foreign intelligence services and of our domestic intelligence services. In fact, all of the personnel that the PJCIS oversee, I want to send a big shout out to our intelligence and law enforcement agencies in particular. They are the brave men and women whose vigilance, expertise and their deep love of country protect Australians and secure our future. On behalf of the PJCIS, the people of Fisher in my electorate, the Australian Parliament and the Australian people, I say thank you for your service. I also would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge and thank the outstanding work of the PJCIS's Secretariat, one of whom, in fact the Leader of the Secretariat, is at the table this evening. This is a committee, as I said, that is a very, very busy committee. That makes us busy, but it also makes the Secretariat incredibly busy and having to work under immense pressure, often to meet what are very unrealistic deadlines placed on the committee by government. And just on that point, Mr Deputy Chair, I want to take the opportunity, probably the last opportunity in this parliament, to recommend to government, whether it be this outgoing government or a new incoming government, to seriously consider, given the pressures that I hope I've indicated that this committee operates under, to seriously consider providing a more appropriate staffing support to the members who serve on this committee. Now, all of the members who serve on this committee and senators are under the Intelligence Services Act required to obviously keep confidential the sort of information that we are privy to, which is to top secret level, which means that not even our staff are able to even handle these documents. So what we find is that members of the PJCIS have to do everything themselves, and we get no support, no staffing support, zip, nothing, nada. Our staff cannot be involved. And I want to encourage the government to look at providing appropriate staff to members of this committee, at the very least to the chair and the deputy chair, for staff that have the appropriate security clearances, as they do in other countries like the United States, like they do in the United Kingdom. This is a committee that oversees and keeps Australians safe. And if governments of either persuasion are serious about having civilian and parliamentary oversight of our intelligence agencies, then they will appropriately equip the people who serve on this committee to do their job. And without that assistance, without that appropriate support, we cannot do our job properly. So I want that placed on the record. And with that, I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member for Fisher, and I now call the member for McNamara.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 11 of 2024, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted.
Leslie, thank you. Mercifully there. Acting Speaker, I'm pleased to table the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights 11th Scrutiny Report of 2024. The member for Fisher, who previously just spoke of the hard-working Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and while I acknowledge that that committee is an outstanding committee, I think the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights certainly does an enormous amount of work as well. And the fact that we've done 11 scrutiny reports this year and 14 last year is a reflection of the hard work of our committee. In this report, the committee has considered 16 new bills and 56 new legislative instruments. It has substantively commented on 4 bills and deferred consideration of 3 bills. In this report, the committee commented on the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024, and this bill seeks to amend the Online Safety Act 2021 to require the providers of age-restricted social media platforms must take reasonable steps to prevent children under 16 years from having accounts with such a platform. It would impose significant civil penalties for failure to comply with this requirement. By requiring providers to determine the age of all service users of all ages, this would engage and limit the right to privacy and potentially the right to freedom of expression with respect to all persons. If providers are required users to provide an official government proof of age document, this may also have a discriminatory impact on people from certain backgrounds in practice, such as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, who may be more likely to have a birth certificate. The committee considers that in the absence of requirements for data minimisation and privacy protection in establishing age verification mechanisms, there is a risk that an internet user's privacy may be arbitrarily interfered with by service providers who are required as a matter of law to establish an age verification service, and that users may be dissuaded from accessing such services, which would limit the right to freedom of expression. The committee notes imposing a blanket ban on children under 16 from accessing certain online platforms would provide no scope to consider the individual circumstances of different children and no recognition of the concept of the evolving capacity of children. The committee has made some recommendations which may assist in the proportionality of the bill and otherwise draws human rights comments to the attention of the Minister and the Parliament. The committee has also commented on the Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024. This bill would enable the Minister to prohibit certain items in immigration detention facilities. It would also expand an authorised officer's power to search, screen and seize prohibited things in relation to immigration detention facilities and detainees without a warrant. The committee previously considered a substantially similar bill in 2020, and the committee considers in particular that the broad scope of the proposed powers to declare items as prohibited things means that there is a risk that powers could be exercised in a manner which is not compatible with the rights to privacy, freedom of expression and the right of detainees not to be subject to arbitrary or unlawful interference with family. The committee therefore has made recommendations that may assist with the human rights compatibility of these measures, and I note that the government has made comments publicly that would align the government's intentions with the recommendations, so that is certainly welcome by the committee, and recommends that the statement of compatibility also be updated. The committee has also commented on the Electoral Legislation Amendment Electoral Reform Bill 2024, which seeks to amend the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918 to introduce gift caps, electoral expenditure caps, reduce the donations disclosure threshold, and seeks to increase public funding to incumbent parties and candidates. The committee recognises the intention of the measure is to limit the influence of big donors and allow for more individuals and entities to participate in the political debate, which may promote a number of rights, including the right to take part in public affairs, the right to freedom of expression, and the right to equality and non-discrimination. However, no information is provided in the explanatory materials as to whether this may disproportionately impact the ability of smaller parties from receiving gifts to facilitate campaigning. The committee is therefore seeking further information from the Assistant Minister in order to assess the human rights compatibility of these and other measures in the bill. I encourage all members to consider the committee's report today. I thank the hard-working Secretariat who have served the committee in 2024 with distinction, an incredible work ethic, and making the chair look half competent occasionally. But on that note, I thank them for their work, and I wish them all a good restful break after our committee hearings that are occurring over the next few weeks. And on that note, I commend the Committee's Scrutiny Report 11 of 2024 to the House.
I thank the member for McNamara. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Competition and Consumer Amendment, Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Context counts. Right now, Australia is amidst an energy crisis. As a result, the Australian people are becoming poorer. The Australian economy is becoming weaker. And as a country, we are becoming increasingly dependent on foreign powers when it comes to our energy security. Now, this is important when we are discussing the Competition and Consumer Amendment Bill before the House, to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the ACCC. On prices, let us not forget that Australians are right now paying among the highest prices in the world. They were promised a $275 reduction in their household power bills by the Albanese government, but they are paying up to $1,000 more than what they are promised. Every single week since this government has been in power, we have had an additional 600 families go to their energy retailer and sign up for hardship arrangements. This is how bad it is right now due to energy prices. We have also seen almost 25,000 companies go insolvent, businesses having to close their doors. And one of the reasons that are driving their insolvencies is the cost of energy. We've seen an enormous drop, around about 6.4% in productivity in this country, again, in part driven by the exorbitant cost of energy. Prices just keep going up. This is part of the context in which this bill is put before the Parliament. Then we look at the issue of reliability. The Albanese government promised a secure electricity grid and supply of resources for industry. But what we have is ongoing warnings, including from the last few days from the market operator, saying that we are looking at looming blackouts. Indeed, today we have blackouts. People of Wagga Wagga, there's about 6,000 households today. Electricity's gone out. It's blackouts. This is the condition of the electricity grid today. This is part of the context that this bill is being debated in this parliament. And it's only going to get worse. We found out only 2.5 weeks ago from Frontier Economics, from their independent analysis, that the government's purported cost of an electricity grid transformation to net zero is actually going to cost 5 times more than what the minister had been telling the Australian people. He'd said it was going to cost $122 billion. It's going to cost $642 billion. That's a $500 billion black hole. Things are only going to get worse. Things are only going to get more expensive. At the same time, this government says that they plan to close 90% of baseload power in this country within the next 10 years. At the very same time, they are suffocating the supply of gas. At the very same time, we see a stalling investment in renewables, and we wonder why the grid is unreliable. We wonder why industry is screaming out for energy. This is part of the context for this bill. And then you look at emissions. Well, we'll find out by the end of the week the trajectory of emissions and what's really happened. But the minister has already confirmed that they're not going to reach their 43% target by 2030. We knew that last year, we knew that the year before, and already we've got the minister who's basically come in and legislated in this parliament, embedded in law a target they cannot meet. 2.5 years they've had. And still to this day, even their rosiest scenario of achieving everything they possibly want from all of the new policies they've sprinkled on the Australian people without a mandate, they still will not achieve their 43% emissions reduction target. This is part of the context of the bill we speak about today. And why this context counts, Deputy Speaker, is we are in the final sitting of Parliament for this year. We do not know if indeed this is the final sitting of the Parliament in this term of government. Amidst an energy crisis where literally the lights are out, prices are soaring, regional Australia is crying because they are feeling as though they've been treated with reckless indifference through a rollout of utility-scale infrastructure without any social licence. This government's decision is to table one piece of legislation in this portfolio. Does this legislation go to prices? Nah. Reliability? Nope. Not that either. Emissions reduction? Maybe not. How about social licence? No. All of the most pressing priorities of this portfolio are completely ignored by the one piece of legislation this government decides to table in the Parliament in the final sitting of the year, possibly the final sitting in their term of government. Instead, it goes to a matter of bureaucratic restructuring, an organisational restructure to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the ACCC. This is not the priority. You say to the people of Wagga Wagga today who are in the dark that the federal government is in here talking about a restructure of a part of the public service, implying that's the priority? Does the Albanese government not question why they are getting feedback from major independent think tanks and pollsters that they're not focusing on the priorities that are important to the Australian people? This is a perfect example of why the Australian people are looking at the Albanese government saying things are tougher now than they were a few years ago, and this government is not tackling the real issues in the real economy, in real households, in real businesses. Now, Deputy Speaker, one may well argue that there are logical merits to the bill that the government has put on the table here in this Parliament. But this bill goes to an organisational restructure. And the minister himself this week has put out a media release announcing, I'll read the first sentence, the Albanese government has commenced a review into how Australia's largest electricity grid and market will operate in the coming decades. So let's think about this. The responsible minister has just announced a full review of the electricity market. Anybody who has had any experience whatsoever in doing reviews of markets, of businesses, know full well that there's a rule, and that is structure follows strategy. And the strategy comes from such reviews. So if indeed the minister's appointing this panel to do a review on the National Electricity Market, the NEM, that review would be saying, here's how the NEM needs to work in the future. In order to execute a strategy to deliver that future vision, you need an organisational structure. The organisational structure is meant to be established to enable that plan. But this minister is doing it the other way around. The minister is now wanting to restructure the public service to deliver on a future market design that he doesn't know what it even looks like yet. He's doing it the wrong way round. You do not have structure leading strategy. Unless you're a big government and your mindset is just entirely focused on the ins and outs, the minutiae of public service bureaucracy and big government. And maybe that's a hint as to why we are in such a problem when it comes to our energy system. And so, Deputy Speaker, I am here to confirm that the Coalition will be opposing the amendment to this bill. And we do so asking this government to think very clearly about what is happening in the real Australia, what is happening in households and in businesses and in regional Australia. Their focus should be on taking urgent action to help those in need and fix a crisis of their making, not restructuring a part of bureaucracy. And the extent to which such restructuring might be necessary, get your plan on vision and review done. And do any restructuring based on what the future design is, not the other way round. Thank you very much.
I thank the member for Fisher. The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I call the minister.
I move that this debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
Thank the minister. The question now is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day or the next sitting. All of those of that opinion say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2. Workplace Gender Equality Amendment, Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Workplace Gender Equality Amendment, Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill 2024. This bill amends the Workplace Gender Equality Act 2012 and introduces new requirements for designated relevant employers, employers with 500 or more employees, to commit to achieve or at a minimum improve on and report to the Workplace Gender Equality Agency on measurable gender equality targets. These targets are proposed to fall under any of the 6 gender equality indicators, and the bill requires large employers to select 3 gender equality targets and report on their progress to the Workplace Gender Equality Agency each year. In their 3rd year of reporting, they must show that they've achieved their targets or at a minimum improved on them, before selecting a further 3 targets to achieve in the following 3 years. This bill also amends the definition of relevant employer to explicitly include subsidiaries of parent companies with 100 or more employees, and clarifies that in a corporate structure, a parent corporation corporation is also taken to employ each of the employees of any of its subsidiaries. Now, where an employer has not met their selected gender equality targets or demonstrated improvements within the relevant period of 3 years, they are considered to have failed to comply with their obligations under the Act. And under the Workplace Gender Equality Procurement Principles, relevant employers seeking to supply goods or services to the government at or above $80,000 must provide a certificate of compliance issued by the agency as part of the procurement process. Bless you, Deputy Speaker. Consequently, such employers would be unable to provide the compliance certificate. This bill places onerous financial implications on businesses. The legislation will affect over 1,650 of Australia's largest companies by potentially precluding them from supplying goods or services to the Commonwealth Government at or above $80,000 in critical areas including agriculture, forestry and fishing, construction, education and training, manufacturing and mining. And the provisions in this bill significantly undermine businesses and risk important procurement required for critical areas like national security. Now, this bill introduces a new power for the Minister to set targets and rules in relation to the selection of the gender equality targets. And this bill gives personal power to the Minister to set the category of targets that can be selected and how many of the targets businesses are required to select. It's getting more and more convoluted. The menu of targets will be set out in an instrument to the Act and not on the face of this legislation. Now, this is government overreach. The Minister has personal powers to set targets and rules of their own choosing with no scrutiny from businesses impacted. This creates the possibility of an even more onerous compliance burden on businesses. Now, the bill introduces substantial compliance requirements on businesses. The reporting requirements add red tape to the operations of Australia's biggest corporations, driving down productivity in an economy that is already struggling under the compliance burden of the Albanese government's radical industrial relations and energy policies that the member for Fairfax was just talking about. Now, adding compliance burdens to business will also inevitably be inflationary, adding to the Albanese government's homegrown inflation crisis. And it's estimated that this bill will create further compliance issues for over 1,650 of Australia's largest companies. Now, should the government want to go further, then guess who we think is next in line after big business? Well, it's those small and medium enterprises, millions of them around the country. Small and medium businesses who are already struggling with significant red tape and compliance burdens under this Albanese Labor government. The government is bringing on debating this bill without scrutiny. They're bringing on debate when we should be waiting to hear from the committee process, which isn't due to report back until late January next year. The Workplace Gender Equality Agency should be focused on positively encouraging businesses to promote gender equality, not threatening them with losing procurement prospects. It is on this basis that the Coalition opposes this bill.
I thank the member for Moncrieff. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
Thank the Minister. The question now is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day or the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 5. Future Made in Australia Production Tax Credits and Other Measures Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
So, I'm just trying to find the paperwork here. I find the yellow sheet. Thanks. Okay. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition will be opposing this bill. Labor's Future Made in Australia policy is about building bureaucracies, not businesses. The only thing Labor is making in Australia is more inflation. With inflation rising in Australia and around the world, it is time to restore the budget to a more sustainable footing. Australia's economy has gone from leading the world under the Coalition to trailing the world under Labor. We are at the back of the pack on interest rates, on inflation, on productivity, on growth. The Coalition will not support this bill, which subsidises businesses for the costs of Labor's bad policies on workplace relations, on environmental approvals, on the safeguard mechanism, on company tax. The best cost of doing business relief Australians could hope for is a change in government. Production tax credits. This policy does not deliver widespread tax relief. Indeed, it does not provide a cent of tax relief to businesses for years, and it costs billions of dollars into the 2040s. Labor's own impact analysis shows just to apply for these tax credits will cost $100,000 in the first year and hundreds of thousands in annual costs over the duration of their operation. Just to receive these tax credits, a business has to jump through significant red tape with government, with the Clean Energy Regulator, with the Department of Industry, with ARENA, and that's before you even get to the tax office. In addition, businesses seeking to access these credits will be hostage to the same community benefits principles that are embedded in Labor's entire Future Made in Australia plan. What are these? We don't know. The Treasurer will make them up via regulation, but we have heard warnings loud and clear about what these mean. We've seen it in state Labor governments. It's a backdoor for the CFMEU. Under this policy, if there is no union agreement, there is no tax credit. This is not good policy. This legislation doubles down on the first Future Made in Australia Act by putting the Treasurer and his department in the position to decide whether a sector of the Australian economy deserves investment. The Treasurer has never run a business and described his private sector career as 6 long months. We'll now be setting the conditions for businesses to operate and seek funding under this plan. Departments will consider the investment against a very narrow set of criteria and have provided evidence to Senate estimates that key investments for Australia's energy future and sovereign capability by the carbon capture and storage, gas, blue hydrogen, uranium or nuclear will not be eligible and have not been considered as part of the Future Made in Australia policy. This is not the way to build a healthy and productive economy. The Business Council has warned that these procurement rules are at risk of enabling this behaviour. While it risks subsidising businesses Australia would never have comparative advantage in. The BCA have also been clear that this is not the best path ahead. The best path is to get back to basics and get the fundamentals right. Labor's second-term economic plan is unravelling. This is Labor's second-term economic agenda, and it is going about as well as its first-term economic plan. The Productivity Commission says a $1 billion commitment to make more solar panels in Australia under Anthony Albanese's Future Made in Australia program should be retrospectively subjected to a tougher national interest framework test. Allowing sectors to bypass the national interest framework process would undermine its role in disciplining spending. Yet Labor is already breaking their own rules when it suits them. Key elements of the Labor's Future Made in Australia agenda, including the Quantum contract, bypass the national interest framework and sector assessments. There are serious questions to answer about the decision to make this investment. With the increasingly clear that Minister Cusick decided to invest in this business independent of any departmental appraisal, analysis or recommendation. The Coalition is not the only one raising concerns with Labor's economic plan. Danielle Wood, Productivity Commissioner, the government's key economic advisor appointed by the Treasurer Jim Chalmers, has said, if we are supporting industries that don't have long-term competitive advantage, that can be ongoing cost. It diverts resources, that's workers and capital, away from other parts of the economy where they might generate high-value uses. We risk creating a class of businesses that is reliant on government subsidies, and that can be very effective in coming back for more. Your infants grow up, they turn into very hungry teenagers, and it's kind of hard to turn off the tap. When asked whether Future Made in Australia contained tax reform, Ms Wood explicitly said it is not tax reform. On alternative policies, including lowering the corporate tax rate, Ms Wood offered it would make us more international competitive. Danielle Wood is not alone, with former Productivity Commissioner Mr Gary Banks described FEMA as a fool's errand. That risks repeating mistakes of the past by propping up political favourites. Indeed, he said, seeking to obtain benefits to society through subsidies for particular firms or industries, including in the form of tax concessions, have proven a fool's errand, particularly where the competitive fundamentals are lacking. Mr Banks likened the scheme to Hotel California, saying many will enter the program but few ever leave. In response to this, the Prime Minister called Mr Banks a flat earther. Another eminent economist, Professor Richard Holden, defended Mr Banks, saying the Prime Minister's insult was wrong and uncalled for. Stephen Hamilton, independent economist, has said there are many problems with industry policy, and this is a big one. It's why I tend to favour more neutral investment incentives like a lower corporate tax rate or accelerated depreciation. I thought we'd learn these lessons, but apparently not. The bad old days are back. Australians want and deserve something better. The Coalition in government will do three things. We will steer our nation out of our current domestic crisis. We will not simply talk about challenges of our time, we will meet them head on with action to carve out a more secure future, and most importantly, we will make the decisions that set up our nation for success for generations to come. The Coalition is working to ensure Australia can play to its strengths. We are looking to build a nation which is a mining, manufacturing and agricultural powerhouse and a leader in technology and of innovation. We are seeking to help build a nation where the tax contributions from surging industries help us to build the infrastructure of the future and sustain our safety net, our health system and our aged care system. We want Australia to be a place where home ownership is possible for every Australian, where the ability to buy a house is not something within not something within the reach of a few who can rely on the bank of mum and dad, but something assured for the hard-working many. This requires strong economic management. That's why a Dutton-led coalition will get Australia back on track by delivering a back-to-basics economic agenda. That is how we will restore our standard of living and ensure future prosperity. We will get our economy back to basics, fighting high prices and interest rates first, winding back regulatory roadblocks, boosting productivity and delivering lower, simpler and fairer taxes. We will also stand up for consumers, small businesses and farmers by delivering stronger penalties for anti-competitive behaviour in supermarket and hardware sectors. We will support Australians to build businesses, not bureaucracies. We will ensure that Australians have more affordable and reliable energy by rejecting the government's reckless renewables-only approach. We will restore the dream of home ownership and unlock up to 500,000 homes by investing in shovel-ready infrastructure that will enable homes to be delivered faster. We will reduce migration and place a 2-year ban on foreign investors buying existing homes. We will tackle union corruption that is continuing to drive up building costs, and we will take action to make our communities safer, including online. A Dutton-led coalition will get Australia back on track.
I thank the member for Herbert. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the Minister for Northern Australia and Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. I'm really proud today to speak on the Future Made in Australia Production Tax Credits and Other Measures Bill of 2024 as introduced by the Treasurer, and it's of course remarkable to see how engaged the Shadow Treasurer is with this very important piece of legislation, as he clearly wasn't able to make it tonight. It's only 7:10 in the Commonwealth of Australia in the main chamber, yet the Shadow Treasurer is not here to deliver the Shadow Treasurer's comments on this important bill. And I thank the member for Herbert for his contribution. He has drawn a few long bows in that contribution. Toward the end, he did mention about the CFMEU, but of course, in the start, he mentioned about the CFMEU and how somehow this is related to them, which of course it is not, far from it. The member for Herbert, just like most of those opposite, are deeply confused, I think, around production tax credits. And just as the Shadow Treasurer is not engaged tonight on this really important topic for the resources sector of Australia, he was perhaps even less engaged on this topic on budget night. Within a few hours of the Treasurer announcing this policy, the Liberal member for Hume breathlessly announced there will be no support for a production tax credit system that the resources sector of this country has asked for, has helped the government develop, and indeed is calling for. Now, the previous speaker went through a list of quotes, so I might do the same thing at this moment in time. Now, as I said, the government worked extensively with industry since coming to government on establishing how we would best help an industry, the critical minerals and rare earths industry, that is subject to enormous international pressures, not of their making, not of our government's making, indeed not even funnily enough, of the previous government's making. These are international pressures that exist within a time in our globe that has to withstand great power competition. So in that light, what have they said as we develop the production tax incentive? Well, the Association of Mining and Exploration Companies have said, and I quote, "After months of detailed consultation with industry, companies and key stakeholders, it is clear that this vital assistance has been well designed and will be effective." So I refer the member for Herbert to that quote. The AMEC goes on to say it provides confidence to the growing critical minerals sector and demonstrates to the market and investors that Australia is open for business and serious about developing a value-added industry right here in Australia. Well, so is the government, and clearly the opposition is not. And AMEC may have been thinking about the opposition when they went on to say that talking a good game isn't good enough. We need real action, and the production tax incentive is exactly what industry has been seeking. I'll table all these comments after I finish reading them into Hansard for the benefit of members, if they want to call their leader and the member for Hume to ask them respectfully to reconsider their rash decision of budget night. The Chamber of Minerals and Energy of Western Australia, a well-known friend of the LNP, went to say, "This measure recognises the federal government's commitment to supporting industry to level the playing field in what is an intensively competitive global market. Passage of the legislation would set an important investment signal for further value-adding activities and provide certainty to industry." Australian Strategic Materials. This is a site that I visited recently with the member for Parks, a Nationals member who did a fabulous valedictory speech recently. They are developing, a remarkable project on the East Coast in Dubbo of a rare earths mine to refinery project, one of the few on the East Coast. So you think that would get a bit of support from the Liberal Nationals Party. Of course it does not. However, the CEO of Australia Strategic Minerals, Rowena Smith, has said, "ASM welcomes the proposed production tax credit for critical minerals as an essential policy development to reduce costs and improve project returns, supporting the development of a robust and sustainable critical minerals industry." Ardea. Now, Ardea have said, and they've got a project in Kalgoorlie, the federal government support for the Australian resources sector through initiatives such as the production tax incentive will assist Ardea in being even more cost competitive with our global peers and is very much appreciated. Well, thanks to Ardea for providing that feedback as well, and the member for O'Connor might be interested in their views. Of course, Wesfarmers, as reported in the Australian newspaper this morning, has also supported, might have been the morning before, pardon me, the production tax credit. And they are quoted as saying Australia is well positioned to support global decarbonisation goals and to be a high quality and reliable manufacturer for the global electric vehicle supply chain. The federal government's targeted initiative benefits those companies that are prepared to take a long-term view, investing capital to develop new production operations and creating many jobs, often for years before finally moving into production and seeing returns. That's Wesfarmers, a great Western Australian company doing great things. And in Queensland, of course, there are a number of critical minerals projects in Queensland. Alpha HPA, which is a high-purity alumina production, which is in Gladstone, and a strong national area. I mean, we've visited, you know, I've visited. Alpha HPA has said in the statement that they put on the record, and it's on their website, but I'm going to table it anyway. Alpha HPA commends the legislation designed to bolster Australia's standing as a global leader in critical minerals processing and manufacturing. This initiative aligns with Alpha HPA's mission to sustainably produce high-purity aluminium materials that support the world's transition to decarbonisation. Mr Karatis has said, he's the Managing Director of Alpha HPA, we consider the critical minerals production tax incentive as a positive catalyst for Australian manufacturing, offering tangible support for companies like Alpha HPA that are adding downstream value to Australia's abundant critical minerals resources. So perhaps the Shadow Treasurer and Leader of the Opposition might want to talk to colleagues in Queensland about Alpha HPA's views of the production tax credit. Australian Vanadium Limited, a really important company creating vanadium and vanadium flow batteries, a really spectacular new technology. Their CEO, Graham Arvidsson, has said it is highly encouraging to see the Australian government recognising and supporting the important role critical mineral developers play in the economic growth of the country and the benefits these mineral projects and their downstream industries bring to the regions in which they operate. AVL has been encouraged by the level of consultation that the government has undertaken with industry to reach this stage. And I think Mr Arvidsson really makes a really important point, how important these projects are in the regions in which they exist, in the regions right around this country. And there's no end of people in this place commenting on, and I table these documents to the clerk, no end of members in this place letting us all know how important mining is to the region. Yet when the mining industry comes to us and wants help and wants to develop a means of supporting and developing an emerging industry like the criticals and rare earths industry, well, regional members on the other side of the parliament are simply totally absent. They do not engage in this debate in any meaningful sense. We just saw the contribution from the member for Herbert. There's no contribution from the Shadow Treasurer. I know he's not in a regional area, but he sure speaks for many people in this place that do. They are turning their backs on regional communities that have these really exciting but really challenging projects that are subject to those global headways that we see before us and that have been around now for a few years, and we want to see this industry get through it. So this bill today for production tax credits for critical minerals is a cornerstone of the future Made in Australia plan. We know how important, Mr Speaker, this industry has been to the resources industry as a whole, has been to the nation's prosperity for many, many decades. It's powered us through a global pandemic. It's seen us through economic downturns. Of course, many countries, there are other countries that have vast resources and geologies, none quite the same as us, but we're not alone in relation to these critical minerals, yet we are in the best place to take advantage of our people, our skills, our existing resources industry, our traditional resources industry, and of course our unique and very special geology. As we all know, taxes and revenues from the resources industry pays for our roads, our hospitals, schools and our defence force. It creates hundreds of thousands of highly paid and skilled jobs and has for generations. Now, this can't go on forever if we don't support these new and emerging industries. We cannot turn our backs on the issues that are facing the critical minerals and rare earth industries. We can't just put our feet up and think that somehow the job is done and we can all move on and somehow suppose that the critical minerals industry will get there on its own. Indeed, this is... Since we have had a resources industry, government has played a part in developing it. If we look to the start of the iron ore industry, we had Sir Charles Court, a great Western Australian Premier, Sir David Brand, after whom my seat is named, who went to Japan to get the deals, to get the investment, came to this place to speak to Robert Menzies to make him change the ban on the export of iron ore. And then that happened and they drew investment from Japan to start the iron ore industry. And then there was Bob Hawke assisting, having Rio Tinto bring Chinese investors over to invest in the iron ore industry further down the track and the great Mount Chenna development in Western Australia. And John Howard played a really important part in getting the LNG industry of Western Australia going. There is always government work, and there's state agreement acts too, and we're working with the states on common user infrastructure facilities and feasibility studies about what will work best, what will be the best way we can put federal capital combined with state government and territory government capital to make common user infrastructure for the critical minerals industry that will be of vital importance, not only to the decarbonisation of our country, but of others, whether that be through the creation of batteries for electric vehicles, the creation of batteries for grid-level storage, like the vanadium flow batteries that are being built right now in Malaga and Western Australia. There will be no solar panels, no wind turbines without critical minerals and rare earths. Of course, there will be no mobile devices, no stainless steel, no mineral cosmetics, and many other things that critical minerals and rare earths go into. But importantly, and another part of this really vast story of what critical minerals and rare earths can be in this country is, in addition to decarbonisation, they are vital to our national security. They are vital to the national security of partners like the United States, the United Kingdom and Japan and the Republic of Korea. Critical minerals and refined rare earths are essential inputs into most modern military equipment, including combat aircraft, submarines and drones. There are no Virginia-class submarines, no F-35 fighter jets, no missile guidance systems, no night vision goggles without critical minerals and rare earths. An F-35 needs more than 400 kilograms of rare earth elements, and a Virginia-class submarine needs more than 4 tonnes. We have done untold amounts of work since coming to government, including many international relationships and memorandums of understanding, as well as actual agreements that do things and finance agreements with projects such as Arafura and Alice Springs, which will be a game changer for that great city in the heart of our nation, the Arafura Rare Earths Mine and Refinery Project. But what do those opposite want to do, Mr Speaker? Well, they're turning their back on the resources sector. Anti-Western Australian, anti-Queensland, anti-Alice Springs. The member for Hume and others have said these incentives are welfare for billionaires. Well, they should speak to the hundreds of workers that work and want to continue to work in this industry, that want to build a new industry for the national benefit, the national interest and indeed national security, as I have said. Joe Hockey once said in this place, in the worst budget ever delivered, that Australia was a nation of lifters, not leaners. Well, for the Liberal National Party, not anymore. When it comes to critical minerals and rare earths, when it comes to Australia's role in securing global supply chains of the minerals needed to secure our energy future and our national security, the opposition are firmly of the belief that Australia will just lean back and let everyone else do the work. For the opposition, our resources sector will be the leaners, not the lifters. For the opposition, Australia will not step up and grasp this golden opportunity to take on the responsibility that history and geology is placing on our shoulders. No, they think they can sit back and let everyone else do the job. They always say they want to get out of the way. Sometimes you have to do some work. You have to put your back into it to help industry. And an industry that has seen enormous challenges because of global market dominance of one player, those opposite just want to put their feet up and go home and just hope for the best. Well, Mr Speaker, that's not good enough. That's not good enough for the Australian people. It sure as heck isn't good enough for the Albanese Labor government.
That's right.
We are leaning into this. We will create a future made in Australia, and we will create a critical minerals and rare earths industry right here in Australia.
I thank the Minister. The Minister will also need to seek leave to table those.
I seek leave to table the documents.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise tonight to make a contribution to the Future Made in Australia Production Tax Credits and Other Measures Bill 2024. As we've heard from the Minister in her contribution, my seat of Flynn in central Queensland and particularly the Greater Gladstone area, this is entirely relevant to us. Given the fact that we have Stanwell Corporation, a Queensland Government GOC, that has put forward a proposal to build a hydrogen plant in Gladstone and associated products. I'll get into that further a little bit, but first of all, an overview of exactly what this bill is. So this bill seeks to implement the government's Future Made in Australia production tax credits for green hydrogen and critical minerals. The bill puts significant compliance obligations on businesses eligible for either a hydrogen or critical minerals tax credit, including compliance with community benefit principles, which are defined via regulation through the Future Made in Australia National Interest Framework Bill 2024, which the Coalition is opposing. The hydrogen production tax credits runs until 2040 and do not commence until 2027. To be eligible for the future hydrogen production tax credit, a minimum requirement is for a business to have a production guarantee of origin certificate, which the Coalition is also opposing. The tax credit is valued at $2 a kilo and only green hydrogen is eligible. The critical minerals production tax credits run until 2040 and does not commence until 2027, as I've said. The bill interactions with other industry programs give both the CER and Industry Department and ARENA new roles in tax administration, including allowing the ATO to share protected tax data with these agencies. Foreign resident companies with an ABN and a permanent establishment who conduct eligible business through their Australian establishment will be eligible for these tax credits. The third schedule implements a Future Made in Australia agenda by allowing Indigenous businesses Australia to leverage their capital to invest in First Nations communities' businesses by allowing them to borrow against their existing capital. Now, there are several issues and they are wide-ranging, and this bill embeds nebulous community benefit principles in the Tax Act. And I've got some specific ideas about that which I just simply do not agree with. The legislation makes a requirement for eligibility for tax credits compliance with the community benefits principles which were part of the National Interest Framework. Embedded in the National Interest Framework legislation is a community benefit principle that will be enforced by Future Made in Australia plans. These plans can be made by the Treasurer through regulation and will be enforceable. The community benefit principle embeds First Nations procurement and union participation as requirements to access Future Made in Australia funding. Any participant seeking funding under the programs associated with the National Interest Framework will need to develop a Future Made in Australia plan. The BCA, among others, has highlighted that this risks duplicating the sort of embedded procurement process in state governments that have empowered the CFMEU to monopolise tender markets. Further, the policy largely doubles up on Labor's 2013 Australia Jobs Bill, which requires significant investment proposals of $500 million or more to develop an Australian industry participation plan, which is administered and monitored by the Department of Industry. The Coalition opposed this bill back in 2013 on the basis that it added red tape and compliance costs, and the legislation is frequently cited as one of the biggest red tape impediments to investment proposals, along with EPBC approvals. By tying tax credits to community benefit principles, it is highly likely factors like businesses' EBA status will be a factor in their eligibility for a discount, and this is to be used as a further wedge by union negotiators in a bid to increase unionisation in the mining industry. Now, Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier, in Gladstone we know there is a significant proposal there. The Greater Gladstone area has been nominated by the government as a future hydrogen hub, and we know that Stanwell Corporation, as I've said, Queensland government-owned corporation, is proposing to build a hydrogen production facility at Gladstone, a green hydrogen production facility where they will use electrolysers.
Order. I thank the member for Flynn, who will be able to speak in continuation at a later date. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to welcome the very important contribution that's been made to the public policy debate recently by Frontier Economics. Their founder, Danny Price, a very highly respected and regarded energy economist who released an important analysis into the cost of the current trajectory of Labor's policies when it comes to energy in this country, and regrettably but not surprisingly, it has revealed a very frightening difference between what Mr Price believes will be the cost of Labor implementing their energy plans versus what Labor claim that cost will be. It's a pretty significant number, $500 billion, $500 billion. The government says it'll be $122 billion. Mr Price says it'll be more than $600 billion, and that is a very dramatic revelation when it comes to the path that we are currently undertaking under this government's policies in regards to energy. And indeed, Mr Price is a valued advisor to Labor governments, particularly in my home state of South Australia. He has advised the Wetherill government and now the Malinauskas government on a number of energy policy issues, and they consider his views to be absolutely expert. Well, his expert view is that under this government, if we continue with their policies, we'll be spending an extra $500 billion on their plan to get to net zero by 2050. Now, thankfully, there is an alternative to the current approach, and it is what the Coalition has been articulating when it comes to engaging the opportunity of embracing nuclear power for civilian energy generation in this country. Of course, we're already embracing nuclear when it comes to naval shipbuilding, the AUKUS agreement, which is a fantastic opportunity to acquire the best capability that has been technologically pioneered by the United States, and now in partnership with the United Kingdom, we are the third nation to have access to this technology. In Adelaide, of course, where my electorate of Sturt is located, we will be building 8 submarines with nuclear reactors in their bellies out at Port Adelaide, a mere 15 kilometres from the Adelaide CBD. The government supports nuclear when it comes to submarines. They support 8 nuclear reactors in the city limits of Adelaide, but they, for some reason, don't support embracing the logical next step, which is to also have civilian nuclear generation properly distributed across the country to replace our retiring coal fleet. Now, coal has been a very reliable and very affordable source of electricity for this nation for a long, long time, and particularly our two major cities, Sydney and Melbourne, have benefited from having very substantial coal deposits very close to those cities that was abundant, very easy to dig out of the ground and to power coal-fired plants in the Hunter Valley or in the Latrobe Valley when it comes to Sydney and Melbourne to provide cheap and reliable energy. We know we can't continue to burn coal. We know that we have to get to net zero by 2050. So there is a very sensible technological solution to reliable baseload power replacing the coal fleet that we've got, and that is nuclear. Nuclear is zero emissions. Of course, we have a lot of uranium in this country. We've got a long, proud history in the nuclear sector, but we haven't needed to embrace civilian generation until now. I indeed have some very significant scientists from my electorate that have been pioneers in nuclear, particularly Sir Mark Oliphant, who was very instrumental in nuclear physics through his career. So it is logical for this nation to embrace the next opportunity for nuclear, which is building a civilian nuclear generation fleet of nuclear reactors in this country to replace the retiring coal fleet that we have, to ensure that we've got reliability from a source that is abundant within our own country. And that is something that we in the Coalition are proudly taking to the next election, a proper and serious plan to get to net zero. We know what Labor are like when it comes to costings, and they've been exposed again with this $500 billion hole in their policy, and we will take nuclear to the next election and give that opportunity to the people of this country.
And the questions that the House do now adjourn. I give the call to Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Vanakkam and hello. Thai Pongal marks the end of winter and the sun's 6-month journey north toward a time to celebrate harvest and give thanks for nature's bounty. This tradition, dating back over 2,000 years, unites Tamils worldwide in gratitude to the sun and gods for sustaining agriculture and providing food for us all. As a Tamil community has grown over 100,000 members in Australia, we have seen this festival grow. I am looking forward to Tamil Festival 2025 and once again enjoying its arts, dance, sports and traditional Pongal rice. I extend my thanks to the Victorian Tamil Association, Victorian Tamil Cultural Association, KC Tamil Manram, Australian Tamil Chamber of Commerce and Tamil Festival Australia for their work in supporting Thai Pongal. So from my home to yours, Ella Vakram Pongal Vatakal, happy Pongal to all. Deputy Speaker, Christmas is my favourite time of the year. It has many different looks for those across Australia, but for Christians like myself, it is a time to celebrate the birth of my Jesus Christ. It is when we gather with our family, decorate our homes, and eat a little too much food. And Christmas is also a time of giving. Not everyone approaches this season with the same fortune. It is a moment to reflect on the life of Jesus, who devoted his time on earth to helping those who need it the most. I want to especially acknowledge the work of Backpack for Vic Kids, Vinnie's, the Berwick Woodworkers, Cranbourne Sis, Cranbourne Men's Shed and Salvation Army, who provide thousands of gifts to kids across our community. Finally, I would like to give a big thank you to the emergency services across Victoria for keeping us safe over the festive season. To those across Hampton Park, Narrewarren South, Limbrook, Lyndhurst, Cranbourne North, South, East, West, Clyde, Clyde North, Botanic Ridge, Devon Meadows, Piersdale, Warneed, Blindbite and Torridon, From my family to yours, I would like to wish you all a merry and blessed Christmas and a wonderful New Year ahead.
The question is, the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable for Herbert.
The question every Australian should ask themselves is, am I better off today than I was 4 years ago? Have my power bills gone down? Has my mortgage repayment dropped? Am I forking out less at the grocery store? Am I paying less at the petrol pump? Have my taxes gone down? Can I now afford insurance? Are interest rates going down? Am I in a better position now than I was before the last election? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is clearly no. Under the Albanese Labor government, we are experiencing the longest household recession on record. Energy prices have soared. Mortgages and rent are crippling household budgets. The cost of groceries and petrol is at record highs. Many people can't even afford the simple rite of passage of taking their kids to a Cowboys game. If Labor's economic policies are tough in the cities, then they're 10 times worse in the regions. Things like flights and holidays have become a distant dream for many families who are struggling to pay the bills this Labor government has inflicted on them. Businesses are going bust, economists are sounding the alarms, and Australia is still facing one of the highest inflation rates in the developed world. All the economic indicators are flashing red, yet this Labor government seems to be completely oblivious to the mess it's creating for Australians. Australia needs a new government, one that will get our economy back on track and put Australians first. We don't need more wishful thinking, wasteful spending, divisive referendums or culture wars. We do need a government that will fix the economy, keep our communities safe and champion our regions. We do need local representatives who will generally stand up for their communities. Over the past 5 years, I have served as Townsville's voice in Canberra, not Canberra's voice in Townsville. I've fought for everyone who calls Townsville home, whether they be local families, defence personnel, veterans, small business owners, young people, the elderly. They all should have a voice in Canberra. As the defence capital of Australia, with 500 extra troops plus their families expected to move to the city over the next few years, Townsville faces unique challenges and opportunities. The housing market is strained and our bravest shouldn't have to battle for a place to live. That's why I fought to prioritise Townsville for a big build of new DHA housing, which will now provide new homes for our defence community. Rampant youth crime is another top issue in Townsville. When the Coalition Government's Safer Communities Fund was axed by Labor, leaving 90 young people without a safe haven, I fought to reinstate that funding. We successfully fought for an extension for the Community Grow Youth Hub to keep it running, keep many of our at-risk youth off the streets. I've been fighting for Townsville's first responders, who are local heroes in every sense, and they should have access to mental health support and services. When a key support provider was left hanging by Labor for funding, I brought the issue to Canberra, moved a motion in Parliament and secured the commitment they needed to continue their invaluable services to our first responders. Likewise, when Labor tried to cut federal funding for the brand new AEIOU Autism Support Centre in Townsville, I stood firm and advocated relentlessly until the funding was restored, ensuring our families raising kids with autism continue to get the support they need. We have now celebrated the opening of this new centre. Another issue burdening our community is the skyrocketing cost of insurance, and I've continually been advocating for the government to get insurers on board to the reinsurance pool. We are now starting to see some evidence of lower increases to premiums, although much more is needed. Freedom of speech is a fundamental right in our democratic society, but when Labor threatened to shut it down through the misinformation bill, I opposed it fiercely in this chamber. Thankfully, that dangerous un-Australian bill is now off the table, well, for now. Labor is taking the misinformation bill to the next election as one of its policies. I've also been holding this Labor government accountable for botching important local projects like hospital blowouts and massive delays on Reef HQ, which were fully funded before the last election. This is the same for the concert hall. As long as my community keeps sending me here, I'll always keep fighting for Townsville.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. We're all familiar with the term outer suburban. Peri-urban is another matter. Peri-urban areas are where town and country meet and interests intersect. If you're living in an outer suburban or a peri-urban community, you may be enjoying green spaces and an absence of traffic jams, but you'll also face challenges. Commuting to work might be a problem. Well, the Albanese Labor government's commitment to rail and road projects gives the gift of time to individuals and to families. In my electorate of Hasluck, the people of outer suburban Ellenbrook now have a railway line giving them fast access to the city. The Ellenbrook station has a 5-star Green Star design review rating with 200 solar panels, 10 electric vehicle charging bays and a 12-stand bus interchange. Next to the station, the federal and state Labor governments have combined to commit $42 million to the creation of a pool and a leisure centre. That's joy, exercise and companionship for thousands for years ahead. Good health matters to all of us, and it shouldn't depend on the income of your parents or your postcode. Recently, a new urgent care clinic was opened in Midland, the place where the Swan and the Helena rivers meet and the home of the Noongar people for at least 39,000 years and almost certainly more. To this day, in fact, the city of Swan, in which Midland is located, has a large proportion of the Indigenous Australians in the Perth metropolitan area. This area was known as the Midland Junction, the place where the roads to the WA's north and to what we still call the eastern states meet, and where the Midland Railway workshops brought in workers from across the state and across the oceans. It most certainly has its own identity, and I'm delighted that it's now the home of my electorate office. Now Midland has a fully bulk-billed urgent care clinic, changing 10,000 lives and more since it was opened just last December. It's open 7 days a week, and that includes after-hours care, providing the kind of service that the Liberals didn't bother about. Midland is also the proud home of the North Metropolitan TAFE. And in the last few months, Minister Giles and I have visited it twice just to view this remarkable centre for skills training. We've met with the local people given the new chances for successful futures by the free TAFE places. More than 500,000 have already been made available across Australia. And the Albanese Labor government wants to add a further 100,000 free places every year. Again, the Liberals oppose this. It doesn't make sense. The new opportunities created by free TAFE include training the skills that we so vitally need in building and the construction sector. Many of those in the outer suburban and the peri-urban areas are paying mortgages. The electorate of Hasluck has the 5th largest percentage of mortgagees of any electorate in the country. The people who didn't bother to even have portfolios of housing or homelessness presented the Albanese Labor government with a serious housing problem when we came into office. But we set to work. The $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund is essential to the creation of ongoing, secure, coalition-proof funding for social and affordable homes. And I should point out that while doing this, we've delivered 2 budget surpluses and paid down the Liberal debt. We've helped bring down inflation from 6.1% we inherited to 2.8% in the 3rd quarter of 2024 and lower again today. These are figures which matter everywhere. The fact that we've achieved them while supporting wage rises, also opposed by the Liberals of course, is a testament to the care and the thoughtfulness of our management of Australia's finances. Other matters are more particular to people who live in peri-urban and other outer suburban areas. And I'm talking about the importance of improvements in NBN and mobile phone coverage, and to improvements in emergency management and to fire and flood preparedness. The new electorate of Bullwinkle and the Perth Hills and the Foothills is dear to my heart, quite literally. Although I first went to school in what is now part of the new electorate of Hasluck, I later went to live in what has now become part of Bullwinkle and still live there. The funding of $40.9 million to 47 new mobile solutions announced in October is vital to people living in these areas, where fires can and do disrupt lives. In fact, I lost my own home. I understand those fears and I'm fighting for those concerns. I want to commend the work done by the Albanese Labor government. It's serious work that has already improved hundreds of peri-urban and outer suburban areas across the nation and to many, many thousands of peri-urban and outer suburban lives. The more to do, and we're ready to do it for all Australians everywhere.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The summer is ahead of us and I want to acknowledge all of the volunteer emergency services people in my electorate and even around Australia who will be flat out. In my electorate, the volunteers in Forrest will certainly be working overtime with the amount of tourists as well as locals that they look after, and they do an amazing job. I look at my surf life saving clubs throughout my coast, and I think we all have surf life saving clubs that do an amazing job. But in WA, in the 2022-23 report, it actually reported that 90% of the drowning deaths in WA were actually men, which was up 17% on the year before, and 52% of those occurred at a beach. But over 90% were over a kilometre from a surf life saving service, which tells a story in itself. Now, the surf lifesavers provided first aid and prevented accidents and incidents for nearly 70,000 people, and there were over 550,000 people who were caught in a rip that they were able to help. The other group that I wanted to mention here, of course, is our fire and emergency services. In WA, we have 27,000 volunteers, and they just have such a big job to do. And I look at my area in the southwest of the state, the Cape to Cape region, which has significant fuel loads and is a great challenge for our fire and emergency services. The 2023-24 Comms Centre answered approximately 40,000 calls. The volunteers and career firefighters responded to 3,200 crash rescue incidents, 5,800 bushfires and 1,500 search and rescue efforts. And that includes the likes of our volunteer marine and sea rescue groups as well. So you look at the amount of hours that our volunteers dedicate in our emergency services. To those of us who live in rural and regional parts of Australia, often it's all volunteers or majority volunteers, and they just do an extraordinary job. I also want to recognise our St John ambulance. We have 4,288 St John's volunteers listed in that 22-23 report. And I cannot, having a mum who was a St John's ambulance attendant, and our home phone was the ambulance phone all my life, I cannot tell you how important it is in a small community when the people who come to help you, when you are hurt, when you are injured, when you are desperately ill, when you've had an emergency of any sort, when it's your local people who arrive to help you, the amount of comfort and support that gives you when it's someone you know. And often these same ambulance volunteers have to deal with the worst situations locally with people they know, and that comes at a cost for them. So I just wanted to acknowledge the great importance for rural, regional and remote communities, the importance of our volunteer and our professional volunteer emergency service operatives. And when we look at what happens with each one of these, the amount of hours that goes into training that nobody sees is extraordinary. And they do this week in and week out, never asking they don't even look to be thanked. They do it because they're committed to what they do and they're very, very good at it. Sometimes, the numbers ebb and flow, and there can be an extraordinary amount expected of a small number of people. But they keep doing it because they believe in it, and they know that what they're doing not only helps each one of us when we're at our utmost risk, but also they're part of that really genuine local community that makes such a difference to us. We cannot do without our volunteers, and our emergency services volunteers Nothing means more in a small community. If it's a bushfire, if it's a flood, if it's just if it's an accident on the road or an incident of any sort, when we see our local volunteers turn up, we're very, very grateful and often forms a bond with that volunteer that lasts for the rest of your life. And I just wanted to say thank you to every one of our professional but our volunteer workers who just do such an extraordinary job. Emergency services, we desperately need them all, and we're very grateful to have them all. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Give the call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. The end of the year is always a good time for reflection and to show gratitude. So I wanted to take the opportunity here tonight to look back at some of the commitments I've delivered in my community and to thank the wonderful people of Chisholm for the chance to represent them and recognise the important work so many do in our local area. I know that health and cost of living pressures are important issues in my community. I recognise the hard-working health workforce and care workforce who serve our community and thank them for their work. Of course, they all deserve more than our heartfelt thanks. They deserve better pay and adequate support. So I am really pleased that our government is delivering historic pay increases for aged care workers in my community. And it is significant that the bulk billing rebate has tripled for eligible patients, which has meant that more GPs are able to bulk bill patients. These changes that we've made has meant that over 3,000 extra Medicare bulk billing appointments have been made available to people in Chisholm over a few months. I'm really pleased too that we are supporting GPs and primary care workers through our Strengthening Medicare Grants program. In Chisholm, I have advocated for and secured $1.72 million in support for 62 local GP clinics. This funding is supporting the very important work general practitioners do every day tirelessly, providing care to our wonderful community. I know how important general practice is. I grew up in a household where my parents ran a medical practice, and the support for public health and primary care that our government is proud to provide and is necessary to our community is something that is absolutely near and dear to my heart. I will always be a fierce advocate for our community and for healthcare, and making sure that all care is affordable and accessible for everyone. I'm pleased too that we have an urgent care clinic in our electorate at 408 Huntingdale Road in Mount Waverley. This means that our community can access the healthcare they need when they need it, often outside of normal practice hours for local GPs, and this too relieves pressure on our nearby emergency departments. This is bulk billing care, so it means that everyone is able to access the service the clinic provides. I've heard so many positive stories in my community about the Mount Waverley Urgent Care Clinic. I've received lovely phone calls and emails and have had truly wonderful conversations with locals while I've been out door knocking, at train stations and at shopping centres where I hold regular mobile offices. People too have saved over $7 million in Chisholm due to our 60-day prescriptions measures. That's a really big deal. Our electorate has been one of the largest beneficiaries in the nation of the savings from the 60-day prescriptions program. This means more money saved and also time that people don't need to spend going to doctor's appointments, which saves patients time and also frees up appointments for other people in our community. I've also been really pleased to secure a headspace in Box Hill, and I'm really delighted that in our term of government, not only have we won a new headspace, but this has joined a headspace in Sindel, just a few doors down from my electorate office. Youth mental health is really important, and I will always be a vocal advocate and champion for increased services for young people to access the support that they need. These are beautiful centres, and I've been really privileged to be able to take both Minister Butler and Assistant Minister McBride through these centres and to hear from people about the wonderful experiences they've had accessing these centres. I really want to emphasise my gratitude for the health and care workers across Chisholm. I know how hard everybody works and how important the work everyone does is. It's really critical to me that I work as hard as I can every single day to ensure that these workers and the people in my community get the support that they need. Please know I will always fight for everyone in my community to access the care they need to live a good life. Merry Christmas, Speaker, and Merry Christmas to everyone in Chisholm. Thank you so much.
I thank the member for Chisholm so much. I give the call to the honourable member for Herbert.
I've also been holding this Labor government accountable for botching important local projects like the cost blowouts and massive delays at Reef HQ, which we had fully funded before the last election. Or Labor's abandonment of the Townsville's Concert Hall project, which was also fully funded and ready to go under the previous coalition government. As long as my community keeps sending me here, I'll always keep fighting for Townsville. But we could do so much more with a new government behind us. We deserve a government that truly puts Australians first, brings down the cost of living, keeps us safe and stands up for our community. Townsville deserves better and the coalition is ready to deliver. And in the last 1 minute, Speaker, I want to pay tribute to my longest serving staff member, Philip Calder, who is departing my office to take up a higher calling and pursuing his dream to become a minister. I thank him on behalf of my office and the people of Townsville.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.